What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Spotify, Apple, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Thursday, August 15th, 2024, and the Buck is out today. Another load management day for the Buck. Really, he's out on vacation. He will be back with us next week. So filling in with us this morning, the true MVP of TSU, the hardest working man that we have on Texas Sports Unfiltered. You hear him every weekday from 10 to 11 on Chaos Theory with Adam Wagner, and he's nice enough to work a double today. He is Double R, Rodney Rodriguez. What's going on, my man?
BK, it's not just a job, it's an adventure, as they say. And that's what every day is right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. And happy to be here with you, my man, on a beautiful Thursday, on a sports-filled Thursday. It's one of the best times of the year, dude. One of the best times of the year. It's like you feel the angst, you feel the anticipation, and it's like, boom, you're about to come to a crescendo, man.
It's here, man. It is here. Football season is upon us. We've got more preseason action in the NFL coming up this weekend. And then, of course, week 0 of college football is next Saturday. Yeah. But 2 weeks from today will be week 1 of the college football season, right? The Longhorns obviously don't play until Saturday, August 31st, but you've got a bunch of games on Thursday, August 29th. So it's so close, you can taste it, but we will have more live football on this weekend. Dude, I was watching reruns on ESPNU. I literally was watching an Arkansas-Florida game from last night. Like, I'm so desperate and so ready for football to get here that I'm back to watching games from last season. But, yeah, man, it's upon us, and it is a beautiful thing.
You know, that's the beauty of the NFL Network. And I think that I'm very odd in the sense that I truly, BK, enjoy preseason football. I mean, I've said it so many times to where it's like you got guys playing for their livelihood. And with the NFL Network, you can flip that on just about any time. And you're going to be able to every game. I mean, every preseason game ends up on there. I rewatched the Cowboy game yesterday after Chaos Theory. I don't know why. Same result, but there's always something on, and that's good. Then you get that live content, some training camp reports, and all these different things, and it's like you can just feel it. You can just feel it, man. I'm ready to go, ready to get after it.
I was at a buddy's place last night, and speaking of the NFL Network, they were re-airing that Cowboys-Rams preseason game. And we were watching it for 5 minutes, and then we're like, okay, this is ridiculous. Like, we don't need to rewatch preseason games. People get mad at us for rewatching regular season games. We sure as hell don't need to watch a preseason game a second time, especially one that went down the way that one did, where the Cowboys went 4 quarters without scoring a touchdown. You could have gone without that, but we're pumped. Obviously, we're talking a ton of football today, all day long on Texas Sports Unfiltered. We appreciate y'all tuning in this morning. Hopefully y'all are tuned in all day long as we are live and local from 8 to 4 each and every weekday right here on TSU. If you're watching on YouTube, please give this video a like. Of course, you can get involved. Hit us up on the live chat. And if you're listening on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app, make sure you hit us up on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. Double R in for Bucky this morning. Always enjoy chopping up with Rodney. And we've got plenty to get into today. A lot of NFL news, some good, some bad. Speaking of the Cowboys made a trade yesterday, and they made a signing this morning. So we'll talk about what Jerry Jones is doing to go all in this year. We've got some Vegas odds for Texas Longhorn football in 2024. It's not specific to the Longhorns, but it's specific to the Southeastern Conference. Who are the Vegas favorites to lead the SEC in passing this season? Who's the Vegas favorite to lead the SEC in rushing this season? Who are the Vegas favorites to be the first coaches around the country to get fired in the upcoming college football season? We'll talk about that. We'll talk some Major League Baseball. The Astros win again, 8 straight wins now. They've got the White Sox coming to town this weekend with the chance to make that streak 11 by the end of the weekend. We'll talk about the Stros. We don't really need to talk about the Rangers, but hey, they did win yesterday, and we've got some funny stories to get into. So we are locked and loaded, ready to roll from 8 to 10 on a Buck On and Buck Off Thursday. That's right. Even though the Buck is gone, you can still send in your Buck Ons and Buck Offs. And I will send the Buck On to Jerry Jones. and Stephen Jones and the Dallas Cowboys for making a couple of moves since the last time we talked to the people. Last night, the Cowboys made a trade to acquire Jordan Phillips, the defensive tackle, a former second-round pick out of Oklahoma. Spent the last 2 seasons in Buffalo, actually signed with the Giants this offseason. So you had an intra-division trade with the Cowboys making a move with the G-men. They didn't give up a lot to get Jordan Phillips. They gave up a 6th-round pick. They got Jordan Phillips and a 7th-round pick in return. So really just a pick swap, a late-round pick swap is all it took for the Cowboys. Jordan Phillips is not an incredible player. He's on the other side of 30, but he's been pretty productive over the course of his NFL career. 62 starts, 24 sacks, 36 TFLs. Look, the Cowboys don't have a ton of depth in that defensive tackle room. This is a nice piece and a guy I think will at least be a part of the rotation for the Cowboys. And Double R, you watch this team as closely as I do. You know how bad that run defense was last year. Hopefully Jordan Phillips is a guy who can help fix some of those issues that the Cowboys had in 2023.
I think that's, I mean, while I saw that last night, I'm like, all right, it is. I mean, it's a piece. I mean, it's a piece, and that really is what I think that this team needs, because you just have to have bodies in there. I don't care at this point. I really don't care. I mean, like we were talking about the other day. I mean, you set yourself up for what a Dallas Cowboy season is going to be. But I mean, even whether it's with rotation, however this defense is going to get better at stopping the run, great. I really don't care how they do it. If you're bringing guys like this in, I mean, you pick up another guy this morning, a defensive end. So whatever it takes at this point, because and nothing, like you said, when Dallas makes a move, you worry what you're giving up. You didn't really give up anything right here. So this is something that if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Just give me pieces. That's all I need. That's all I need.
When you talk about the Cowboys getting ripped off on trades, you think back to the Trey Lance trade, right? Like exactly. That's what I was thinking watching that preseason game this past weekend. It's like, oh, we really gave up a 4th-round pick for this dude. Like the Niners were probably going to cut that guy, and we really gave up a 4th. We could have gotten something good with that pick. But yeah, you're talking about a late-round pick swap here. So the Cowboys gave up next to nothing. And look, I've seen some Cowboys fans and, of course, some Cowboy haters be like, well, this must mean they're giving up on Mazi Smith. This must mean Mazi Smith sucks. And it's like, no, I think the plan is going to be for Jordan Phillips to pair with Mazi Smith and those guys to be next to each other on the defensive line. I think Jordan Phillips can be a great one technique to put right next to the former 1st-round pick. The Cowboys, of course, lost Jonathan Hankins in free agency, who kind of served that role before getting hurt last season. So, yeah, I think it's a low-risk move. If you're expecting Jordan Phillips to be Aaron Donald, well, you're going to have a bad time. But he's a mean dude who should really help things on the interior of that Cowboys defensive line that just doesn't have a lot of depth. And this is one of those areas where I wanted the Cowboys to address this offseason, and they didn't really do anything about it, right? Like, you knew they weren't going to spend another premium draft pick on a defensive tackle because they just did that last year, and Mazi Smith didn't have a great rookie season, so that would have been a tough sell to this fan base. Like, oh, we're going to go to that well again. We're going to spend another 1st on a defensive tackle. It's like, well, really? We already have to do that? So you knew they weren't going to do that, but they didn't go out and do anything in free agency. They could have brought Hankins back. They decided not to. There were a bunch of other options out there that they could have gone with, and they decided to not bring any of them in. So they waited longer than I would have liked. But still, Jordan Phillips, bringing him in, that is an upgrade over what they had. And this is a guy who should play. You talk about giving up this little for a guy. You talk about bringing in a guy this late into camp. You're usually wondering if he's going to make the team. I don't think that's the case with Jordan Phillips. I think this is a guy who, at worst, is a rotational piece. And once again, he could be that big one technique who's in there on early downs next to Mazi Smith to help plug up some holes and fill up some run lanes to try to make this rush defense better.
Yeah, and it's very much a move of what this franchise does. I mean, this is how it really seems like there are two different avenues that they want to build their team, whether it be through the draft, which has worked great. I mean, we're talking about Mozzie Smith, but kind of take him out of the equation right there. If you really look at the recent past of how the Cowboys have been put together, I mean, they're very homegrown through the draft, and it has worked well. I mean, it really has worked well. You give them that. And their second avenue is that they wait and they wait and they wait. They're not active in free agency, and then you get to this time of the year where the pieces kind of start to fall out, and all the chess pieces are laying out on the board, and then they kind of start picking those guys. The guys that didn't end up anywhere else like this. So this is very much a Cowboy move, and like you said, the rotational works. I mean, it absolutely works. You just got to get better stopping the run, because now, I guess Saquon Barkley just will be wearing a different uniform, so you're going to face him twice. And I really think, Wags and I were talking the other day, and I mentioned, with Austin Eckler over with the Redskins. I mean, I think that's a guy that's a little undersold right now, or with the Commanders. I'm sorry, with the Commanders, and you're going to face that dude twice as long as those guys are healthy. So yeah, man, I don't care. Stop the run. Just get better. Get better. I mean, stop it sometimes, if anything.
That was the biggest weakness for the Cowboys last year, and they didn't have a lot of them in the regular season. Obviously, everyone goes back to that playoff game, and everything was a weakness against the Packers. But the regular season, the Cowboys' biggest issue was stopping the run. So they haven't made a lot of moves this offseason. It's been a frustrating offseason if you're a Cowboys fan, but a lot of the moves they have made have been about stopping the run. They bringed in bringed is not the past tense.
Nice.
I don't think. They brought in Eric Kendricks, the veteran linebacker. Obviously, getting DeMarvion Overshown back is big, although he got hurt in practice yesterday. Doesn't seem that serious, but with that guy's injury history and the fact that he missed the entirety of his rookie season with an injury, I think has people a little bit nervous. So you maybe give Agent Zero the Texas running back treatment and put him in bubble wrap for the rest of camp. They drafted Maris Lufau in the third round this year. They're trying things. They obviously moved Marquise Bell back to safety, so they're working on fixing the run. And once again, bringing in Jordan Phillips, a move that probably could have been done in March. I think it would have been considered a very sensible move if it was done in March. You do it in August, no harm, no foul. And the Cowboys made another move. We talked about the trade that they made yesterday. Well, this morning we woke up to some news about a free agent signing for the Cowboys. They are signing veteran defensive end Carl Lawson. So 2 additions to the Cowboys defensive line room. Carl Lawson actually worked out with the Cowboys last week once Sam Williams tore his ACL, and it was announced that he was going to be out for the year. The Cowboys went a different direction. They brought in 2 other players, but one of those players that they brought in, Shaka Toney, got hurt, so he got waived. So there was a roster spot, and I guess Carl Lawson finished 3rd last week, so now he gets bumped up, and the 29-year-old gets an opportunity there. He's had an up-and-down career, 27 sacks in 6 seasons, but he's been hurt a lot. He played just 23 games in the last 3 seasons. Most recently, a New York Jet. He got hurt last preseason, lost his job to Jermaine Johnson, never really got it back, and it did not end well in New York. But Carl Lawson, another one of those signings, like if this was made in March, I think people would have been happy with it. So you have to wait until August to get it, but another guy who is not one of the best. Like, he's not replacing Micah Parsons. He's not replacing Tank Lawrence, but he's a guy who should be able to come in and be a part of that defensive end rotation and hopefully can make a little bit of an impact.
Yeah, and it really has been with him. I mean, the injury thing, and spot duty at best, as it wound up for him right there in his last stop. But very much like we're talking about with the other guy, I mean, you're going to bring a dude in that's going to be situational. And the other part of this to think about is you've got a new, I guess you want to call it new, defensive coordinator, a recycled defensive coordinator that's coming in for the Cowboys. So it's going to be different schemes and different regimes, and however they're going to plug and play these guys in with the stellar, with Micah Parsons and those guys. you just hope it works. I mean, and you're rolling the dice on these deals. I mean, it's like throwing darts. I mean, you just never know where it's going to land,
They're cheap darts. Like they're so low risk, right? You didn't give up anything of value to get either of these guys. I mean, Shaq Lawson's probably a vet min type of deal. And, all right, like Shaq Lawson, Carl Lawson. Sorry, I'm getting my Lawson edge rushers confused. Carl Lawson, you're giving up very little. And we talked about the trade for Jordan Phillips. So, yeah, these are smart, sensible moves.
Yeah.
I wish the Cowboys made more moves like these, to be perfectly honest with you. But look, I like what they're doing. Once again, this is not, we've got our defensive end of the future. Now we don't have to sign Micah Parsons to a long-term deal. No. 29-year-old Carl Lawson does not impact those negotiations at all. You still got to do what you can to get Micah Parsons signed long-term, but you add some depth to that D-end room. Obviously, you lost some depth with that Sam Williams injury. So you've got Carl Lawson in here now. Obviously, you spent a second-round pick on Marshawn Kneeland back in April. That guy's role increased the moment Sam Williams went down. So this is just adding pieces. You need bodies, especially in the defensive line room, and the Cowboys have added a couple of bodies there. So we'll see how quickly these two can get up to speed, but it's good to see that Jerry and Stephen Jones are actually doing something, because it's felt like for the majority of this offseason, R, those guys have just been twiddling their thumbs and hanging out on the Bravo Eugenia yacht out there and just chilling. Now it's nice to see that they're actually adding and trying to make their team better. It took longer than we wanted, but they're doing something, which sadly that deserves a tip of the cap with what most of this offseason has been.
But that they got their biggest win already this year, a couple of days ago, when they exceeded $10 billion as the most prestigious NFL franchise. I mean, you look at this and you look at the whole makeup of what the Dallas Cowboys have become. When people talk about, you get into that America's team debate, and I know the results aren't there. And look, I'm a Cowboy fan, so they're always going to be America's team to me. Their double R's team is most important. I really don't care about America's team, win, lose, or draw. But man, you had to know when you see that stat come out, it's like, man, unbelievable. I mean, by far, BK, by far, not even close, the Dallas Cowboys, and that's what the Jones family is all about. They're all about revenue, real estate, stadium tours, selling merchandise. That's their goal. I truly believe now that that's their goal. Football is secondary.
Yeah, it's hard to call Jerry Jones a bad owner when you look at this, right? Yeah. I mean, the Cowboys, the first franchise in American sports to surpass $10 billion in value, and then the LA Rams are second, and they're not even at $8 billion in their valuation. So, like, from that standpoint, from the running of the business standpoint, Jerry Jones is the best owner in the league, but the fans don't care about this. Like, this doesn't do anything for the fans. This does a lot for the Jones family, and Lord willing, they decide to sell the team. They're going to make a fortune when they do, and that's great. But obviously the fans want rings. The fans want championships, and a lot of the other teams on this list have won championships a lot more recently than the Dallas Cowboys have. So that's our focus, and it's annoying as a fan. It's like, it does feel like that's what they care about more than actually winning. They just want to stay in the news. They want to make money, and they're doing a great job of that. Cowboys are still selling out every single game. They're still selling a ton of jerseys. They're still the most talked about team on the television networks. Like, that stuff is all working, but unfortunately the postseason wins haven't been coming. So that's, man. I mean, if the Cowboys win the Super Bowl, like, my thought is always, dude, if they go out and win a Super Bowl, then that valuation is going to be even higher next year, because more people are going to be talking about them. And oh my God, all the closet Cowboy fans are going to come out and be like, I've always loved this team. And the world might explode if the Cowboys win a Super Bowl in the social media era, R. People are going to lose their minds if it happens. And I think that would really help. Not that the Cowboys need a lot of help, but I think that would give them even more money in their pockets. And they can't make the right moves to do that.
Can you imagine that? I mean, because I have. I'm like you. I've always said it's like, at the end of the year when the Super Bowl comes around, we usually have a little gathering around here. Probably be a bigger gathering now with the Tom McKay setup. But we have people around, and it's like I always tell the wife, I'm like, if Dallas gets to the Super Bowl, We ain't doing that shit because I don't want anybody here.
Right.
I don't need anybody. And of course, we've been married 18 years and we've had 18 gatherings. So that never changes. And you talk about what the fans want. I mean, I think there's a big part of this fan base. And let's say you get to the NFC Championship. Let's say you play Detroit or you play San Francisco and you lose. I still think that's like that optimism that you haven't had for almost 30 years. If you can get past the second round and get to the NFC Championship, but isn't that crazy to say? If we get to the NFC title game and lose, that's a great season. But that's what this franchise has become, and that's the expectation that they set.
Sorry to call you old, Double R, but like you remember back in the 90s, the Cowboys lost in the NFC Championship. That was the most disappointing thing ever. It's like when they lose to San Francisco, it's like, shit, we could have won 4 in a row if we didn't lose to those guys, right? It's like, oh my God, it was a massive disappointment to come up short, to get that close and to not make it to the ultimate goal. That was a huge letdown, but because it's been as long as it's been, like for me, I'd be happy with a Final Four appearance. Of course, it'd be disappointing in real time. You make it that far, you're so close to the Super Bowl that you can taste it. You want to win those last 2 games, but it'd be progress for the Cowboys. They've been treading water for almost 3 decades now. And this iteration of the Cowboys with Mike McCarthy and Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb and Micah Parsons, they've really been treading water these last few years. So to take that next step, that would be a positive sign. That would bring Mike McCarthy back, and you could make a case that he deserves to be back because his team's getting better. That would get Dak Prescott another contract extension, should he sign it. Now, if he does hit free agency next year, we obviously know he could end up signing anywhere else, but the Cowboys would be more motivated to bring Dak back, and they'd be motivated to, I think, add pieces around those guys to make sure they could take that final step and win the Lombardi Trophy. But I don't even feel like I'm asking for a lot. Just do something that every other team has pretty much done since the mid-90s. That's make it to a conference championship game. It's not easy, but it shouldn't be as hard as the Cowboys have made it since the Aikman, Emmett, Irvin era.
And our veteran fans will remember, and I as a kid remember, the Danny White NFC championships, replacing Staubach and coming in and 3 in a row, and it was like utter disappointment. I mean, it's like end of the world stuff when you would get to the NFC title game and get beat like that. And a lot of times it was ugly losses. And now it's like, I mean, you would like give your right arm for that. It's like, man, that would be awesome. But now we get into this situation. And the bad part is, in my opinion, is what the Cowboys have done in this run. I mean, some of those Romo teams, the catch that wasn't, that they give us that hope and that they were a really good regular season team. That's the bad part about it. If it was constant back in the day, 8-8 all the time, that would be one thing. But man, those 13-3 teams and all of that, it's like, man, this has got to be the time. This has got to be the time when everything's going to work out. But then you get to the playoffs and the preparation and just the stupidity a lot of times is just what takes precedent for the Cowboys. And now that we're here embarking on another season, I mean, we're constantly watching what's going to happen with CeeDee Lamb. I mean, I really wish that this thing would get settled sooner than later for a lot of reasons. But you got to get that dude in sync with his team.
Yeah, I think I saw a report from our man Clarence Hill of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram, who's covered the Cowboys forever. I think he said that the Cowboys and CeeDee Lamb are not close right now with their negotiations, but he does tell us that the Cowboys are still optimistic that they are going to find a way to get something done. So they have to be close. Like, they've got to be close. If they're not close, then the Cowboys are idiots because we know exactly what CeeDee Lamb's looking for. Just look at Justin Jefferson's contract extension that he signed with the Vikings, and then, hey, maybe add 0.1 mil to it, and then you've got what you need. Or if you're not going to hit $35 million a year, which is what Jefferson's got, then, all right, give CD more guaranteed money. Give him a bigger signing bonus. Like, do something that sets a record. It's obvious what he's looking for because that's what every player who's one of the best at their position is looking for when they want a new contract. They want to be the highest paid guy at their spot, and they want to reset the market. Well, that's what CD's trying to do. So I can't imagine the Cowboys aren't not close to me is telling me the Cowboys are offering $25 million a year which if that's the case, then CeeDee Lamb should be like, I'm not playing this season. I'm so pissed off. These guys don't even want me here. Screw that. I'm just going to wait until I'm a free agent next year. They've got to be close. I still think this deal is going to get done. Bucky said earlier this week that he expects the deal to get done next week, right? The final week of the preseason. That feels like a good estimate to me. I don't think the Cowboys, as dumb as they are, Double R, I don't think they're dumb enough to let this thing drag into the actual season.
Well, the longer you sit around, I mean, because this market changes so fast. I mean, with the guys that you're talking about right there, look at the quarterback market, and Dak will break the market when all of that gets done. Whatever's going to happen, wherever he ends up, whether it's Dallas or somewhere else. But yeah, man, it seriously is like you said. Just add $1 to what Justin Jefferson has, and get close and remind him of taxes in Texas. Remind him of the income tax. I mean, I'm sure his agent knows that. I mean, and here's the other part of it where it's extremely frustrating. I think that's the word I'll use this entire conversation, frustrating, is that that this is, look, we can talk about Micah, we can talk about Dak. That, in my opinion, this is the best player on this team. This is the dude that's going to make this entire offense drive, because you've got to have him and Dak do what they did last year, if not more, because you've got a running back room that, I mean, I looked after the preseason game against the Rams. I looked at the dudes that carried the ball, and I'm like, what, who? And it's not like, yeah, you didn't play Zeke and you didn't play Deuce Vaughn. No offense to Deuce Vaughn, Cedar Ridge High School, Round Rock. But I mean, are you going to lean on the run? They'll probably bring in, with the two signings that we saw last night and this morning, they'll probably bring in another rock toter. I think that's going to be kind of along those lines right there. I
think they should.
Or they better.
They should, because Zeke Elliott is what he is at this point, and the practice footage that we've seen from Zeke doesn't look great, which I don't think surprises anybody, because if you've watched that guy play the last couple of years, then he doesn't have much left in the tank.
Yeah.
And Rico Dowdle, yes, he's your number one guy right now, but that guy's dealt with a lot of injuries, and he hasn't been very productive when he has been on the field. And then Deuce Vaughn, as much as we all want him to succeed, he's got a lot going against him from a size standpoint.
Got to be real. Yeah, so, got to be real about that one.
I think Dalvin Cook is still out there.
He's still there. That's the one that I keep going back to. I think I talked with you about this in crosstalk one day with Bucky. I'm like, bring that dude in, and you can just kind of go back and forth with those two dudes. I mean, and then let these young guys kind of supplement, like we're talking about with the defensive line. Piecemeal this team together at this point.
That's where you're at. Yeah, I mean, Dalvin Cook's 29, right? Like, we know his best years are behind him, but he's probably better than anybody you've got right now. If you want to go a little younger, Joshua Kelly, the former Charger, is still a free agent. He was the number 2 behind Austin Eckler, so he's never been a workhorse or a bell cow or anything like that. Latavius Murray is still there. Kareem Hunt, who can double as a kicker, we know is still out there. Like, there are some names who, once again, like, you look at the other great running backs in football, none of these guys should be considered great running backs in the NFL in 2024, but they might be greater than what Dallas has right now. And yeah, if they decided to bring somebody in, because there wasn't a lot of great from the Cowboys' performance against the Rams. I know it's preseason, but I still wanted to see more from some guys. I wanted to see more from the run game. It didn't give you a lot. Trey Lance was a leading rusher, and I think he had like 20 yards rushing. Yeah. So that hopefully serves as a wake-up call to the Cowboys brass to say, we got to do something else. Even for a workout, we got to bring somebody in to see if they're better than what we've got on our team right now. And I don't think that's a very high bar to clear.
Yeah. Well, and I'll bring this up again, and then I'll just leave it alone. Why didn't you make a move to go get Jonathan Brooks? I mean, well, and again, here's the stupidity of the Cowboys. They're lusting after this guy virtually, and somebody went and got him because you sat there on your hands and didn't make a move for a running back that could become your franchise running back that you could groom behind Zeke Elliott if you're going to bring him back. And boom, there you go. It's like a look to the future. Look a little further out than like all in right now. Think about being all in down the road, man. And I think that's one of the biggest swings and misses of the whole offseason for the Cowboys.
Look, it would have been great to have Jay Brooks there, and that's, an alternate universe, right? If the Panthers don't draft Jonathan Brooks 10 picks before the Cowboys' second-round pick, would the Cowboys have taken him if he was still on the board? Reports were saying yes, but with the Cowboys' ignorance of that position, I have no idea if those reports are true. Look, I'm not mad that the Cowboys didn't trade up to get Jonathan Brooks because, I get your logic, and there are some Cowboys fans right now who are like, dude, punt on this year. Like, Dak's not the guy. Yeah. McCarthy's not the guy. This core clearly can't get the job done in the playoffs. Like, let's just rebuild. Let's tear this thing down and start over. And if that's the case, then yeah, Jonathan Brooks, I think, could make sense as a guy who could be a really quality running back in this league for 5 or 6 years. But because he's coming off that ACL injury, and because the Panthers are saying he's not going to play until, I don't know, week 3 or week 4 this year, like, I think the Cowboys should still be all in. I hate even using Jerry's verbiage because they're not all in. But the Cowboys should be trying to win now because they won 12 games in a row the last 3 years. So I'm not as mad that they didn't make the move to get Jonathan Brooks, although I would have rooted like hell for him if he was on Dallas. I'm mad that they didn't spend any draft pick on a running back. Like, there were plenty of dudes available in the second round, even though Brooks was off the board. There were plenty of dudes available in the third round, but they ended up taking Maris Lufau, who felt like a major reach, according to the Mel Kipers of the world. They could have gotten a good running back in the fourth round. Like, the bigger issue to me is not that they didn't make the trade to get Brooks. The bigger issue was there were a lot of solid running backs they could have gotten in the mid rounds, and they instead brought Zeke Elliott back and thought that was the right thing to do. And it's like, dude, any running back you would have drafted in round 3 or 4 would be your number one back right now without question. And Maris Lufau, who you did take in round 3, like, might be your 4th or 5th best linebacker right now. So, that's my bigger issue is they just completely ignored that spot, and they had 5 or 6 months to address it.
And what scares me about kind of that point right there that you made, because I talked to a lot of Cowboy fans, and I see Cowboy folks that talk about the let it bottom out, let it rebuild, let them all go, whatever. Let's start over. And it's like that works. I would be comfortable with that idea if it was not what we've been talking about since 8 o'clock this morning. We're 32 minutes in here, and we're still talking about the same problem. Is the way this franchise gets constructed, and the evolution of it just seems to not progress. I mean, you're sitting in status quo all the time. You're signing cast-offs, you're signing journeymen, and you end up with contract stuff right here, and that's why when we say start over and rebuild, it's like you can't just bottom the season out and boom, let's lay the foundation is there, let's start building upward, because they just don't know how to do that. And until the team is sold, until there's a different general manager or a general manager in place that has full control of player personnel and development with a head coach, this is what we're going to get. So please don't bottom out, because when you bottom out, you're going to be bottomed out for a while, a long while.
Tanner says Jerry won't rebuild. He might die before it gets finished. I don't think that guy's ever going to die. So,
he looks better every year.
I was going to say, part of me thinks it could be a 30-year rebuild, and some would argue it already has been, but Jerry will still see the whole thing. So we'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line 512-222-9328. I will give the Cowboys credit. We did start this segment giving them credit. Trade for Jordan Phillips, the signing of Carl Lawson, all of that has happened since last night. A couple of nice moves, a couple of depth additions to the defensive line, guys that should contribute in some form or fashion here in 2024. So, but of course, anytime you talk about the Cowboys, it's got to devolve into why haven't they figured this thing out? Anyways. We'll get more into the NFL. We've got some other big headlines from around the league. We've got some Texas football to talk about, some Vegas odds for the upcoming SEC season. But before any of that, we'll give some shout outs to some of our sponsors. We'll start with Sue Patrick. I'm rocking the National Champions Texas volleyball shirt this morning. They've got these bad boys at Sue Patrick. This is the official locker room shirt. This is the shirt all of the players were wearing on the court after the Longhorns won the Natty a few months ago. Sue Patrick's got the best selection of Longhorn gear in the city of Austin. And hey, if you don't live in the city of Austin, you can shop online at SuePatrick.com. They will ship it all over the country. They've got free shipping on orders over $49, and the shipping is fast. So if you're thinking, man, I need a new Longhorn shirt by the time the first football game gets here in a couple of weeks, dude, they'll have it to you in plenty of time. So gear up for the season. All of the SEC gear that you need, the shirts, the hats, the jackets, the polos. They've got the schedule glasses that look awesome. They've got the golf accessories, the grilling accessories, the luggage, like any Longhorn thing you could think of. They've got it. 5222 Burnett Road. That's the address. Plenty of free parking there if you live in the city. But once again, go shop online, SuePatrick.com, and get ready for the season. And now, how about a word from our man, Tom McKay, Double R?
That's right.
Not only Tom McKay, but the kid on a Throwback Thursday. Here we go.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
I got this, Dad. This is Camilla McKay, and my dad can help with any TV or stereo needs you have around your house. Just call him, and he will come to you with advice and a great price. And the guys that work for him are awesome. They can install anything, anywhere. So, like my dad says, just relax and smile. We handle all the work.
So just give us a call at 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Yes, indeed.
I like it.
Love that commercial. Love AV Consultations.
You know, every time I hear that commercial, and I'll purposely play it because I've got an old laptop. I think the other day we were kind of texting about some laptops. The one that I said that I don't know, it may work or it can't. If I can get it to work, I go in there, and it's like when I was first learning how to use a mixer and learning how to use all these different things way back when. And I've got recordings in there where I would sit down with my girls when they were like little, and they sounded just like that. Where we're talking about like Disney things. I think we even talk about the Dallas Cowboys had lost in the playoffs that year. I think that even came up, and and you go back and you listen to that, and it's like, damn, they grew up, and I'm getting old.
Yeah. They grow up so fast, huh?
They grow up so fast. They leave the nest and then come right back.
Yeah. So and they keep asking you for more money. No matter how old they get, they're always going to ask for more money.
That with Sue Patrick, I got to tell you, man, that is the best apparel you're going to find. And I'll say that, I'll tell you that whether they are a sponsor or not, because you go to these box stores and you look at some of this stuff and it's like, yeah, you get stuff with a Longhorn logo on it, whatever. You can go online, all these different spots and Google Texas Longhorn merchandise and find this stuff. But it's like, man, the authentic, unique stuff. That's what I like about that place. Not to mention you can park right at the front door, but that's the place to get your Texas merchandise. I mean, if you're a real Longhorn fan, that's the stuff that you need to be rocking.
Well said, my friend. And the place you need to get your Slurpees is 7-Eleven.
Oh.
They're the only place that has the Slurpee. They're the only place that has the Big Gulp. They're the only place that can claim being the best convenience store in the world. So make sure you go see our guy Ashish at 7-Eleven, or go to any 7-Eleven. You know what they've got. They've got the fresh, hot foods. They've got the prepackaged snacks. They've got the Slurpees. They've got the Big Gulps. They've got the beer. They've got whatever you need to get you through your day, through your week, through your summer, through your year, all over the world. More than 84,000 locations of the best convenience store in the world. Make sure y'all download that 7-Eleven app as well. Sign up for the 7 Rewards program. You're going to get great deals. You're going to get some free stuff every time you go in to 7-Eleven. All right, Double R. Let's shift gears. We'll get back to the NFL because we've got some major headlines from the National Football League that have surfaced over the last 24 hours. But let's talk some college football. And hey, you and I will be in Vegas.
That's right.
At this time next week, thanks to our friends at Circa Resort and Casino. We'll tell you a little bit more about them later in the show. But we've got some Vegas odds for the upcoming college football season. And the first two categories we're going to look at have to do with the SEC. So some good news if you're a Texas Longhorn fan. We're going to start with the quarterbacks here. The Vegas odds for the passing yards leader in the SEC in 2024, Carson Beck is the favorite at Georgia. He's 3-2. He was the SEC leader in passing in 2023. He's obviously back for another season. We know Georgia's the number one team in the country, so no surprise that he's the favorite. But right behind him at 2-1 is Texas quarterback Quinn Ewers.
Mm-hmm.
Jackson Dart is third. Brady Cook at Mizzou is fourth. Garrett Nussmeier at LSU is fifth. So Quinn Ewers right there with Carson Beck as one of the favorites to lead the SEC in passing this year. If I asked you, Double R, giving you $100 to make a bet, you could put money down on any of these SEC quarterbacks. Who do you think leads this conference in passing this season?
I'm going to our guy. I'm going to Quinn Ewers. I mean, especially as this running back room continues to deplete itself, you have to know that that's the thing about it. As the running back room starts to fall apart a little bit, and you're having to put pieces together and try to find out who's going to help that room out. What you're seeing and everything that I'm seeing is that wide receiver room continues to strengthen with the additions and so forth. So I'm going heavily on Ewers right now. And then on top of that, I mean, Quinn Ewers seems to be is really. I'm proud of this guy as he's grown into himself and become a really good leader of this football team. And I saw something on the 4letternetwork.com yesterday where they were ranking the top 100 players in college football, and Quinn Ewers came in at number 23. At number 23. So them bombs right there, it may have a little more pizzazz in them now. For a couple of different reasons. I'm going with our guy.
Yeah.
Our guy will lead.
That's a great point, right? With the lack of depth in this Texas running back room, I think there are a lot of folks who think more of a burden is going to fall on Ewers. And look, I would still caution people saying that. Like, Quinn Ewers has to have a great year. Your quarterback always has to have a great year if you're going to compete for a championship. That's just how this sport works in 2024. But Steve Sarkisian, in every year he's been a head coach except for one, his teams have run the ball more than they've thrown the ball. And even without C.J. Baxter, and even without Christian Clark, I still think that's what Steve Sarkisian wants to do. Now, hey, if Jaden Blue, I'm not even going to say it. Let's just say he's not very good. I won't even say the other thing I was thinking about saying because I don't want to get blamed if something happens to him. But if Jaden Blue's not that great or this offensive line isn't as good as we think it is in terms of blocking for the run, then all right, you got to do what you got to do as an offense. You got to find a way to score points. And if that's passing the ball 40 times a game, if that's going full Mike Leach and that's your offense, then do it. But in Steve Sarkisian's mind and in Kyle Flood's mind, they still want to be a run-first type of team. So I still think this team is going to run the ball. But despite saying that, look, Quinn Ewers had almost 3,500 yards passing last year. And Texas Jonathan Brooks for most of the season. Looking at Quinn Ewers' numbers compared to the SEC quarterbacks last year, Quinn would have been third in the conference behind Carson Beck, who once again led the league in passing, and then Jaden Daniels, who won the Heisman Trophy at LSU. Daniels is obviously off to the NFL. So Quinn Ewers, despite being in a different conference, despite not being as good as we expect him to be this year, still put up some numbers that would have stacked up with the best quarterbacks in the Southeastern Conference. So I don't think that's a bad bet. I'd take the favorite. I know that's a cop-out. I'd go Carson Beck because I think Georgia's going undefeated this season, and I think Carson Beck's really freaking good. But man, with all of the weapons that Quinn Ewers has at his disposal, all of the receivers that Texas has, I mean, you can make a strong case that the Longhorns have the best wide receiver room in the conference, and it is year 3 in this offense for Quinn Ewers. And Texas does, everybody does, but Texas gets to take advantage of the in-helmet communication, which I think your dividends when you've got an offensive mind like Steve Sarkisian on the sideline. I think there are plenty of reasons that you should be optimistic that Quinn Ewers can lead this conference in passing this season. And man, if he can get close to 4,000 yards instead of the near 3,500 that he had, that means this offense has taken another step.
Yeah. And because I mean, last year Beck almost 4,000 yards, really dadgum close to 4,000 yards for him last year. And I think it would be a little bit of a stretch, but I mean, with Jackson Dart, Ole Miss, man, the more that I read and research these SEC teams, it's like, man, Ole Miss is starting to kind of really worry me in a lot of different ways. But I mean, with Jackson Dart, the 3,400 yards last year, so I think the bottom line is right here. You look at, well, two bottom lines for me. Number one, everything that we look at previewing college football this year is Georgia, Texas, Georgia. It seems like, I mean, whether it's SEC titles or national championships or now quarterbacks, and we'll get to running backs here in a little bit and so forth.
Yeah.
But I mean, with Jackson Dart, I mean, that's another guy, 23 touchdowns last year, only 5 interceptions. The SEC has some real damn good quarterbacks in it. That's why, it's quarterback league right here.
Ole Miss is awesome, man. Like
Yeah,
they absolutely worry me. And look, everyone is kind of tiered the SEC. That's just what people do, right? And everyone is like, man, Georgia and Texas are that top tier. And then it's like, all right, everybody else kind of files in after that. I think Ole Miss and maybe Alabama too are like, what do you do? We're not going to let Texas come in here and be a top tier team. They're not going to come in here and be better than us. If I'm Ole Miss, if I'm Lane Kiffin, I'm like, dude, we're coming off of a great season, our best year in program history. We hit the portal hard. We've got a bunch of guys back from last year, and they don't think we're as good as these teams. Yeah. And they think we're 4th in this conference this year. I think there's some obvious bulletin board material out there with Ole Miss. And yeah, if Jackson Dart, like looking at this from an NFL draft standpoint, there is no clear-cut number 1 quarterback in the 2025 draft. Like we knew Caleb Williams was that guy going into his last year in college football. Now every year, look, no one thought Jane Daniels was going to be the number 2 pick. That guy came out of nowhere. He's not gay, I don't think. I don't know why I said that gay. That guy came out of nowhere, so he's
a commander. He commands. Yeah.
That's well done. That's well done. But yeah, like there's going to be somebody who steps up. But this year, it's like, man, anybody has an opportunity to be QB1. And like Carson Beck's obviously in that mix. Quinn's in that mix. Jackson Dart's in that mix. You could talk about Shedeur Sanders at Colorado. Like with a great college season, you got a shot to win the Heisman Trophy, of course, because that's become a QB award. And you've got a shot to be 1-1. Jackson Dart's in that mix to me. I don't know if I'd give him the odds that I'd give some of those other guys to do all of that, but he's a guy that if he really does put it together and Ole Miss is a college football playoff team this year, then big things could be coming his way. I don't think that's the most far-fetched thought in the world, too, to peg Jackson Dart as that dude.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, I'm extremely high on that dude and on that team now. Scary. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's kind of an understatement right there. They are a little under the radar. And it, I mean, that's just part of playing in the SEC and with Texas and Georgia. I mean, that they are the top tier, but I mean, these guys are right there underneath them. And the other part of that, when talking about the quarterback class, you know, this year's college football quarterback class, it's a lot of really good quarterbacks to where you look at last year's crop and how about a first week NFL preseason week for this quarterback, the guys that just got drafted, man, those dudes were all showing out. Of course, one of them, we'll get to that later, but yeah, you definitely have Beck and Ewers, but I think it is that running back situation, and depending how it all works out, depending what happens with Jaden Blue and who becomes that second guy. If you're going to go to the 2 back, if you're going to bring a big tight end over or move somebody over to kind of be, you know, that fullback type attack or whatever you're going to do there. I think the probability of Quinn throwing closer to 4,000 yards is extremely high right now.
Yeah, I think a lot of people agree with you. And we'll transition because our next odds that we're going to look at from our friends out in Vegas, SEC rushing yards leader for the upcoming season. So I don't know if you've looked at these. I don't think I sent these to you. Maybe you found them on your own, Double R. But if I were to ask you right now, the SEC rushing yards leader, and I'll give you the first team running backs in the SEC preseason poll. You had Trevor Etienne at Georgia, who of course is the Florida transfer. And you've got Jarquez Hunter, the Auburn running back. Those were the 2 RBs on the first team. Obviously, CJ Baxter was on the second team. We know he's out for the year, so he can't be in this conversation anymore. But if I were to ask you to give a name or at least to give a team that's going to lead the SEC in rushing this year, who would you go with?
Hunter Jarquez Hunter was going to be my guess, and I didn't see him. Full disclosure, I didn't see him. I looked for him this morning and I couldn't find him. I would say him, and then I don't know why Etienne is. We're talking about passing with Carson Beck. I don't know why still I think that Etienne could factor into this also.
I'm going to let you know that Jarquez Hunter is tied for second
nice.
with Jam Miller the starting running back at Alabama. Those guys are both at 8-1. And then Trevor Etienne is 10-1. The current Vegas favorite to lead the SEC in rushing, Jaden Blue.
Jaden Blue.
7-1.
Wow.
From our friends at Circa Sportsbook.
That's surprising yet not surprising, because I said all along, if you were going to have this two-headed rushing attack, that you were probably going to have a couple of guys in the Texas backfield, 600 to 800 yards apiece. But now solely the focus is going to be on Jaden Blue. It's going to, you get a 1,300 to 1,500 yard season for him. And yes, he will lead the SEC in rushing. And that high probability of that as well.
Well, look, there are arguments for both sides, right? Like, I made one of the arguments a few moments ago when I said Steve Sarkisian loves running the football. Like, even in years where he hasn't had a bona fide number one running back going into the season, he usually runs it more than he throws it. So he's not going to change his identity as a play caller and as an offensive mind just because CJ Baxter is out for the season. There's your first argument. Another argument, Texas has a great offensive line. Another argument, look at Texas last year, right? Jonathan Brooks didn't start the season, but he ended up being one of the favorites to win the Doak Walker Award, and maybe he would have won that award if he didn't tear his ACL against TCU later in the year. So people look at what Sark has done in the past with running backs, and even in years where he hasn't had that like 5-star proven commodity like a Bijan Robinson, he's still been able to get a ton of production out of his tailbacks. And he's had a 1,000-yard rusher pretty much every year he's been an offensive coach in college football. So all of those things lead you to believe that Jaden Blue could do this. And oh, by the way, like, if CJ Baxter was healthy, I wouldn't think either of those two guys had a chance to lead the SEC in rushing, because they were going to split carries. And both guys could have had great seasons, but it felt like those dudes were going to be splitting carries to the point where neither one of them was going to lead the conference in rushing. Yeah, maybe one of them could have eclipsed 1,000 yards, but would they have gotten to that 1,400 number that you brought up? Probably not. So a lot going for Jaden Blue here, but the obvious thing going against him is he's never done this. Yeah. I mean, we're talking about a guy with 65 career college carries. Yeah. We're talking about a guy with 398 career yards in his college career. And that's, he didn't play his first year, but he's been here for 2 years, and he's got less than 400 career total yards. And we're saying he's going to all of a sudden get to 1,300 or 1,400 in one season. Yeah. Like, that's the big if. As much as I love Jaden Blue, and before CJ Baxter got hurt, I said I think Jaden Blue's the best running back that Texas has. But that's a lot for a guy who's never been a bell cow to say, hey, dude, you're going to need to get 20 to 25 carries a game just like that. And boom, we think you're going to be the best tailback in the best league in the country. That is a major, major ask.
What I will say about that is the limited time and the limited carries. What I am extremely happy about is the fact that last year, when he got the bulk of those, it was in games that mattered, when he needed to make plays. I mean, in some instances, when Texas trailed is when these guys came in, or Jaden Blue at this point, because that's really the guy we're focusing on right now. So the time that he has had has been quality time not against SEC teams, not against SEC competition, but in games that really matter. And I'm on that same logic with you, to where it was, I don't want anybody to get hurt. I mean, but the thing is, if it was going to happen before the season, I would want to start the season knowing that I'm going to have Jaden Blue all season. I'm just his style. I just think his style of running is better. And the whole caveat to this, as I say it time after time, BK, you win these games in the trenches. And this offensive line, man, this is the key cog to me on this offense. We could talk about the guys on the outside, the guy running under center or running out of the shotgun, but this offensive line will dominate, and they will open up holes for this dude to run. And while he hasn't done it before, I think everything is set up right there for him to do it.
Yeah, and Jaden Blue's incredibly confident. Earlier in the offseason, he was telling people that this is a contract year for him, right? He's going into his redshirt sophomore season. That's his third year of college ball. That means he will be draft eligible in 2025. So now the spotlight's going to be on him. He could do what Jonathan Brooks did, right?
Yep.
Jonathan Brooks went from a 3-star out of high school to, look, Texas fans knew who Jonathan Brooks was going into last year, but I don't know how many NFL teams had Jay Brooks on their radar. And all of a sudden, he has such a great year that he is the first running back drafted in April. So, look, I don't know if the probability of that happening again, right? Lightning striking twice in the same spot with Jaden Blue is that high, but that's his mindset. Like that's not like, oh, Texas fans are saying, no, that's Jaden Blue himself before the Baxter injury saying, hey, this is it. Like, I want to be an NFL player next year. And Jaden Blue's smart enough to know that the only way that happens is if he has a great college year this year. So, man, he had a great couple of great games. The Texas Tech game, he was awesome. Went for $121. Hell, everybody was awesome in that 50-point beatdown over Yormark U. Did some decent things against Washington. Obviously lost a fumble, which was costly. But he showed some things in the last 4 games of the year when his role did increase. But, man, like as high as I am on this Texas team, that's if you're giving me $100 to go spend in Vegas, which my Venmo is at. No, I don't do that. I'm not putting it on Jaden Blue leading the SEC in rushing. Like if he was 20-1, then okay, cool. I'll take the long shot. But the fact that he's the favorite right now, like I'm sorry, I need better odds with the fact that this dude just hasn't done it before. I need a lot better odds than that to throw my easy earned money on that double R.
And that just tells you the mindset right now of what people's thoughts are of the Texas Longhorns. That you have an unproven guy that is now you're throwing him out to lead the SEC in rushing.
Yeah,
Texas, Georgia, this whole thing that we were just talking about. That is how and damn it, it's about time. It's about time that we have this expectation. Is what it is. And it is a contract year for him. We were talking about quarterbacks coming out, in next year's NFL draft, even though the NFL has devalued running back so much. There's not really anybody there that blows you off the map. It is a situation like last year to where if you can have an extremely productive season, Texas ends up in the college football playoff or a national championship game or wins a national championship game, for crying out loud, you will be getting some nice checks when you get to the next level.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, look, there's going to be some good running backs in the 2025 draft. Like Ollie Gordon will probably go. Quinshon Judkins at Ohio State will probably go. Hell, both Ohio State running backs will probably go. Yeah. Boise State's got a kid who's really talented. Donovan Edwards, who Texas will see at Michigan. Like, there's a lot of names there at running back, but there's always a lot of names at running back. And I think if Jaden Blue does end up leading the SEC in rushing and Texas does those things that you just mentioned, then he's got a shot to be in the mix. I don't think it'll be like Bijan Robinson where he's a top 10 pick. I don't think it'll be like a Jahmyr Gibbs situation where he'll be a first-round pick. But Jaden Blue with a really good year can be a day 2 pick in the NFL draft. And that would be great. If you tell any Longhorn fan right now that Jaden Blue is going to be drafted in the 2nd or 3rd round this year, that means the Texas run game was really good. And that means, Jaden Blue was great. And you didn't miss CJ Baxter or Christian Clark as much as maybe you thought you did when the injuries happened in August.
Yeah. And to Kyle's point right here, I mean, you like read my mind here, Kyle Lindley, because I mean, with everything that you have over on the outside and with what we think we're going to get from Quinn Ewers that we were just talking about, you fall back, which again, Sark's mode of attack is the running game. So I say fall back very loosely, but you start doing stuff on the outside and you start having those threats on the outside, and what Ewers can do right there, that offensive line really is the key. Those guys, senior led, I mean, they will win the line of scrimmage in the majority of their contests, and get that dude the ball and just pound that thing. Pound.
They have to. They have to win up front. And I bring this up all the time. I'll bring it up to you again. I know Bucky's probably tired of hearing me say it. Phil Steele rated Texas's offensive line as the 2nd best in the country. Yep. It has to be.
It does.
It has to be a top 5 O-line in the country, and there's no reason it won't be, right? Now, you've got 4 starters back from last year. Yeah, Christian Jones was very good. He's an NFL draft pick. That's a big loss at right tackle, but you're replacing him with a mountain of a man in Cam Williams, who is a highly touted recruit who's been a part of the program for a couple of years, who should be ready to go. But you've got a top 5 pick at left tackle. You've got a 4-year starter at center. You've got a 5-star at right guard. You've got an experienced player at left guard. Like, this is year 3 for those 4 dudes as starting offensive linemen, and they were very good last year. They need to be one of the best in the country. If they're not, then yeah, you're going to miss CJ Baxter, and this Texas team won't do what it did last year. But if they are, then Texas has a shot to be even better this year. And look, these Vegas odds, like the overall overarching thought here, Double R, like Texas fans don't make Vegas odds. And Vegas doesn't just like to give away money, right? Those casinos don't build themselves.
Yeah, that's right.
They love to, they want your money. They're not going to give away free odds here. Vegas is telling you that your expectations for the Texas offense should not change. Yeah. Just because you lost a preseason all-conference running back and because you lost another running back in the span of 7 days, Vegas is telling you that, no, this should still be one of the best offenses in the SEC. And if it is, it will be one of the best offenses in college football. So, like, I know there are some Texas fans wondering, what's this offense going to look like? And there's some Texas fans probably bracing their Twitter fingers for the excuse of, well, if we had CJ Baxter, we would. It shouldn't be that. You should still be a top 10 scoring offense. You should still be one of the most dynamic offenses because you've got a 3-year starter Heisman candidate at quarterback, because of the O-line that we talked about, because of all of the receivers you have, and because, oh, by the way, Jaden Blue's still very good, and you've got Trey Wisner, who should be solid as well. Like, this should still be one of the best offenses in the country. That's not burnt orange Kool-Aid drinkers telling you that. That is national folk telling you that you should not be lowering your hopes and dreams for this Texas football season because of one injury.
And I think that's where a lot of Texas PTSD has finally started to set in, because in years past, it would be like, I would see stuff and expectations and predictions and stuff for this football team. And it's like, there's no way. I mean, there's no way. That's way too optimistic. Take the burnt orange, Ray-Bans off. You're seeing things totally wrong. But now it's like when you see stuff like this and you see the national stuff. Oh, by the way, the number 1 defensive line or offensive line in Phil Steele, Georgia, back to Georgia, Texas, Georgia. Now it's like when folks see this, to where it's the other narrative. It's the people that we didn't care about before, when they're telling you how good you are and how the expectations that are being set for you. That's where now all of a sudden we're like, oh, hold on. Hang on. And I think that may have been from the past, where we set those expectations that you just couldn't meet. But now that's where this program is in such a different place. Such a different place right now. National power. I don't think you can say you're a national power quite yet. Yeah. Damn it. The table's set for you to establish yourself as one now, man.
Well, this is the next test. Yeah, it's the next test for Texas football. Like the last time Texas had a really good season and they had high expectations going into the following season, they shit the bed.
Exactly.
Pardon my French. Now, look, Texas wasn't a preseason team preseason top 5 team in 2019, coming off of that Sugar Bowl win in 2018. But like, that was a 10-win team that beat Georgia. Speaking of Georgia, in the Sugar Bowl, we know what Sam Ehlinger said on the podium after that game during the post-game celebration. And Texas was a preseason top 10 team the following year, and the Longhorns were terrible. So it's felt like every time the Longhorns have had an ounce of success in the last decade and change, they've let it get to their heads and they haven't been able to build on it. This does feel different. And look, 2023 was a lot better than 2018. Far and away the best year Texas has had since playing for a national title in early 2010. So I think there's a lot of things that give you more confidence that this time around will be different. But that's the next step. Like, if you want to beat Georgia, if you want to beat Alabama, which who doesn't want to beat Georgia or Alabama? Those have been the preeminent teams in this sport for the last decade. You've got to put it together in back-to-back years. You've got to be able to lose double-digit players to the NFL and still be exactly where you were last year. You've got to be able to lose coaches from your coaching staff and still do what you did last year, because that happens all the time to the elite programs in this sport. and they bounce back like it's nothing. That's what Texas fans want Texas to be. That's what the expectation, I think, should be. And that's the next thing for Texas to prove is that last year wasn't a fluke. And it's not going to be another 10 or 15 years before they have a good year like that. Hell, it's not going to be another 2 or 3 years before they have a good year like that. This is going to be the norm. That's what people expect. When you start the year number 4, it's where you should be. That's what hopefully happens with this team. They've just got to go out there and prove that they can do it.
Yeah, in the past, Texas fans, myself included, would put this team, whatever rendition of it, whatever head coach, whatever regime, would put themselves into conversations that they didn't need to be a part of. Still thinking back to 2005 and 2009 and all of that time. And I really think last year, and I mean, look, if you go back and you look, I think things really flipped with the win in Tuscaloosa. That was on a huge stage. You go and you beat Nick, and you go and you beat Alabama. You can really go back and look at that. I looked at that game pretty rational when it happened, still saying, man, that Alabama offense kind of a shambles right now. I mean, you had a quarterback that wasn't, you didn't know if that was going to be Alabama's quarterback, whatever, but you went and you did the unthinkable, and that really seemed, and then Texas finished the season out and lived up to the expectation. And now that is the expectation, and everything is there. It's just the different thing is now, and having watched this program for years, I really feel that everything is there to keep it going. Yep. We talk about class of 25. We talk about class of 26. You're building, you're reloading to get to that expectation. Finally.
Yep. Finally. You're right. And Sark's got to prove it too, because he's coming off of his best year as a head coach. So can he do it in back-to-back seasons? I think most Longhorn fans are confident, but remains to be seen. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line 512-222-9328. If you're just joining us, Jaden Blue, the Vegas favorite to lead the SEC in rushing in 2024. And Quinn Ewers is second, right behind Carson Beck in terms of best odds to lead the SEC in passing for the upcoming season. All right, we'll have some fun. We've got a first pitch video to show the people. We also have something that Tennessee is doing, and I wonder if Texas is going to do, and I wonder if a number of teams across the college football landscape are going to do moving forward. We'll talk about that. We'll get back into Longhorn football and back into the NFL more in hour 2. But before any of that, Double R, do you have any of your live read copy in front of you?
I got him, my man. I got him.
I'll let you take us wherever you want to take us then.
Like BK mentioned, next week at this time, we are in Vegas. Circa Resort and Casino. Let me tell you, friends, the NFL season right around the corner. We're in preseason. Before you know it, it's going to be time for opening Thursday. 2 massive NFL contests there at Circa Millions or Circa Survivor contest. You have to register on site. You have to register there in Vegas. Like we've been talking about this morning, we're going to be there Thursday and Friday. Come on up, sign up then. The beauty of it is when you sign up there, then you come home and you can play from wherever you are. You can go to Mexico, go to the beach, go to Canada, and you can play there as long as you went and signed up there at Circa Resort. Stay there. It's the biggest sports book in the world, and it's also the best one. Come see us. Yep. It's going to be a grand time out there. How about a quick word? We'll let our friends at Circa tell you a little bit more about what's going on at Circa Resort and Casino.
Biggest pro football contests in Vegas are back. Circa Survivor and Circa Million are now up to a record $16 million in guaranteed prizes. 2 ways to win and no rate. Circa Survivor contestants select 1 team each week with no point spread. Last the longest to win it all with $10 million guaranteed. In Circa Million, make 5 picks against the spread each week for your share of $6 million guaranteed through quarterly and full season payouts. Enter in Nevada. Play from anywhere. Visit circasports.com for details.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Can't wait.
Gonna be good stuff.
It's gonna be great stuff. Excited to be out there bringing you live shows next Thursday and Friday. Shout out to Circa. Shout out to centextickets.com. We are 16 days away from the Texas football season opener. If you want to be in the building at DKR when the Longhorns take on Colorado State, there's only one place you need to go to get your tickets. That is centextickets.com. And of course, it's not just the CSU game. They've got tickets to every Texas game, home and away, for the upcoming 2024 season. make sure you use the promo code SENDTEX10 at checkout. You're going to get 10% off. That's right. I don't know any other ticket sites that are giving out discounts like that. 10% off your purchase when you use the code SENDTEX10 at checkout over at SendTexTickets.com. Shout out to them. And also some love to our friends at Woods Comfort Systems. Something's wrong with your AC? Don't go through August thinking it's going to be okay. Oh, it's not that bad. I'll just have a couple
the fan
of
on. Let me turn the fan on.
Yeah, I'll turn the fan on. I'll go buy a couple of fans. I'll go buy a portable AC. No. That doesn't work in Austin. Y'all know that by now. Something's wrong with your AC unit. Call the experts at Woods Comfort Systems. They've been around Central Texas for almost 70 years. They're Bucky's age, and that guy's old as shit. So you know Woods Comfort Systems has been around the block a time or two. The experts at HVAC, the experts at plumbing as well. Give them a call, 512-842-5066. Once again, 512-842-5066, or you can find them online and get in contact with them there at woodscomfortsystems.com.
Yeah, man.
All right, Rodney.
Speaking of heat right quick, BK, you guys, please remember, I was actually out driving yesterday. I was doing some different things. Pull back into my neighborhood. It's 2:30, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. 101 degrees. I just looked down at my little thing there on the car, and I see people out. Look, I'm a dog guy. Don't be walking your dogs on the sidewalk when it's 101 degrees. Put your hand down there. If you burn your hand, it's too hot for your puppo.
That's interesting. So if you've got a dog, just walk them in the morning or walk them at night when it's a little cooler?
Or don't walk them at all.
Oh.
Well, usually the evening, I think, is a good time because, the thing about it is you can get you an all-stat, go out and walk your dog around. You have it in one of these cups. That's not what is in here this morning. Get you the all-stat beer and go out, take the puppo. But, man, it is way too hot for them puppos to be out in that heat.
That's just PSA right there.
That's just my PSA. Don't piss me off when it comes to pets.
Of course. Oh yeah, you're a huge pet lover, and I think I am too. Although I don't have any, so I'm not sure I can claim to be one. But I love other people's pets.
That's what I'm saying. They're like kids. You can love on them and have a good time with them, and then send their ass home. See you later.
Yeah, if they take a crap, that ain't my dog. I ain't picking that up. Sorry about that.
Yeah,
the dog's barking or crying. I'm not dealing with that. That's your dog. I don't need that responsibility. Good PSA. And I love that when you say that, my mind goes to, and we still don't have open container here. You can walk around with just a can of Altstat. You got to actually put it in some sort of Yeti or canister or something like that. What's the deal?
And then you notice that. I mean, you see people doing that, and it's painfully obvious what they're doing. I mean, they're like staggering, can't walk straight. I mean, it's like walking off the curb, tripping and falling. It's like, well, that's some really good Olipop there in that container right there, because it's staggering what that stuff will do to you. But isn't that crazy? It's like you go to different places around the country, and it's like you just see people walking around, just boozing it up, and it's like, that's okay here. It's like,
right.
How do we not do that? Hey, we don't have legalized gambling here, so that's a whole different story, I guess.
We can't have nice things here. Yeah. And every time I go to Bourbon Street in New Orleans, it's like, this is paradise here. Everyone's like, dude, it smells like shit. There's homeless people everywhere. Like, it's gross. I'm like, yeah, but you can walk around with a cold beer in your hands.
That's right.
And you can't get in trouble for it. Not a bad life. Not a bad life right there.
That's
All right. Funny video this morning. I don't know if you saw this, Double R, but before I show you, I'm going to ask you if you know who Machine Gun Kelly is.
I had to look it up. I had to look it up. I actually thought Machine Gun Kelly was a professional wrestler at first, but that just goes to show you exactly how behind the times I am. So I phoned a friend, and then I looked, and I figured out who Machine Gun Kelly is, and now Machine Gun Kelly is just doing stuff I've never seen.
Machine Gun Kelly, known as MGK, he's a rapper, I guess. He's a musical artist. And I'm sure people would put him in the hip hop genre, but anybody who's a fan of true hip hop would roll their eyes and be like, yeah, no, we don't claim this guy at all. But yeah, he's a very popular musical artist. He's got 9 million plus followers on Instagram. He's actually from Houston, which I did not realize until doing a Wikipedia search of him earlier this morning. But anyways, big enough name in the world of music that he got invited to throw out a first pitch at a Cleveland crisscross applesauce.
Yeah.
What do we call them?
Yeah, that's it.
Cleveland Guardians game.
Yeah.
I believe that's what they are nowadays, not the Commanders. Mm-hmm. And he did something like you said, Double R. I've never seen anyone do this with a first pitch. Now, look, everyone remembers 50 Cent, right? Like, we've seen people absolutely whiff on a first pitch. Most people remember my first pitch attempt, and I've thrown 2 in my life. I was going to ask
you about those. I was going to are you nervous? I mean, which was worse? Which was I would imagine the first one, but I'd be so afraid to embarrass myself because I know I probably would.
Dude, I'm Chuck Knobloch. I've got the yips now. Like I want to throw another first pitch to redeem myself from the first 2, but I'm in my own head. I'm terrified that I'm going to one down myself and be even worse. Like, it won't be third time's the charm. It'll be third time's the same for me.
Yeah.
So I bounced one. It's so funny too. I bounced one at a Round Rock Express game, and Pete Cosma was the guy who caught my rolling first pitch. And then a couple of days later, he got cut from the team.
Nice.
And then when I was in Houston, I got to throw a first pitch at a Sugarland Space Cowboys game, their AAA affiliate, and I airmailed it. So I overcompensated. I was so worried about spiking it again that I threw it way over the catcher's head. You know who the catcher was? It was Corey Lee, who got traded to the White Sox the week after I threw out that first pitch. Not only do I suck at throwing first pitches, I'm also ruining guys' lives every time I throw a first pitch. One dude lost his job, and the other guy got shipped off to the worst franchise in baseball right now.
If I see you coming out and I'm behind the plate for that ceremonial thing, I'm like, man, can I be done? Can I get me out of here?
Somebody else do this. Get the mascot out here to catch this one.
So when you're walking out to do that, and again, this is something where, I mean, I'm totally comfortable talking to a big crowd, like at a car race or football, whatever the case is. But like when you're walking out to do this, do you like to look up and see, wow, there's a lot of people here? You kind of keep your head down, you're looking straight, or man, I'd be afraid I'd look in the crowd and then it's total screw up after that.
With all due respect to our friends at the Round Rock Express and folks down in Sugarland, not massive crowds. Like 20 minutes before first pitch of a random minor league baseball game.
Yeah.
So that shouldn't have bothered me. I know my mistake the second time was I didn't stop when I got to the mound. I walked out. I was pumping up the crowd after they introduced me on the loudspeaker, making a total fool of myself. And then I literally just got up there, picked up the ball, and just chucked it. Like, I didn't take a deep breath. I didn't zero in on Corey Lee's target. I just went up there and just spazzed out and whiffed. So first time around, I don't remember exactly what my mindset was. I do know I had a bet with the Our Take girls. Rest in peace to that show. And I had to wear an OU shirt. There were two rules. I had to throw it 65 and I had to throw a strike. And I threw it 65. I got to that number, but I didn't throw a strike. So I had to wear an OU shirt leaving the field, and I had to take some pictures with it. So I think that was probably more painful because it involved me losing a bet. But both of them were bad, like just really, really bad. So look, people are like me. People are like 50 Cent. It happens. People just they short arm it. They get nervous. They don't have any baseball experience, whatever the excuse is. Sadly, I didn't have that last one for me. But they'll at least try, I think. Yeah. MGK did something earlier this week that I've never seen before. There's no sound, so we could talk while he's doing this. He's on the mound, and instead of throwing it to the Guardians player who's clearly waiting for the pitch, he runs to the right side of the mound and just chunks the ball into the stands.
Yeah. I've never seen anything like that. For one thing, that's a horrible stretch. I don't think he was going to his pants might fall off, but yeah, into the crowd. And when I see this, my first thought was, man, I hope somebody didn't get pinged up there. You know how that stuff goes. If you're into one of those, $12 beers and boom, here comes a ball, because you're not expecting that. I've never seen anything like that before.
Yeah, first pitch. I mean, you're almost never expecting a foul ball to be coming your way, right? Like,
exactly.
There are 40 to 50,000 seats in these ballparks. What are the odds that a foul ball is going to go right to you, right? But yeah, like you said, first pitch, you're just getting to your seat. You've got your nachos. You've got a cold beer. You're just like, I'm going to settle down here and enjoy my food before the game starts. And all of a sudden, some guy is just chunking a ball at you. Now, based on MGK's reaction, like he's pointing after he throws the ball and it lands in the stands. He's like pointing in celebration. So it seems like someone caught the ball. No one got hurt here. I don't think he'd be celebrating, clapping his hands if someone got injured on this.
Yeah.
But like that, well, clearly trying to get attention, and it worked because we're talking about it on some radio show in Austin. But that's a unique one and a bad one from MGK.
Just kind of runs off over there. Just tosses that thing up into the crowd. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I honestly didn't know who this guy was. Like I said, I had heard of him, and I'm sure it's one of those guys where before long he'll be on the CMA Awards, the Country Music Awards is kind of the way that works. Those people all gravitate over there, it seems like. But a very first pitch like that. Yeah, that still though that wind up is like, yikes.
Well, now that I've watched this a few times, I am more focused on the umpires, if you will, like the 4 mascot costumes that are behind the catcher.
Mm-hmm.
What do we have going on there? We've got are those all? We got 3 hot dogs, maybe.
Yeah, that's hot dog. What's that purple thing? Is it that?
I don't know. Maybe that's the Guardians' regular mascot. It's like
guess.
Some gritty looking thing, or Victor E. Green, if you're a fan of the Dallas Stars. Like he's some furry big mascot. Maybe that's the Guardians' normal guy, and he's just wearing a purple blazer. But then you've got 3 hot dogs, 1 mustard, I think, 1 ketchup, and then 1 just woman with just wearing clothes, no toppings, holding a purse.
Just bare. She's just bare. I don't know. Maybe this was like in coordination with some kind of maybe it's dollar hot. Well, I doubt $1. Maybe it was a cheaper hot dog night at the Cleveland whatever game. Yeah, but what's with the hot dog?
Yeah, that one I couldn't quite figure out. I didn't even notice that the first couple of times I watched that. That probably should have been the first thing that I noticed.
Yeah.
But there you go. There's a new first pitch unlocked, I guess. I hope this isn't a trend.
Oh, you know it will. You know it will be. It's like it happens one time, and then over and over and over, and it's going to go on until somebody gets beamed. Then it's like, all right, enough of that shit. Let's figure out something different.
Well, now somebody's got to one up this, right? Because that's what everybody does. I always think of gender reveals, right? When people make those gender reveal videos, and it feels like they're always trying to do the most ridiculous thing possible to one up any idea that's ever been done before. Those are hilarious, by the way. Keep doing those. You'll never see me doing one of those. And if you're my friend, I'll think a lot less of you if you do one of those. But I'm glad people do those because it gives us content for the shows. But maybe the next guy is he just turns it and chunks it to center field. Yeah. Or he just throws it into the dugout or something. Or he tries to hit somebody intentionally. Like you say.
Well, here's a tidbit that I didn't know. A 512 number on the Coda text line, 222-9328. MG Kelly must be gifted. He's been with Megan Fox for years.
Oh, I think they're broken up. They were definitely dating. They were definitely dating for a long time. But I think within the last year or two, they broke up. But I'm the furthest from the most reliable source when it comes to pop culture relationship news.
Yeah.
That's for the old Google machine if you want to know the answer to that.
The gender reveal is one because it is people constantly making themselves look more stupid than the last one. And I think the video you guys played was really good. I think that
Oh, with the diaper reveal.
Yeah. That was the way to go right there. But yeah, it's like, I mean, how many different ways can you? It's like, okay, I get it. Yeah, very very stupid stuff. Very stupid stuff, and it's like dumber every day. You see one. It is people constantly trying to be more stupid than what you saw before.
Yeah.
So yeah. Somebody will try to fire one off into the center field grandstands from second base.
Who knows? Who
Yeah.
knows what's next? But there you go. Congrats, MGK. You got us talking about you. Well done. All right. Next story, Double R. And we might ask the audience for some participation on this one. Something that was announced earlier this week at the fake UT, the University of Tennessee. They have entered a multi-year, multi-million-dollar partnership with Pilot. You know, Pilot, the big truck stop gas station combination. Also, the Flying J, which you get a free joint with every purchase.
That's right.
I believe that's the rule. At least if it's not, it should be the rule there.
That's great marketing. That's great marketing right there.
Tennessee has inked a massive 20-year sponsorship deal with Pilot, and it will include Pilot paying for Neyland Stadium's renovation project that's coming up. Some of the money that Tennessee is getting from this deal will be shared with their football players, roughly $20 to $22 million per year of the money that Pilot is donating will go to the players. So this is a massive, massive deal. But the biggest part of this deal, and the thing that might change college football as we know it, or at least the aesthetic of college football as we know it, is Pilot will get an on-field logo as a part of this agreement. So we don't know where it's going to be. I'm sure the giant T will still be there at midfield. So this will probably be at the 20 to 25 yard line, like on each side of the field. Schools put their conference logos there now on two corners of the field. So maybe on the other two corners of the 25 yard line, you'll see a Pilot logo. But that's coming to Tennessee. And I wonder, Double R, if that's going to be coming to college football programs around the country.
Just a matter of time. Just takes one. Hey, you've already got Pitbull Stadium or Pitbull, whatever that's called. Yeah. So can you imagine that? I know you guys talked about that, but you got to go there and he's going to do an anthem and you got to hear that over and over and over. I guess if you're a Pitbull fan, it's not a big deal. But yes, with these dollars that are big, and look, college football is a business. It's never more obvious than now. It always has been. Now it's not. Now you just don't have to hide it. But yes, this is going to be. There it is, right there.
Yeah, dang, I think that's a real picture. Like I don't think that's someone photoshopping the Pilot logo into Neyland Stadium. I think the logo is already there, and I think that's kind of what it looks like. So,
wow.
Yeah, to your point, this is coming. Like. We've seen on uniform patches in sports recently.
Yeah.
I mean, soccer's obviously done it forever, but like the NBA within the last couple of years, they've got now advertisers on their jerseys. So that might be coming too. And in this era of NIL, especially right now when there are no parameters on all of the money that's being thrown around, like it's an arms race and you got to find as much money as you possibly can to make sure you're bringing in the players to compete for championships. And you got to come up with creative ways to raise more money. And this is Tennessee, I guess, coming up with a creative way to make more money.
Yeah.
So this is coming.
It's a good bit. I mean, it's a really good bit. And I think, Texas State, as a matter of fact, the naming rights to that place and so forth. I don't know if they're actually going to have whoever it was that did that. I don't know if that's going to be the case there as well, but yeah, I mean, and that's, you want to talk about exposure. If you're a corporation or whatever looking to spend lots of money on something where you're going to get maximum exposure. I mean, and I'm talking about from the people that are sitting there in the stadium to the different, I mean, and especially in the SEC. How many people are going to be subject to these Pilot logos? I mean, every home game. Every home game.
Yeah, I'm sure like it's going to be all over the Jumbotron and all over the stadium. Right?
Oh, yeah.
But, hey, when you're donating that much, like you've earned that much. And this is coming everywhere. Like I don't love this. It's the corporatization of college football. And I want the fields to just be the fields.
Yeah.
But This is a trend. We don't know if MGK's first pitch bid is going to be a trend. This is something that other teams are absolutely going to do. And I can live with this. I can live with on-field logo. The on-jersey patch, that's going to hurt because odds are that's coming too. And that's going to sting a little bit because, look, it hasn't stopped me from watching the NBA. I'm still going to watch college football if and when we get this, but that's where it's like, really? Like, we're messing with the jerseys now? Can we at least leave something pure in this sport? One thing, we've changed everything else. Can we at least leave the jerseys be, please?
Yeah, let it be somewhat traditional. I don't care if you do it in the Arena League. I don't care if you do it in the G League. I mean, that's fine. And no offense to those leagues at all, but it's like, the NBA thing, I cannot get used to those patches on those uniforms. It's like, man, just get that out of there. And it will be. It is. It's just a matter. You can sell everything. Everything is for sale, somebody once said. And never more obvious than now to where, like we're talking about, like with NIL, hell, you ain't got to hide what you're doing. You're just throwing money around. And here we are. I mean, this is, you will see this multiple times. I guarantee you this season. Yeah. Guarantee you. This is just the beginning.
Right. If not this season, right? Like by next season, we're so close to the start of this year that I don't know if teams can, well, hell, they probably could, but I don't know how many teams are going to be able to work out massive deals like this in the span of 2 weeks to get something like this done. But yeah, I think it's coming. I think it's absolutely coming. And look, for Tennessee, Pilot Flying J, that's the Haslam family that owns that. Mm-hmm. They also own the Cleveland Browns. And they're also the owners who are responsible for making the Deshaun Watson trade and giving him that unprecedented contract. So,
well, then you went there.
Yeah, those guys are not the most ethical people in the world, but hey, they're supporting Tennessee. So now I ask you, Double R. All right, if Texas does enter this game, who would you pick? Who would make sense? Who would be the on-field advertiser at DKR, Texas Memorial Stadium?
I was thinking about this last night, and I was going back and forth with things where I'm like, oh yeah, this is awesome. Yeah, this really means Austin. I mean, this would be great and whatever. But as many times as I go round and round and round, and this is going to be a very unpopular answer probably for some people, I would not be at all surprised if this happened at DKR. If you see Tesla across that stadium somewhere,
wow,
it came down to Tesla or Dell. And I think right now Tesla just seems to be the one that seems to have the momentum.
How about that? Yeah.
How about that?
I mean, Tesla's got all the money in the world because Elon's got all the money in the world. Mm-hmm. They haven't done any advertising with the university, at least I don't think. So this would be a new foray for Elon Musk. But yeah,
a burnt orange, that would look pretty badass.
Yeah, now that they're in Austin, and obviously Twitter headquarters are coming to Austin too, so Elon's going to be spending most of his time here, you would think. Maybe Tesla is in the mix.
Yeah, how crazy would that be? I love the HEB. Sorry, BK. I love the HEB idea. That makes sense. Makes a lot of sense.
What about giant Bucky's Beavers?
There it is.
On the field.
There it is.
Could you imagine getting two of these bad boys on?
Yeah. You get to you put it down there in the red zone, and here comes Texas. Here you can hear Bob Cole. Here comes Texas into the Bucky Beaver red zone.
Oh,
the
my
Bucky
God.
Beaver red zone. Oh,
that's hilarious. Yeah, that's what are we? Oregon State? It'd be confusing, right?
Yeah.
You've got the Longhorn logo at midfield, and then you've got Beaver logos on the 25-yard lines. It's like what even is this here? Yeah. Here's one that could make sense. Not really a sponsor, but what about a construction crane?
Yeah.
So how fast the city's been growing, or just like a high rise, just like an apartment building or a condo being built on Rainey Street. Okay, can we find a way to make that logo a part of the field?
It's sponsored by a crane company. It's like Nice Construction or somebody like that. That's kind of a Texas company that would happen like that. But yeah, man, that Tesla thing, because it was because I did. I thought over to Dell, and I'm like, well, they already got they've got a diamond. They've got a diamond already in Round Rock in their headquarters, where headquarters is. But it's like Tesla. It would be some outrage.
Yeah, there would be. But if Texas can get a good deal, then I think some Texas fans will get over that, because that's helping you get more players to make sure you've still got rosters that can compete for championships.
Yeah.
Dell's an interesting. I mean, Dell's spent a lot with the university, right? They've got the new medical center.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, the Irwin Center, they're building that hospital there, but they already have the Dell Medical Center on campus, and they've done a lot with the university over the years. So that could be a sensible partner right there. A couple of votes for Whataburger. Whataburger's been bought by a Chicago company. So I don't know how realistic they would be anymore, but they still do some stuff with the university.
Well, they also have their diamond over there in Corpus, kind of in their home base over there. I don't know what that costs, but cost is the other part of this, where I'm like, okay, who could really afford this? I mean, not that HEB and Whataburger aren't well off. Now that would be great right there, with Tom McKay as the hype man. That would be tremendous. Can you imagine that? Talk about pissing people off.
Oh man, could you imagine? AV Consultations, the sponsor of DKR. No, I don't think Tom McKay would want to throw his money out on that.
No.
The Coverts would be an interesting one.
Yeah, Covert's good.
That'd be great. Covert Auto Group, all their dealerships that they have across the city. That'd be fantastic.
You could get Terry Black's Barbecue or somebody like that. I mean, a barbecue joint. Well, I guess Bucky's technically is.
Yeah, it's got to be like Terry Black's is big. You ever go there, especially the one on Barton Springs, they're doing all right. But, I mean, Pilot and Flying J, those are everywhere.
Yeah.
All over the country. So it would have to be a sponsor. Like, I don't even know if HEB is big enough. I think they make enough money to where they could. But, like, we're talking about 20 to 22 mil a year just going to the Tennessee players. So it's at least it could be twice that. It could be thrice that. It could be thrice that. What is 4 times? Whatever. It could be that. You could be talking about 50 plus million a year for Pilot / Flying J. So, like, I don't know how many. Tesla could do that. Dell could probably do that. I don't know how many others with Austin ties really could.
I tell you who probably couldn't. I think they have. I don't know. Somebody will have to correct me if I'm wrong. And I think they actually have a base now here in Austin is Salesforce, and those folks, because you see Salesforce like at Formula One, all of those races all around the country, Salesforce everywhere. And I know with the Olympics, I don't know if it was this Olympics or the one before, they were pretty big in there. So I mean, Salesforce.
I don't even know what that is. What is Salesforce?
Salesforce is like a company CRM. A customer relationship management thing. I actually used it before, and it's nice. I mean, it's good, but that's a massive outfit. And I think that they have like in one or WeWork. Have you seen those WeWork buildings or whatever?
Yeah.
I think they're in cahoots somehow. They have a lot of money.
CB says Tito's. Yeah, Tito's does a lot of work with the university. They've got their Tito's Lounge at Moody Center. Google, big headquarters here. Whole Foods started here. Yeah. Those are obviously national, international brands. Yeti's a good one. You got a lot of, Austin's ain't the business capital of the world, but there are a lot of businesses that started here and a lot of businesses that are here right now. So a couple of votes on the text line. Southwest Airlines getting the nod.
Yeah. Could be
more Metroplex, but it's still Texas. Maybe they'd be willing to support the flagship university in the state.
Apparently, I don't know the WeWork story. Thank you, Quad. I just see those things everywhere.
Oh, they've got no money.
Facade, they ain't got no money. So that's a good facade.
That'd be a tough one there too. Pluckers gets a vote from B Nasty on the Coda text line.
Pluckers
512-222-9328. Yeah, Pluckers they're moving up in the world. They just opened up in College Station, which they're getting some grief because they're Texas grads and Texas fans, and it's like you bastards are doing this, but hey, money talks.
Yeah, you could go there. I think I got an email there. If you went the first week, you could get one free meal if you went to the Pluckers in College Station. But where this will get really interesting, I know that Tito's was thrown out right there, and I don't think that that they would do that. But when it gets really interesting to me is let's say Anheuser-Busch, Miller Coors, or somebody like that wants to get involved here. I mean, is there, because I know like with NASCAR, for example, I mean, they don't want, if at all possible, alcohol related or cigarette. It was the Winston Cup Series. Now you couldn't be doing any of that anymore. But I think right now there's no shame in anything. I think if Anheuser-Busch was like, hey, I want to sponsor whatever, I don't think anybody would try to stop them. No, nobody can, because the NCAA is like this. They're just sitting back watching all this happen.
Yeah, that's interesting, right? Like, yeah, could Marlboro? I know they don't probably have the money that they did 20, 30 years ago, but what about like Zyn? Everyone's always putting those Zyns in, those little nicotine pouches. Like, would college football or would the University of Texas or any university be like, whoever pays us the most, we don't really care what you do.
Yeah,
we'll take it. Hey, Yellow Rose, all right, you're willing to pony up the cash? Come on, man.
I remember Earl Campbell, Skol, brother.
Yeah.
Skol, brother. Hey,
that's great. What about NASCAR is going to sponsor Georgia's field, right?
Hell, NASCAR ain't got no money either.
Oh, F1.
These bad decisions they keep making it worse. Yeah.
Got to get some racing company to sponsor what Georgia's got going on.
Got to get something going on. It would be NASCAR, because that would be kind of over there in their base. But I tell you where it gets real interesting is over there in North Carolina, because in North Carolina, there's a lot of companies like that are rooted in NASCAR that do have a lot of money. So I would think that North Carolina, Mac Brown's bunch over there, that'd be a pretty good get right there if you get a hold of that turf.
NASCAR logo on the field. Yeah, that'd be nice. That'd be a great bit there. So,
all right.
And my guess is alcohol and tobacco is probably a no-go, but who knows nowadays? I mean, it'd be pretty absurd, because the majority, especially after the COVID eligibility runs out, whenever the hell that's going to happen, the majority of college football players are underage. They can't drink.
Yeah.
So they got to look at all of these beer sponsors or, Tito's or Altstat. As much as I love those guys, it's like, it doesn't feel like something that makes sense, but ethics, I don't know if that's something the NCAA really cares about.
I don't think that really even matters anymore. I think it's just like gloves are off, the Wild West, whatever you want to call it. You figure out the cliche, just do whatever the hell you want to do. It seems like these days it's
what it feels like.
Nothing surprises you any longer. Hey, way to go, pilot. I'll think about that the next time I'm on the road. I'll probably pop in and maybe get some gas at a pilot.
See, I'm the opposite. I hate Tennessee. I'm never going to pilot again. Screw that. And unless I'm getting a J at the Flying J, I'm not going there either. It's false advertising.
Yeah, there you go. That's right.
That's right. All right. We'll take your thoughts. Keep the text coming in. The code of text line 512-222-9328. Obviously, the YouTube and Facebook and Twitter live chats are open as well. We are live on Texas Sports Unfiltered all day long. Of course, Chaos Theory coming up at the top of the hour. Get involved with the show. Please like this video on YouTube if you haven't yet. We do appreciate the continued support as we inch closer and closer to the start of football season. Before we shift gears, we got some baseball to discuss, and we will also talk about the J.J. McCarthy injury, because that was an unfortunate piece of news in the NFL that came out yesterday. But before any of that, a few more sponsor shout-outs. We'll let you hear from our great friends at Covert Bee Cave right now.
They treat you like family. My husband and I have bought several vehicles from the Coverts over the years, and it's always just been easy and effortless.
By the time we walk into the dealership, paperwork's ready and we're ready to buy.
I walked in, literally signed a couple of things, and I was 10 minutes in and out.
They just take care of everything.
I personally feel like people took care of me. I feel like as they're taking care of me, if they take care of other people that I know, it's just that much of a plus.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Absolutely. Love to the Covert family. And shout out to our friends at Passes as well. If you're unfamiliar with Passes, where have you been? We've been talking about them for a few weeks now. 40 of the top UT athletes across a number of different sports, including football, are on Passes. And Passes get you closer to the game than ever before. This is revolutionizing the way athletes can engage with you the fans. You get the opportunity to connect with your favorite Longhorn athletes on a more personal level than ever before. Q&A sessions, you can shoot them DMs and they will respond. They'll give you behind the scenes access into their lives as student athletes. I think we're still calling them that. As Longhorns, both on and off the field. This is something that's never been done before. It's a really cool way to get involved with the University of Texas. You can also support the Texas One Fund, too. If you want to donate to Texas One, you can do that through Passes, and they're going to hook you up with some exclusive fan offerings, access to tailgate parties, and so much more. Once again, revolutionizing the way you can interact with your favorite athletes. Just go to their website, passes.com. And oh, by the way, Texas Sports Unfiltered has its own Passes account. And we're giving y'all some behind the scenes content that you can't find anywhere else. Passes.com is the website. Make sure you check them out.
Mm-hmm.
And also, shout out to our friends at Relax the Back. I'm in my Relax the Back chair. Y'all hear Bucky talk about his Relax the Back chair all of the time. If you've got back pain, hell, even if you don't have back pain, if you want to avoid future back pain, go to Relax the Back. They've got the chairs, both office chairs and massage chairs. They've got mattresses. They've got massage tools. They've got everything that can make your back pain a thing of the past and that can make your life just more comfortable to live. 2 Austin area locations up north, right at the 183-360 intersection by the Container Store, and then one in the Hill Country Galleria as well. You can do some shopping online at relaxtheback.com. As the Buck says, live pain-free like the Buck with Relax the Back.
Yeah. Good
All
stuff.
right, Double R. You're an Astros fan. I got to let you talk about your Stros, who are the hottest team in baseball right now. How about 8 straight victories for the Astros? They completed a 3-game sweep of the Tampa Bay Rays at the Trop yesterday with a 2-1 extra inning victory. Mauricio Dubon, MD, the doctor, the hero, the game-winning single in the top of the 10th inning. Josh Hader shut the door in the bottom half of the frame, and the Astros win again. They just keep rolling, and I brought this up earlier. I'll bring it up again. No game today for the Stros, but they will welcome the worst team in baseball to the Juice Box tomorrow. The Chicago White Sox coming to town. Could be 3 more wins for the Astros. We could be talking about an 11-game win streak at this time next week, Double R. They have been rolling, and we know how bad the Rangers have been. The Mariners have lost a couple of games in a row. The Astros have their biggest lead of the season in the American League West at 2.5 games. Feels like even without Kyle Tucker and with a couple of other guys still on the shelf, the Astros have found their groove, Double R.
They really have. I mean, your pitching rotation seems to have come together. You know, it held itself together for a little bit right there with the 12-24 start and so forth. But you watch this and it's like, where has this been? But I've said from the beginning, and again, two weeks into the season, my man Wags gives me hell all the time because it's like I was like, season's over, you know, whatever. It's the end of the run and all this, that, and the other.
Come on.
But you got to remember. You had a new manager in place. I mean, remember, hell, we wanted to run him out of town after a month. We, myself included, wanted to run this dude out of town after about a month. But the whole thing is, pitching staff solidified. You mentioned Josh Hader. You're starting to get a little return on the investment right there. I think the other part of that is, and a lot of folks are going in with. If you go back and you look at the timeline, it's like, okay, you get Abreu out of here, and that's when everything seemed to turn itself around. Well, you still haven't really solidified the first base spot yet. You've got guys that can play there. You go and you get rid of Rafael Montero, so you're kind of cleaning house with some of those bad moves that were made prior, and everything has turned itself around, and guys are hitting the ball. But a lot of this has been, to me, watching this is the division has come back to Houston. I mean, it's, you know, Seattle's done the total opposite of what they usually do. It's at the end when you see the Seattle sprint. Well, they started out of the gate this time and you're thinking, holy smoke, this is a different Seattle Mariner franchise. And then Texas is what 9.5 games back, maybe 10 games back now. So it's just the division. Houston has been lucky that the division has kind of set itself up for them, I think, as you've refined yourself to get to this point.
Yeah, it's been the worst division in baseball. And for a while, it was like, if you can just get to 85 wins, you're going to win this thing. And maybe that's all the Astros will need, but I think they'll get closer to the 90 mark the way that they've been playing. Because you're right, since that, 10-24 or 11-24 start, whatever it was, they've been the best team in baseball
Yeah.
Like, of course, they've won 8 in a row. They're the hottest team over the last week, but they have been the best team in the majors since they were sitting in last place in the American League West like a month and a half into the year. So it's a big enough sample size to say that, no, the Astros are back. And I'll be honest with you, Double R, a lot of people would criticize me for this take, but I'm going to say it anyways. If you asked me to pick a team to win the World Series right now, I'd pick the Astros.
Mm-hmm.
I pick part of it is just, I just assume they're going to make it to the CS every year because they've done it, 7 years in a row. It's just what they do. And there isn't that dominant team. There are teams with better records. The Yankees have a better record. The Orioles have a better record. The Guardians have a better record. And you look at the National League, the Dodgers are great. The Phillies are great. The Astros shouldn't be considered the favorites right now, and they're not the Vegas favorites right now. But man, the way this group has been playing with all the experience that they have, if they can add Kyle Tucker to this, and I don't know what to believe. I know Dana Brown's saying that he's getting better. It doesn't look great, but if they could just get him back by October, I don't think he's a guy who needs to play 50 games to get things figured out. I think if he's just back like a week before the playoffs start, then that's going to be a huge bolster for the Astros lineup. That bullpen is really good. The starting rotation, despite the injuries, has been very good. I would pick them right now. I really would, to win the whole damn thing, as crazy as that might sound.
I was pretty sold on everything, and there's still a part of me. I was talking about this yesterday. There's still a part of me that is concerned that maybe they're peaking too soon. That maybe you're peaking too soon. And again, one injury changes this whole path. That's the whole thing with this. Speaking of injury, you don't have Verlander. There's a lot of pieces in the pitching rotation that aren't there yet, along with Tucker. But I was buying in pretty good. And then this weekend in Boston, I watched every one of those games. And I know Boston's, they're right there in that massive AL East. The way the Astros handled their business on the road this weekend told me a lot about how good this team has really gotten. And they're playing the best baseball right now, and they will only get better. With what's missing. Yeah.
And Verlander's making a rehab start, I think tonight, his second rehab appearance. So it feels like he's getting close. And you add King Tuck. You're talking about a 3-time Cy Young winner, a future Hall of Famer back on your pitching staff. And Kyle Tucker's one of the best all-around players in the game. So you add those two to the way that this team has been playing, then the sky's the limit for the Astros, man. I didn't think it was hard, so I'm not going to pat myself on the back too much. But I was like, dude, the Astros are fine. They are going to be fine. I didn't care about the bad starts. I just always banked on them being able to figure things out because it's just what they do. And look, the Mariners, they always choke. As long as Scott Service is there, I have no faith that they're ever going to do anything of note. And sure enough, they're failing to do anything of note again. The Rangers, look, anyone who's just given up on the Rangers altogether, that's a mistake. If you're giving up on them this year, not a mistake. They're done this year. They're done. Mm-hmm. But it's Bruce Bochy's bid, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Remember what he did with the Giants? They were the even-year Giants. They won the World Series in 2010, 2012, and 2014. And then in 2011, 2013, and 2015, they missed the playoffs. They stunk. So maybe that's just his bit. It's like every other year he's got a contending team, and then the years where he doesn't, it's not very good. So I'm not giving up on the Rangers full time. I don't think they need to blow this thing up this offseason, but the Rangers obviously aren't what they were last year. So that's not much competition for the Astros. The Angels suck. The A's are awful. We know that. It's helped the Stros that they've been in the worst division in baseball. They get to play a lot of bad teams. And also, they've got the worst record of any division leader in baseball, but they're 2.5 games clear of anybody right now. So they're going to be fine.
And it's been great to watch because I know Hunter Brown starting the season. It was a pretty bumpy start for Hunter Brown. But man, that dude has come on. Spencer Arrighetti has come on where they were. That guy has come along. And while we can talk, Jose Urquidy and the guys that are Verlander, I don't even know why people continue to worry about Lance McCullers. I'm glad they finally said that dude is not coming back this year. He's not coming back ever. He's not coming back ever. Put him in a consulting role or something if you need him around. But it's like these young dudes, and then with the trade, you make the trade, and you bring another dude into the rotation who has been solid in his starts. So, man, this team is flying at the moment.
It's weird, man. Like at some point, the window's got to close, right? Like everyone's window closes. The best dynasties in sports see their windows close, and for the Astros, a lot of people thought it was closing this year, but they've got enough talent. They still have one of the best rosters in the game. It still feels like that window is very much open, not only for this year, but maybe for the next couple of years as well. So there you go. Day off for the Stros today. The Rangers open up a 4-game set against Minnesota at the ballpark at the Gilf tonight. The Rangers did win yesterday in extra innings to avoid a sweep at Fenway Park. Big comeback. Rangers were down 3 runs going into the top of the 9th. They score 3 to tie it, and they win it in the 10th, 9-7, the final there. But like you said, the Rangers have fallen way back in the AL West, 9.5 games out of first place, and they're 10 out in the wild card. So usually it's like, we're not going to win the division, but the wild card's easier. No, the wild card's actually tougher. That's how damn good the American League has been this season. So, technically not done, but I would stick a fork in the Rangers.
Yeah. And with that pitching staff of the Astros, I mean, if I would have sat here and thought on August 15th, 2024, Ronel Blanco would be a household name in my vocabulary for what he has done in this pitching rotation, I wouldn't have taken that bet because I mean, it's like, where do these guys come from?
I know.
I mean, and that's what you need. It's what you need.
It's so great if you're a fan of the Astros, and it's so annoying if you don't like the Astros because it feels like they got the Midas touch. I mean, you say, I say, we say, we all love Coochie has been great.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, this is the worst trade ever. And look, the Astros gave up too much. They did. They gave up too much. But that guy's been nails.
Absolutely.
Like he's undefeated with the Astros, and the Astros haven't lost a game that he's started. I think he's 2-0 in 3 starts with a 2.7 ERA.
Yeah.
He's been great.
Yeah.
And it's like even the moves that most people think are bad. Now, they don't get them all right. You brought up Rafael Montero. Like, they don't get them all right, but they get them right more often than not. And they get them right more often than most teams do. And that's why it's like, you feel like they can have different managers. They can have different general managers. They can have different players come in there. It's something in the water with that whole organization that they just evaluate and develop more consistently than any other team in the sports.
It feels a lot like that dynastic San Antonio Spurs run, where it's just like, and you see these names and it's like, man, I didn't know who that was. Where'd that dude come from?
Yeah.
And boom, they're a superstar. But Houston does a really good job of holding on to these guys as well. I know Springer got away and these guys, and you have the back and forth. And, it was really weird first part of the year to see Bregman struggle the way that he has struggled. But shit, he ain't struggling no more.
Yeah, finally didn't hit a homer yesterday. It hit homers in 4 straight games, and that streak came to an end against the Rays, but Astros still won. So,
that's it.
Playing good baseball right now, and a well-deserved day off for the best team in baseball over the last couple of months. All right, quick sponsor shout-outs. Let's talk liquids here. Shout out to Olipop. I know Double R is a big Olipop fan.
Sure.
What's your favorite flavor these days?
I like the watermelon lime.
Okay.
Watermelon lime really hits the palate nice on a nice hot day. Because I know I was talking about with the dog thing about the Allstat, but I mean, I will take an Olipop.
There you go.
I'll have the can. You'll see me in Round Rock West with a can of Olipop. No Yeti needed. No Yeti needed for that.
Put that in the dog bowl. Let your dog start drinking Olipop. That's good stuff right there.
Get the insides all cleaned out, if you know what I mean.
They'll never want to go back to water again once they start drinking Olipop. This stuff is great. 17 different flavors. Double R loves the watermelon lime. I think the grape is my favorite, but the cream soda is awesome. The cherry cola is awesome. They've got the regular cola type flavors too. This stuff is great. It's great tasting soda that's actually good for you. As Double R mentioned, ingredients inside of every can of Olipop that support good digestive health. You've got 9 grams of fiber in every can, hardly any sugar, very few calories, but most importantly for me, the taste is great. The stuff tastes just like the soda that I grew up sipping. You can find it at H-E-B. You could find it at 7-Eleven. You could find it at Walmart, Costco, Whole Foods, Target, wherever you buy your groceries, you've got Ollie Pop. And, of course, the Altstat beer. We've mentioned them a few times throughout the show. Y'all know about Altstat, the best beer that you can find all throughout the state of Texas. Brewed in Fredericksburg, but available wherever you buy your beer. They've got a bunch of different brews as well. Something for every beer drinker out there. If you've tried Ollie Pop, you know what I'm talking about. If you haven't tried it yet, what are you doing? You're missing out. You're probably tired of hearing us talk about it. It's the best beer in the world. It is. Altstat beer. No impurities, no regrets. I think I mentioned Ollie Pop in the middle of that Altstat read. You know what I'm talking about. Altstat beer. Get them both. When you're drinking beer, drink Altstat. When you're looking for soda, drink Ollie Pop. All right. A question for you, Double R. And I'm going to answer it myself.
Okay.
So I don't know if it's really a question for you. It's more just a question for me. Hell, I'll ask it to the President of the United States of America. Mr. President, who's going to have the number 1 pick in next year's NFL draft?
Minnesota! Looking that way, isn't it?
Oh, my God. What a brutal few weeks it has been for the Minnesota Vikings. And the news got worse yesterday as it was announced their rookie first-round quarterback, J.J. McCarthy, has a torn meniscus. Now, we knew that a couple of days ago that he was dealing with the torn meniscus, but there was hope that it was a partial tear that maybe didn't require surgery, that would keep McCarthy out for a few weeks, but not for the whole season. But we find out yesterday that, nope, a full repair of that meniscus is required for the Michigan quarterback, and he will miss the entirety of the 2024 season. So it will be Sam Darnold quarterbacking Minnesota this year. And what a few weeks it's been. I mean, they had a rookie cornerback die a couple of weeks ago in a drunk driving incident where he was not the drunk driver. They had a starting corner tear his ACL on the first day of practice. Their other starting corner got hurt. J.J. McCarthy is now out for the year. Jordan Addison, their stud young receiver who's coming off of a great rookie year, he got carted off the field yesterday at practice. I mean, when it rains, it pours. Like, Minnesota is one of the least lucky, if not the least lucky, sports city in the country. And, like, I don't think they thought they were going to compete for a Super Bowl this year, but it's like, all right, we've got all these young pieces. And, hey, J.J. McCarthy looked great in his first preseason game. Like, maybe we've got something cooking. Maybe we can show the world some things that we're going to be a force to be reckoned with starting next season. And instead, it's just one bad story after another. And now Vikings fans are going to get stuck watching Sam Darnold quarterback their team this year.
Doesn't that dude see ghosts? Didn't he see ghosts?
The mono boy who sees ghosts.
There's your guy right there. There's your guy right there. But that's even the more heartbreaking for Minnesota fans, which whatever. I mean, I'm used to having my heart broken as a Cowboy fan, but that's the first part of the show. But it's like, if the dude hadn't showed out in his preseason debut, and then he goes down with that, I would much rather be the Atlanta Falcons right now. I would much rather be the Atlanta Falcons right now.
Yeah, the Vikings have had some bad luck. Speaking of the Falcons, right? Kirk Cousins rupturing his Achilles last year. Obviously, Teddy Bridgewater a few years ago, that gruesome non-contact injury that he suffered right before the start of a year. Here's what I want to happen, Double R. Here's my dream. And I'm localizing this. I'm making this about one of the Texas teams. You know who could make sense in Minnesota?
As a quarterback?
As a quarterback?
As a quarterback. The guy that's going to be an unrestricted free agent?
Not Dak.
Yeah.
But you're on the right track.
The guy that looked like he hadn't played football in about 12 years?
Hey, how about Trey Lance, Minnesota? What do you say?
Bring him over.
Hey,
Bring him over.
You don't even need to give us the 4th round pick. We know we're not getting that. But just give us something so we don't have to deal with Trey Lance anymore.
Yeah. Take him. His favorite color is purple.
There you go.
Great in purple. He likes hearing at home games. Just take him.
The skull chant.
Yeah.
That's his favorite. That's his favorite song, the skull chant.
That's it.
God. All right, we bring on Wags here. Man, what do you think, Wags? Trey Lance to Minnesota? Who says no?
I think Minnesota says no. That's what I think.
Even them, they're like, we'll take Darnold.
Yeah, I'll take Mono Boy. Mono Boy's the greatest stand. Mono Boy and the Hatua girl look like they'd be a perfect match.
Hang on.
You know what I mean? Call me Yenta today. Call me Yenta.
I like that. The matchmaking Wags with us on a Thursday. Buck on to that, my friend.
Cupid has arrived.
Yeah, hello, Cupid. Hey.
Cupid
What
on
do you
the
guys
scene.
got going on today, man? You guys had a great show in the morning so far. BK, what do you got going on for the rest of the day?
Yeah, Double R is working the double today.
I know it's the morning. It's the Rodney Rodriguez morning show with
don't say that.
Brad Kellner and Adam Wagner.
There it is.
Yeah, man. What do I have going on today? Some work things to take care of. Oh, my family's in town. They're dropping my sister off at UTSA this weekend. She's starting college. Yeah, my youngest sister. It's crazy. It doesn't mean anything to anybody else, but like I vividly remember holding her as a baby and changing her diapers. So all you parents out there who say they grow up so fast, look, she's not my kid, but I was like 12 when she was born. So I've got to witness her whole upbringing. And it's shit, I might shed a tear this weekend.
Yeah, it's different, man. It is crazy.
Yeah,
it's just nuts.
Rodney, you've gone through it with a couple.
You're shedding a tear because of how old you are, too, buddy.
Yeah, it makes you feel old. Wags, obviously, your son's starting his last year of high school, so it's like it happens fast. So it'll be good to see the fam. Looking forward to that, but it's bittersweet. I know she's pumped about college, and it's a big deal that she's going to college. It's an awesome accomplishment, and we're happy for her. And she's going to love it, but it's like, holy shit, man.
Now, was this the one out of the litter that wasn't supposed to make it to college?
No, she was supposed to
kidding.
make it to college.
Every one of the litter of Mark and Marcy is intelligent.
You know,
there's you. But
I was about to say, yeah, I was the one who wasn't supposed to do shit, and I'm working in journalism, so I'm not sure I am doing shit. But no, I'm the dumb one of the family.
Did she do a reveal like you did when you picked UT? Did she pick UTSA and do a video and all of that good shit?
She did not. She did not do the picking of the hats like I did in my backyard back in Dallas. She did a social media post, but it was not nearly as intricate and ridiculous as the one I did. Shoot.
Well, hey, you get out of here. You take care of some work stuff, man.
I will, man. Guys, excited to listen. Double R. Thanks again, Wags. It'll be you and me tomorrow morning. Looking forward to that. And looking forward to tuning into y'all's show, man. Y'all have a good one.
Later, brother. Be good.
Later on, man.
My guy, the morning show dude. Huh? Mornings with Rodney Rodriguez and featuring Adam Wagner.
I woke up so early this morning, Wags. I was going through my emails.
You were hot and heavy with it. You were on to it last night. You were getting your one sheet into me by like 6 o'clock last night. I was like, holy hell, here we go.
Trying to prepare, and it's like, then I deleted the link. Couldn't even get in the studio this morning. It's like, come on, man. Jeez Louise.
So basically all the work that you did was for naught?
Everything's pretty much lost, but that's all right.
All good.
We'll figure
all
it
good,
out.
Man. Hey, look, it's all fun and games when you're having fun with your friends. Everybody, hey, welcome. Good morning, everybody. I see everybody in the chat there. Daryl G. I see Troy. I see Father Texas 98. I see CB Longhorn Bear. Ruse, what's up, Ruse? Jake Bayless, what's going down? Steven Delgado, and then everybody else that's on the Coda text line. If you're out and about, 512-222-9328. Make sure you're still hitting double R up on that thing. And then all of our socials as well. I'm at Not the Fake Wags on Twitter or X. And then my partner in crime, the morning show host himself, Rodney Rodriguez, is on Twitter or X at the Rodney R. And then on Instagram at _. Rodney R. You can find me on Instagram at the Wagner Wire. Make sure you're smashing that subscribe button so you can get in here and have a conversation, because we're going to talk about the number 18th ranked team in the top 20 poll for today. If you guys can take a guess, you guys are probably better than us because we don't even know who the hell we're talking about. I kid. We absolutely know. Ha! But also we got some I guess we got some football news, some NFL news. I heard y'all spoiling it and talking about it a little bit just about 5 minutes ago. Vikings Nation, buddy. It is a beatdown central for you guys, dude. First, you just lost your potential dynastic quarterback, and now you've lost your upcoming and new and improvement from Justin Jefferson, Mr. Addison there. So, look, you lost a lot of speed out of your wide receiver room, but you can supplement that. We'll talk about some of the replacements that you can find, especially on the sleepers or the fantasy side of it in the sleeper terms. But yeah, like the Vikings just had hard luck for the past, it feels like almost 5 seasons now, to where they just can't seem to get it all together. When they have the pieces all in place, it just hasn't been able to connect.
it's been very much a Dallas Cowboy feel somewhat, Wags, to me.
A
Where
little bit of a vibe. A little,
yeah, right.
It feels like the Cowboys usually get in their own way, and it's not really well. They're I need to walk that back. The defense has been dismantled with injury, I would say, over the past 2 years. Maybe even past 3 years for Dallas.
Yeah.
Because I mean, real like Van Der Esch, you can't convince me that if Van Der Esch is healthy, Dallas isn't making a run for that thing, because Van Der Esch covered so much damn ground, and he was a tremendous tackler in the open field. He was so injury prone, man. He just couldn't stay on the field. That was the problem with Van Der Esch, in my opinion. Yeah, brother. Where you want to go first, my dude? It's your show after all. It's your channel.
Tomorrow, you're doing this tomorrow.
It's my show tomorrow. It's my show tomorrow. There's something going down. That's why he's interviewing all of us, or making us do a damn audition, basically, for the morning show. We're changing the name from Texas Sports to the Rodney Rodriguez Sports Show
Network, the Tejano Radio Network. We're gonna go Tejano like the horn. That's what's gonna happen here, dude.
No, we're not.
You're gonna tune in one morning, and the morning show is gonna be me talking deportes, sports. That's what's gonna happen here, guys.
Oh my God!
We're kidding.
Look
That's
at
not
that.
going
And
to
also,
happen.
if Sean Lee, my God, if Sean Lee didn't have any neck in him, dude, that dude was and then, but yeah, that's the thing. Like, basically, you went from two great. I don't know. I hold Van Der Esch as a really good linebacker. You go from a great linebacker to a really good linebacker, and man, if Smith would have worked out too, oh my God, Smith's injury. I think Smith's injury kind of held him back a little bit coming out of college from Notre Dame. But I thought you kind of hit the head on a couple of linebackers there. It just didn't work out because of injuries, though.
But you were kind of right what you said.
Hey, I'm right here.
Talking about that, because like with Minnesota, it has been more with them lately with the injuries. Like you're talking about some of the isolated Cowboy stuff there. But you actually. What I meant with the Cowboys, because they kind of get in their own way, because it's like you get to the playoffs and these things start happening to them, where Minnesota, it's just bad luck. Minnesota's just bad luck. And the whole thing about it is now you got Green Bay. That's, I guess, the expectations are really high for Green Bay. Now with Jordan Love, high dollar man, a very young team, go on and on and on with all the different things.
Yeah, they didn't. They were a playoff team last year.
Yeah. Oh, I know that very well, my man. Back to getting in their own way, the Dallas Cowboys. Yes.
Yep. And there concludes the full circle of Dallas.
That's what we were getting back to. That's exactly.
Hey, Jerry Jones was asked if he was, adamant on getting a deal done with CD Lamb again today, or excuse me, the other day. Didn't act as boisterous as he was on social media to where his rebuttal with the reporters were, we don't have anything imminent or pressing at the time. Kind of walked that back a little bit, and he even said in his answer, he's just like, I don't want to upset anyone or give anyone the wrong state of opinion here, or give them an impression here, but we do want to get everything done handedly. Yes, handedly. It will happen. And the guy, it's just nothing but word vomit from Jerry at this point, man. I don't know why the Cowboys are the cheapest or seem to be the cheapest franchise in the league. Greeny had a nice little piece on the other day about how cheap the Dallas Cowboys are in terms of paying, their star and potential players throughout, the course and landscape of the NFL. And I'm paraphrasing Greeny here, but a lot of other high-performing athletes in the NFL or football players in the NFL are paid a lot better of a purse and a paycheck than the Dallas Cowboys receive, which is kind of bizarre, because when you think of the team that makes the most money, I feel like it's the Dallas Cowboys that bring in the most money in terms of all of the NFL teams out there. Or hell, maybe even the Yankees, the Yankees probably pull in more money than the Dallas Cowboys, I would think. But the Dallas Cowboys as a franchise, or as a sports franchise itself, a money marketing machine itself, I feel like they pull in probably, or gross, the most money throughout all the other NFL franchises. Arguably, maybe even other, I don't know, the Lakers. The Lakers probably pull in a lot too. Maybe even all of the other sports in America as well from franchises. They probably pull in the most money in terms of just their marketing.
And that's,
I don't have any numbers to back that up. I'm guessing.
No, you're exactly right. And that's all on Jerry Jones. I mean, we can complain about, or I can complain about everything as a general manager and just how they procrastinate on everything. I mean, they're doing it right now. But when you go and you look at that aspect of it, when you see them as the most valued franchise in the NFL and one of the most valued franchises in all of sports, there's a reason why. I mean, go look at licensing agreements. It was Jerry Jones and all that, to where it's like, no, I want to sell my own apparel. I don't want the NFL selling my shit. I mean, you go to his place over there, you go to Jerry's Palace, and you're probably going to have Miller Lite or something in that family of beers, because that's all they sell. That's their exclusive whatever. If they're going to be promoting a vehicle, it's going to be a Ford, because that's their whatever. So he's done a really good job with that. He laid a good roadmap out for other owners. But then you get to the football side, and it's like, what are we doing here? And this, I still say you need to get the CD thing done. Quit.
Honestly, I think Jerry just needs to get out of the way and stop trying to run the option quarterback thing. Stop trying to run Bobby Bowden's Veer rather, and just hell, let your coaches do the work, man. Or you brought Mike McCarthy in for a reason. Let's see what Mike McCarthy's all about.
I mean, and just that whole thing. That whole thing, Wags, to where it's like, so all of that right there. It's like when you go on a job interview and I'm going to go in and tell this guy, oh, I love your company and all this. And he's just like, okay, sounds good. And boom, you're hired. And that's this whole,
so
I watched every
whole
Cowboy
roll out of
game.
that right there. That felt like it was a damn, like somebody lost their dog or something, or somebody lost somebody in their family. And then Mike McCarthy saying, we had to have this. We just had to have this. I don't know. It just felt like somebody was getting out of rehab. It just felt awkward. It felt like a very awkward presentation or damn interview press conference with Mike McCarthy there.
Yeah. Thank you, Jake. Billion. Yes, billion. If I said million, it's because this topic
billion dollars. Hey, real quick before we get into all the other news, we'd be remiss if we didn't mention about the U.S. men's team soccer. So Mauricio Pochettino, he's been at PSG, he's been at Tottenham, he's recently been at Chelsea. In fact, he still owed money at Chelsea in the Premier League, to where it's kind of holding up this whole deal. But he has been selected, he's been selected, and he has agreed as being the head coach for the men's national team for soccer. The one thing that's holding him back from that, they can't ink anything yet because he is still owed money from the club of Chelsea over in London. But once this gets done, he should make ink to this thing, and it should be dried by the exhibition match that we have against Canada coming up here soon. But yeah, this is a huge get. Klopp was in the running for it too. But if you have been watching the Wagner Wire the past couple episodes, we've been talking about who's going to be the get for Team USA. And finally, we have a name. We have a name that's kind of been solidified. He has agreed upon it, and he can bring Team USA to I would say he could get the most out of our golden era. I like Klopp too, but I mean I'm good with Pochettino as well. And here's the thing too: he doesn't have to move his residency from Europe over to America here, because most of our boys play overseas now in Europe. Isn't that great? So now he can keep a keen eye on them, not from afar but from close. So that's an added bonus. That's an added plus. But yeah, Team USA. Men's soccer team, finding your guy, and it's a good selection in my opinion.
He can go the Connor Stallions route over there and do it that way. So that was going to be my question for you as you were talking right there with a move like that, because again, with soccer I'm not as familiar. So it elevates them to that level with just with just that acquisition.
I don't know if I can't say that it elevates them to a world-class superpower. I mean, I'd say that they're top 10 on like no horse shit. I'd say that Team USA could be top 10, 100%. It like you have Reyna, you have Golden Boy, Pulisic, and you have a lot of other really good talent that's coming up, young talent that's starting to flourish too, man. You add a skipper like this to the mix that I'm big on Pochettino too. I think because I don't know if you probably don't remember this. You probably don't recall this. Christian Bale, not the actor, but the other Christian Bale, the other variant in this world that plays soccer. He was on Tottenham. He was traded away or dealt away for 7 young players that came to Tottenham, and one of them happened to be Harry Kane. It was a golden era for Tottenham Hotspur, and Pochettino was the skipper with that kind of guiding that blend. I see kind of the same type of history with this. I don't know if we can win the World Cup. I honestly, I doubt it. I absolutely doubt it. You'd be a fool or an absolute dreamer to really believe that can come within the next 4 to 8 years.
Damn, that long? Wow.
Bro, it's going to be longer than that, my guy. We're just now getting the surface of the golden age. Everyone else has had their golden age and planted seeds, and that golden age has flourished into more golden ages. You know what I mean? Like we got a long way to go. It's a cultural. It honestly is a cultural thing, Rodney. It's a cultural thing.
Kind of like.
But this is the absolute right step.
Yeah. Kind of like when we talk about Team
thank you very much. Thank you very much, Gareth Bale, not Christian Bale. Thank you very much, Gareth Bale.
Like
all over the place, my dudes, all over the place. Gareth Bale,
that's what it is. Like Team USA basketball in the Olympics, where Team USA is at this level, and now we're watching everybody else begin to catch them. And so now I get what you mean, because and that's always what I've been curious about with soccer, is because like when the World Cup, I see it's like, oh, USA knocked out, and I'm like, I mean, how can that happen? Because I'm not as familiar with it. Because I'm not as familiar.
How can it can happen because we suck. It happens because we're not that good, or it happens because we don't play up to her. We either play down to our competition, or we don't get the most out of our guys, or we sit back and park the bus and play Berhalter soccer. Which I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that was mean. That was cruel. I should not have said that. All right, let's get into it. Enough with that, though. Thank you for having let me have a little bit of a touch on that. I think it is big news, and it should be, definitely talked about, is Team USA finding their guy, finding their skipper. That's awesome. All right, Rodney, where do you want to go next, my dude?
What do we talk? We talked about Minnesota. I'm still waiting. I'm still on Twitter watch with Ayuk. And
so here's the thing. He has been offered by multiple clubs double the money that he is owed by the 49ers. Doubled. Okay. This is from what I hear. All right. What that tells me, if he's not signing that, what that tells me is that he doesn't want to leave San Francisco. Mm-hmm. He's waiting for San Francisco to match those numbers. And if those numbers don't get matched, then it's on Brandon Ayuk to be like, all right, buddy, the ball is literally in your court. Money talks and bullshit walks. You staying or you going? That could be a really awkward and bad situation for Ayuk. I'm sure he's going to want to take the bag, especially if that's what he wants. But ultimately, it seems like that he really wants to stay in San Francisco. Like, he doesn't want to leave San Francisco. He knows he's got a legit chance to put a ring on the finger. What the hell? Like, you might have to sacrifice a little bit of a bag if you want a Super Bowl, my dude. That's just how it is. That's usually how it goes. Now, people that get their bag, and I would say people that get their bag or bags in the early part of their career are usually ring chasing in the latter part of their career, because all right, they realize that money isn't everything, or maybe they just don't have that ultimate underlying factor to solidify them as a Hall of Famer until they get that hardware. So
yeah, that's been my thought. Is, I mean, a championship's got to be championship's got to be important to this guy. Ike, our team is rolling, my man. It's like, dude, give a little bit. It's the same thing we were saying yesterday. You're going to have to give a little bit here. I mean, I totally understand this is your negotiation right here, but you have two very viable suitors. One of them that is right there on the cusp of being a Super Bowl winner, because they've been to the Super Bowl, and that's like, I mean, you're sitting and you've gotten better. You've gotten better. And you were an integral part of that, and you could get yourself a championship, but it's just there's no give. I'm like, dude, come on. I mean, when I think I saw something this morning. He requested the trade almost a month ago, and they're still sitting here dicking around with this. So it's to your point, yeah, he really doesn't want to go.
He don't. I mean, at the end of the day, I think San Francisco makes him an offer just below what he wants, maybe nowhere near of what other teams are offering him. But hell, man, I think at the end of the day, he stays in San Francisco. He's a 49er.
Yeah, no doubt.
He would have left a long time ago if he wanted to leave. He really would.
Absolutely. I don't even think this has been mentioned this morning. And earlier when we were talking about Minnesota, and I said I'd much rather be the Atlanta Falcons. Did you see the Patriots? Matthew Judon is now a Falcon.
How about that?
There's that piece of that defense that's been lacking.
We were talking about how you're going to shore up a little bit in hot Atlanta, how you're going to get that defense to where it needs to be. Yeah, they're clearly in buy mode. Atlanta is right now, right? And of course, if Kirk Cousins, they shored up, the quarterback room by if Kirk Cousins does go down on that questionable injury that he had or recovery that he had from last season, right? You clearly want to put, or if you're investing in your franchise quarterback, you want to back that up with a decent supplemented quarterback, right? Penix, I think, Penix is in a perfect situation because he gets to learn from Kirk Cousins. And also, Kirk Cousins does appear to be durable, like a little bit of an anomaly last season, but he can teach this, he can teach Michael Penix the ropes here. And then, within 5 years, you almost have an Aaron Rodgers, Jordan Love situation where he's, handing over the reins to a very seasoned and appearing to be ready to roll Michael Penix. We all know Michael Penix. We know Michael Penix absolutely has the tools, and he's going to have the ammo around him. He's just got to get the reps, and he's got to get the knowledge. A perfect person to do that or learn that from is Kirk Cousins.
Hell, Penix is going to be in a walker in 5 years, as old as that dude is.
You think he's going to be in a walker before
before Cousins?
He's almost called him Herb Street before Kirk Cousins. Man, I am flying on all cylinders today, dudes.
Cousins, and Cousins is I know there's a lot of knock on that dude, but he kind of like the Dallas Cowboys in general. Dude's really good in the regular season if he doesn't get hurt. So they're kind of the opposite right there. What Minnesota's thought was, where the plan is Kirk Cousins right now. That's going to be your plan going forward, and there's Penix, where Minnesota was the other direction. So everything really hitting on all cylinders right here for Atlanta, and they're in a really good spot.
Good find for the or good move by the Falcons there. Hey, speaking of which, we got some NFL tonight, my guy. We got some NFL tonight.
That's right. Preseason Thursday.
Weekend. You got any skin in the action there, or you got any skin in the game?
I don't even know who's playing tonight, to be honest with you. I know there's football tonight, but I don't know who's playing. So no, but I might next week. Who do we have on the docket tonight?
Tonight we have, believe, the Patriots and Eagles, a rematch of the two. When was that? 2000? Would that be 2004 Super Bowl?
That was the TO. That was the
TO Super Bowl with the broken leg.
Broke leg. Yeah, that's right.
Is that 2004?
2000
did that, or
2004?
Technically
2006, maybe. No,
2005 or 2000. Maybe 2005. Maybe 2005. Anyways, that's tonight. Oh
yeah, that's the only one. Okay.
What are you expecting mainly out of the Patriots? We know what we saw. We saw a lot of Milton. Looked like Milton, seems to be a dude that can get up and turn it on here. Here's the problem. You got Bailey Zappi in the way.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So you got to make a decision here. If you're the Patriots, clearly Drake May is your quarterback moving to the future. Right. But you got a really nice piece with Milton here, a really nice young talent with Milton here. I think you already know what you have with Bailey Zappi, right? Yeah. You need to make a decision, either getting rid of Milton or because I believe there is another quarterback in the quarterback.
Brissett, Jacoby Brissett.
Thank you, Jacoby Brissett. You're probably going to keep Jacoby Brissett around because he's the veteran, right? And you absolutely know what you're going to get out of Jacoby Brissett. But there's the trade piece is either Bailey Zappi or Milton, in my opinion here. I think after what I saw last week, I think I would want to experiment and explore Milton a little bit more.
Yeah.
And get Zappe out of the way. Maybe this is Zappe's final hurrah to kind of give him, an audition for other teams out there that are in a need for a quarterback. You could probably see, Minnesota make a call to New England saying, hey, what's your quarterback situation like? We talked about flirting with Trey Lance. I honestly, I'm not trying to throw shit at Trey Lance here. I honestly feel like Bailey Zappe is a better quarterback, or at least we know what we're going to get with Bailey Zappe, right? You bring Trey Lance. I mean, there's a reason why Trey Lance hasn't had a snap yet. There just is. Minnesota elected to go with Mr. Irrelevant, or excuse me, San Francisco elected to go with Mr. Irrelevant over, what was he, third overall pick?
Yeah,
with Trey Lance,
the fourth,
third or fourth overall pick.
Yeah.
That's absolute bonker. That's bad shit, Rodney. Yeah. That's bad shit. So yeah, the writing was on the wall. Trey Lance just can't play ball, man.
No,
that's just, or at least that is what I have deduced from him not being able to see the field or not being able to get a rep. You move Bailey Zappe out. You get a piece in from Minnesota that, maybe New England's coveting after, dealing a linebacker away to Atlanta. It appears they want draft capital. So maybe you get some more draft picks, but I think that's the move. You're probably going to see a heavy dose of Bailey Zappe here. If you're looking to have skin in the game or play in some fantasy hubs, I would have Bailey Zappe in the over for tonight's yards.
And that's a double positive because you expose him more. You let them see him more.
Sure, yeah, he's going to audition absolutely, especially if he goes out and has a 3-touchdown performance. He won't have that 2-touchdown performance, maybe, and 150, $150 to 200 yards. If he gets to see a full half, I would expect May to see a good amount of a game, maybe a quarter. You know what I mean? And then Milton, a quarter. I don't know how many snaps or how many reps Brissett's going to get. I would think if you're the Cowboys, or excuse me, I would think if you're the Patriots here, you roll out Bailey Zappe for a nice little audition so that you can move him.
Because this is the time to do it. Because now, next week becomes the game where the audition, the kind of walkthrough thing, where you're getting ready.
Dress rehearsals next week.
Dress rehearsal. That's what I'm looking for. So yeah, Zappe the much more viable option if you're going to shop somebody around, because and plus it's a name. He's got the history. He's got a history, and he is one of those guys.
Flash. I mean, hell, he was.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
He dethroned Mac Jones.
Yeah.
Who is supposed to be the franchise quarterback for the Patriots. So the dude can play. I don't feel like he's the future, and I think you'd absolutely know what he's a bridge gap. He's a stopgap. He is a viable backup quarterback.
Did you see Mac Jones the other day? God, he's still bad, man. Change of scenery. Same result, man. It's like he's not good. I won't say he's bad, but he's not good. He's not as bad as Trey Lance.
It goes back to what I think, honestly, it's what Tom Brady was talking about when he was talking about a lot of mediocre football. I think he was talking about the Patriots quarterback room. I don't think he was talking about all of the NFL in general as a landscape. I think he was focusing on the Patriots and took a shot at the Patriots because it has been absolute mediocre football or especially in the damn locker room for the Patriots for at least since Tom's exited off that pick 6, coincidentally or ironically.
Did you see Tom Terrific said that he's been keeping himself in shape? Said it again a couple of days ago that he's continually working out, keeping himself in shape in case he decides to come back. This guy, I tell you, and we all listen. It's like, boom, wow, really?
Ain't nothing pulling him out. How much is that contract in the booth?
Yeah, man, I'm sitting over there.
Seriously, I can't remember. How much is the
$43 million or something?
Even that. Are you kidding me?
Get me out of that booth.
You know what? If it goes bad, if it's an absolute disaster in the booth for him, which I don't think it will be, he's very articulate, well spoken. He looks great, fantastic. I don't have a crush on him or anything. I don't want to wear his skin.
He's a good looking dude. He's a good looking dude.
But yeah, like especially if he can break down and dissect the game and put it on a not so much a rudimentary level, but a level to where you can have novice and skilled ball players or ball watchers be
Mhm.
able to connect and be like, yeah, this guy does a good job just explaining, to everybody, to all the ears, instead of just like, key people that would pick up on personnel or, I thought Tony Romo did that pretty well in the first 2 years, and then he, got away from it or whatnot. Maybe somebody told him that it just wasn't working out for him that way. And then he started doing the oohs and ahs and baby goo-goos and shit.
Yeah.
Now, if it goes great for Tom Brady in year one, I'd like to think that it's going to continue to pick up, but who knows? Maybe he's back on the gridiron if he's keeping himself in great shape and keeps flirting with it. Honestly, if you really want to break it down, it's all marketing. Like, Tom Brady's one of the best marketers out there, man, in terms of being an athlete. This is all to get TB12 up and running and promoted. You put it on a pedestal by saying, "Oh, I think I'm about coming back. I'm in great shape." You know why? TB12.
Yeah.
TB12, baby.
Yeah, it's all. I mean, dude is a great marketer.
I would welcome him back. Tom Brady, you want to come back? You want to come play for the Giants? By all means.
Look at these names.
You don't even have to try out for the job. The job's yours. The job is yours. It's yours to lose, my dude.
Yeah. Is Tom Brady better than Sam Darnold? Yes. Is Tom Brady better than Bailey Zappi? Yes. And the list, hell, and hell, even some of the good starters, is Tom Brady better than? Yes, probably still. Yeah. So there's all of that. So I don't know, but I think Brady in the booth is going to be much more like Aikman. I think is what we're going to get with Brady. I think we're
hell, we might even just get to see Brady's own splash. It might just be a prototype. Brady might just pioneer his own way. That's the beauty about these things with being a color analyst. I saw a Greg Olson comment in here. Steven, I love Greg Olson. I think Greg Olson's better than Tony Romo, as a matter of fact. I'd love to see that actually start to ascend and take flight. Nothing against Tony Romo there, and I'm sure all you Dallas Cowboy fans love Tony Romo, but when in terms of breaking down a game, in terms of doing color, I think Greg Olson provides awesome commentary and analytics throughout the game, and I don't even know who his play-by-play partner is, but
he's got that young guy.
I can't think of the name though, but I mean they got rat-a-tat, man. They pop. They're very good, and of course, whenever homeboy needs to take a damn break, Olsen's right there to fill in the words for him, so that there's no dead air. It's fantastic, man. I thought that they were a great crew. It sucks to see them being broken up a little bit, but yeah, I don't think that Olsen's last days in the booth are over by any means.
No.
I think he'll emerge as one of the best talents in the booth. If you guys saw and heard what I heard, then you guys heard the same thing. And Olsen's very talented.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it was one of those situations to where it was only going to be somebody like Tom Brady that was going to knock him out of that number one analyst spot, because it was.
He's still with Fox. He's just not. He's not going to get the number one. Brady's going to be getting a lot of the games.
Yeah, he was. I mean, the dude, he won like an Emmy, didn't he? He won some award, a sport analyst award. Greg Olson's really good. I mean, he's really good at breaking that stuff down, and
very talented. You know who else is very good and very talented?
Mm-mm.
Audiovisual Consultations.
Yeah, they is.
512-255-8678. That's the number for avconsultations.com. They are the bomb. And for just a real short call, you can get them over there for consultations and see what the hell they can do for you. Whether it's audio or whether it's visual, they can lead you, because they've been leading the standard in audiovisual automation for the past 38 years. Nope, it's 35 years, since 1988. I got my numbers right. But anyways, give them a call. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. If you don't know what you want in your house, like Rodney and I have, you don't want the trifecta 3 TV setup that Rodney has, or you don't want the 2 TVs that I have, you just can't really make up your mind. Go to that website, see the gallery of projects that they've had, and then maybe you'll get an idea of what you want. Or the best thing to do is just call Tom and then get out of the way, and he'll just take care of everything for you. It's usually the route that you go by. But anyways, if you do have a controlling aspect, just give them a call, 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com.
That's right. Let him come look and let them do it for you. Because the thing is, I mean, before this, you would come in here and it's like, what's all that spaghetti on the wall? That's my wires. That's how my shit works.
And then after you get done, he'll look at you and say, all right, now what do you really want?
Yeah.
All right, now what do you really want? Then because then you don't want to. For me, I wasn't really ambitious, and I was just like, I just want the 2 TVs. He looks at me and goes, well, why just 2? Why just 2? Why not 3? Why don't we set you up with a video wall here? too much for me, Tommy. Too much for me. And by the way, don't call him Tommy. Yeah. Don't ever call him Tommy. That's me getting into my New York groove there. All right, my dude. You want to get into some Oklahoma State?
Yeah, let's talk about them. Let's talk about them Cowboys, the other Cowboys, the orange Cowboys, the other orange.
20th year for Mike Gundy. The rants have been tremendous, and so have some of the teams. Now, in terms of where I hold this team this year in the Big 12, pretty high, my guy.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty high. I think maybe Utah rivals them, maybe. But we'll find out very early. I having Arkansas early in the year, I think, is a plus for Oklahoma State. They have like 219 starts on their offensive line. They return the entire unit on their offensive line. They return their entire secondary. They're absolutely loaded, man. They're going to be a powerhouse. 10. Hold on.
And that's with depth.
That's with depth.
Especially on that offensive line.
10 returning starters on offense, 9 returning starters on defense. You have the Heisman Trophy candidate in your backfield. Bowman, I mean, if Bowman can stay upright and just stay clean, be the Bowman that he was over the past season, where he's just being clean and not. I mean, he's not going to be, winning the games with his arm. That's not what this team set up to do. He's just got to stay clean and be a manager, a game manager, as they say, right? This team has a lot of promise, has a ton of potential, my dude.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it will revolve around this. This is a good problem to have with a running back like Ollie Gordon. I saw last year when they scored 20 or more points, they didn't lose. So that's going to bode extremely well, kind of like we talk about with Texas, with a very veteran offensive line in place right there in Bowman.
Oh yeah,
I mean, leadership. What's the word I'm looking for? Experience, I guess, would be the thing to say about that dude.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not saying this because it's safe to say because Texas is out of the Big 12 now. But even if Texas was in the Big 12, this would be a team that is a concern for Texas.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is a team that can actually play ball this year.
Mm-hmm. And like we were talking about yesterday with Kansas State, now with OU and Texas out of the mix, Texas and OU out of the mix right here. This Big 12, because it is. I mean, there's Utah, there's Oklahoma State, there's Tech, there's Kansas State. I mean, there's all these teams right there where Utah seems to maybe want to break out from the pack, but Oklahoma State is they need to be able to stop the run. They weren't very good at stopping the run last year.
Well, they returned all their defensive line, so that's a plus.
That's a plus. I mean?
That's a huge plus. So it's going to be one of the best in the Big 12, one of the best defenses in the Big 12. And my main concern for Oklahoma is their stint where they go between they have Utah at home, and then right after that they have Kansas State.
Mm-hmm.
That
on the road.
Yeah. You'd like to think that they're going to lose one of those games, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would venture to say that they lose to Utah, possibly, and then they sure things up, the following week on the road against Kansas State. But yeah, I mean, maybe Oklahoma State drops 2 games this year, Rodney. Maybe that's where I got them. I mean, we can go down. We'll go down the damn schedule here and do our wins and losses predictions. But yeah, I got the Cowpokes looking really good and really prime in Gundy's 20th year.
This defense has 3 really good linebackers. And I think that with the whole thing about stopping the rush, Nick Martin, 140 tackles, 6 sacks, 18 TFLs, Oliver, 73 tackles.
Now, the defensive line is a big portion of that. It allows them to get after and scrape, though.
That's right. So yeah, I think this is a very formidable contender in the Big 12. And look, like we said yesterday with Kansas State, you win the damn conference, win the conference championship, you're going to be in the playoff. So, but where Oklahoma State is scarier is they look really good. They look really good on both sides of the ball. I think they're ranked kind of low.
Yeah, I mean 2, 3 beers, maybe 4. Who's counting? Who's counting? No, I absolutely have Oklahoma State. I think you're right. I don't think they're getting the love that they're supposed to be getting, or they should be getting. From my vantage point from here, I think they're going to be one of the teams that actually contend for the Pac-12 or Pac-12. Jesus, for the Big 12 here, my dude. I think if Ollie Gordon stays healthy, there's a good potential chance that he's the Heisman Trophy winner, and with that usually comes a lot of success with the team too. Maybe 2 losses from the year out of the Cowpokes, potentially 1 loss.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, potentially 1 loss, and that's the only loss I see on the schedule right now is Utah.
Yeah, the Thanksgiving game or Thanksgiving Eve or whenever it is, that's the one that would kind of tip me. Okay, going to Lubbock, that could be, because I mean Tech, I don't know what we're going to get out of Tech either. So, but going there in that environment with that, I mean that's where Texas Tech seems to do a really good job of fucking up people's runs in situations like that. So that's that second game to where I'm like, okay, that may be the second loss, but it could be a 1-loss team.
Yeah, Tech late in the season at Lubbock, that could be a little squirrely, but I mean, I think you get past. I think the Cowpokes get past that here. All right, let's dress it down. Let's go down the schedule here. South Dakota State, week 1.
Loss. No, I'm just kidding. Win.
You're great. All right, yeah, they get the win there. Arkansas, questionable, but it's in the early portion of the season, so that's a little bit favorable, I think, for Arkansas, but nonetheless, I think Oklahoma State gets it done.
I was going to say if that was an Arkansas home game and Oklahoma State went in there and whooped them, maybe Sam Pittman would get fired in game 2 for Arkansas, but I don't think so.
Tulsa at Tulsa the following week.
Win.
I got you there. Utah. This is where it gets sketchy.
Isn't it cool that that's an early season game? That's their first district.
Yeah, they have a gauntlet early in the year. That's the thing. Like Oklahoma State has a decent little gauntlet early in the year because I wouldn't really hold. You just never know what you're going to get with West Virginia. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I still think West Virginia's down, but they're making some moves to come up, like I was talking about the other day.
Yeah. Utah's going to beat them. It's
all right. So we got Utah. We both think that Utah beats Oklahoma State here.
Yeah, I think so, man.
Kansas State on the road the next week. Redemption week.
We were talking about this one yesterday where I was kind of back and forth, and I go with Oklahoma State winning this on the road. A bounce back.
Redemption week. Yeah. They get it done. Okay. West Virginia, we already talked about that. They get it done in West Virginia. They got the bye week next week, and then they're out at BYU. I think they take care of BYU. We've alluded to this, saying that they only lose 1, maybe 2 games, and then I think they take care of Baylor the next week. Arizona State, they take care of the Sun Devils, and then they got TCU the next week. I think they take care of TCU as well. Going into the bye week, here comes that squirrely Texas Tech week out in Lubbock there. The kind of tie off or the penultimate game for the season there. I still think they take care of that, and then they got prime time. They got to go to Coach Prime. Going to Colorado out in the mountains there. Do they get it done against Coach Prime?
Oh yeah, Coach Prime. Coach Prime's gonna be checked out by then, Wags. He's gonna be practicing to wear his Dallas Cowboy gear to be the next coach of the Cowboys by then, man. He'll be gone. He's gonna be like whatever.
Ultimately, Rodney, I think the Cowpokes contend for the Big 12 championship, and ultimately they have one of the best seasons that they've had in a while here. I mean, rightfully so, with Texas being out of the mix. Not just Texas, with Oklahoma being out of the mix too. Like they have a chance to run the table here. I don't want to sell the Utes short. I do think the Utes beat them in the regular season, but I love what the Cowpokes have right now. I love, especially if Ollie Gordon can stay healthy. He's going to run his way to the Heisman.
Yeah. I'll tell you what is weird as we go through this schedule right here. And it's kind of one of the bad things. I mean, I love Texas and Oklahoma in the SEC. I like this Big 12 the way it is now, because there's so much in the air. You know, we're sitting here trying to talk about who's going to be a contender and who's not. It's really weird to go through
Phil Collins style?
Huh?
Phil Collins style in the air? Or
yeah. In the air tonight.
That's what I'm talking about.
I can feel
No, that was not about a murder, by the way.
Oh, what?
It wasn't. No.
No.
I know there's an eerie rumor out there that he watched and witnessed somebody get murdered, but that's not what happened.
Huh. I'd heard that one before. I'd heard that before. Weird to be going through this Oklahoma State Cowboys schedule and there's no Bedlam. It's like, where's Oklahoma? That's kind of the bad part about all this moving around. But it's not that big a deal to me. It's just weird. It's just different. It's new college football, brother. New college football.
Game versus Tech is at Stillwater. I don't think so. I think it's at Lubbock. Or at least what I have on what I'm looking at right now, it says it's at Lubbock.
Yeah, this shows at Lubbock. Yeah.
I could be absolutely wrong, Jake. But hell, man, sometimes I don't even know what world I'm in, Jake. You let me know, but let's get a judge's ruling on that. I'm seeing Lubbock, Rodney's seeing Lubbock.
Yeah.
Somebody unless there's been a change in the schedule, unless there's a misprint there.
Yeah. You know what? Actually, it says November 23rd, and this is collegefootballnews.com. Says
Bedlam?
Yeah, Lubbock. Yeah, Lubbock. It says
okay.
Bedlam. It says Bedlam. Yeah, they're gonna play Bedlam instead that day.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought that's what you said at first. Like, what?
It's in Lubbock, or should be in Lubbock. Right. If it didn't, hell, I guess
they might be lying, Jake. They could be lying. They don't always tell the truth. Does ESPN always tell the truth? No, hell no.
Never.
Oh, hell no. All right, let's get into it.
Yeah.
Oh, what's up, Mark? Mark K. Good to see you, sir. Good to see you. What else we got? We got some baseball to talk about a little bit if you want to get into it. I don't know if you saw the Yankees play last night, but no matter what, it seems like the Orioles have to play their absolute very best baseball just to keep up with the Yankees that seemingly do this effortlessly, right? Like you walk Soto to get to the Judge. He hits his 300th home run last night. When Judge wants to, scratch his ass and take a break, Soto's knocking the ball over the over the fence. It sucks. It's like there's never a break, and it almost feels like no matter who the opposition is, going up against the Yankees, you absolutely have to be playing your best baseball all the time just to keep up with the Yankees. Whereas you look at, the West, and I'm not trying to slap the West down or anything, man, but let me ask you this. Where do you think the Astros would be if they were in the East?
Well, third place. I mean, sitting in third, probably in a good battle with Boston, if even that. I mean, I was telling BK this morning, I was impressed this past weekend with the Astros with what they did in Boston. Obviously, they won that series, they swept the series, but they look to be playing pretty top.
Again, I'm not trying to beat down. I'm not trying to beat down the West.
No. I get that. Yeah,
but perception is what it is here, my dude.
Yeah,
like the East it's just nothing but stalwart, or at least between the Yankees and the Orioles here, it's just the back and forth is just being it's grueling. It's brutal. I do think the Astros 100 could hang in the East and contend. Hell, they've been getting 100-win seasons for a while now. That it's not just because they've been beating up on some of the bums in the West, but
that's a big part of it.
I digress. Digress.
That helps.
So
that helps. That helps this season.
It does help a little bit, but look, it's been fun to watch, the Orioles do their thing, but it's just, if you've been watching the Yankees over the past couple of weeks, you've been seeing what I'm seeing, man. They are the absolute best team in the AL. They just are. And if once the arms start to cook, it's lights out. They addressed their needs at the trade deadline. And I hate to say it, man, the rich just get richer. Well, the rich absolutely get richer. You have to play your absolute best baseball just to keep up with the Yankees.
They say that it's the best team. It's the best team money can buy, and it should. I mean, when you spend that kind of money, and I mean, you look at a lineup like that, and it's like, my goodness. I mean, how do you?
It doesn't get a break. You don't get a break.
Yeah. It's like you're going through there, and it's like you're trying to find the weak link, and you look at the bottom of the lineup, and it's like, shit. I mean, where is that weak link? And here we are. We're getting down into this all over again. And I think, Wags, we're going to get to Boston Baltimore and the Yankees, man, that's going to be a hell of a drive to the AL East. I think it's all said and done.
Be
Man.
good.
We're going to be
Tim,
Astros and
baseball,
Yankees again.
I know that
Astros
football
and
is getting
Yankees
ready to kick off, but baseball is starting to get back, right into,
man.
to the perfect form, man. It's the perfect time of year. I would argue that September is basically the perfect time of year. But hell, man, when in a couple of weeks we're going to be right there and shoring up and shaping up, getting ready to go into the postseason here.
You know what we had to do tomorrow? Because like when we dive into Major League Baseball, it's like we go straight to the AL. We're talking about how good the East is and what's happening in the West.
The NL's been decided already.
That's what I was going to say. Tomorrow we had to kind of break into the NL. It's like, but it'd be a very short conversation.
Yeah,
it'd be a very short conversation.
I mean, maybe the Braves, maybe the Phillies, but we all know it's the Astros. It's kind of, I don't know. We sit here and say that it'd be a very short conversation about the National League, but I mean, are the Yankees not doing what the Nationals are doing, or are the Yankees not doing what the Dodgers are doing?
Mm-hmm.
Not to the extent, not to the like the Dodgers are seemingly buying or trading for every potential National League All-Star.
Yeah.
Yankees 1 through 4 have all-stars, I would say, in their lineup, 1 through 4. And some pitchers clearly. But yeah, I wouldn't deem them as the team that goes out and trades for and buys the all-stars. That the Dodgers have taken the cake over the Yankees.
Yeah, they really have. I mean, they really have. I mean, they kind of took the Yankees lead on that and took it to the.
Oh, it's all good, Mark. It was Canadian. That was a Canadian hook. Hook 'em.
Hook 'em.
We're still in hockey season. Hook 'em.
Hook 'em. Hook 'em. Hey, you're looking for a car, truck, or SUV this weekend, today, tomorrow? One place to go. It's our friends at Covert PK.
You see Covert everywhere. That personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Beats a Covert deal, not now, not ever. CovertBK.com. Check out the weekly specials. You'll be glad you got together. Good question, Longhorn Bear. You see that? Get the thing up on the screen right there. With the UT and OU moving into the SEC, how long will it take for Austin Sports Radio to stop talking about the Big 12? Well, that
I don't think we'll ever stop talking about the Big 12 because we have Texas teams in the Big 12, right? Like we still have a lot of Baylor fans that watch the show. Hell, I mean, there's going to be Texas. We have Texas Tech. Believe it or not, we're not just walking on air. All right. We have some Texas Tech fans that watch this show. It's crazy. I know it's nuts. It's we got some BYU people that watch the show too. It's we're kind of known. We're kind of getting nationally here. It's not just all about the Texas fan base. I don't think we'll ever stop talking about the Big 12. Rodney loves bashing the Big 12. I like praising the Big 12. Usually that's a good yin and yang. That's a good flow.
I think the other part of it is, like we've been saying all week, is the Big 12 is going to be fascinating to watch because of it's going to be. I mean, it's not going to be the competition level and what you see in the SEC and the Big 10, but I just think with the new Big 12, the way it lays out now, with who's come in and who's left, that you don't have the clear cut.
Which team is the most intriguing team out of the Big 12 for you this season?
Honestly, it's Oklahoma State. Because on paper.
Kansas for me.
Well, yeah.
On paper, Oklahoma State looks like they could run the table.
That's what I want to see if they can live up to this, because this is Mike Gundy's opportunity, and not Gundy is what he is.
Their wide receiver room is better. They have one of the best running backs in the damn nation. Their offensive line is tremendous. One of the most experienced offensive line. Their defensive line returns all 4 starters. Their linebacking core is tremendous. They lost a linebacker, but they don't return them all. But then they've returned all their starting secondary. They lost one substitute out of their secondary. This team has the recipe for success, my dude. If
Yeah.
you could come together, if they beat Utah, if they beat Utah, we could be talking about a very special season for the Oklahoma Cowpokes here, or Oklahoma State Cowpokes.
I mean, it's all there. I mean, it's all sitting right there. But like you're talking, and like I've been saying, I mean, like with Tech, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. The more I break them down, it's like you're gonna have Utah, you're gonna have these Cowboys, Kansas, like we said, probably third or fourth somewhere in that mix, or I don't know. They could push to 2. Everybody's kind of going to Utah, which makes sense. And we'll talk about Utah sooner than later.
Oh, yeah. Utah's going to be coming up.
Yeah.
Utah's going to be coming up.
But the whole thing is, like with the Big 12 conversation, you have history with them. Oklahoma State's not in Texas, but man, we had some really good games. We had some fun games with them, whether they won or we won. They were a hell of a lot more fun when we won. But that was a good rivalry. That was a game that you circled because you knew it was going to be good. And you have it. We have history with all these teams now, good and bad. I mean, you think about Kansas. I mean, as bad as Kansas was for so long, and then there's that horrible, horrible game in the Charlie Strong tenure to where it's like, boy, they got really good after that. So you keep up with what they're doing. You keep up with what they're. Hell, we talked about A&M the whole time, and they weren't in the Big 12. But that's
so, and also, like, how can we not talk about players like Tavon Austin if we don't talk about the Big 12? Right. West Virginia. Actually, was he? Cloudy mind here. Cloudy mind. Was he on the West Virginia team that came down to the 40 here in Scorch? Was he on that team? Was that he on it with Pat White?
Yep.
Okay.
Sure was.
Yeah. Stedman Bailey.
Yep.
Tavon Austin, Pat White. That is it was Steve Slayton in the backfield at that time, or was that another team that Holgerson had that was just absolutely
that was a different one. I think that was a different one. Yeah.
Yes. Slayton in the back, or wait, no, I'm sorry. It wasn't Pat. That was Pat White and Steve Slayton, and then it was Geno Smith and Tavon Austin.
Yeah, it was Geno.
Okay.
It was Geno. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Geno Smith was the quarterback. Thank you very much. Yeah, Pat. So yeah, there was a run where West Virginia just had Noel Devine too. Oh my God, Noel Devine coming out of the backfield as well. They were Steve Slayton, Noel Devine, and Steve Slayton coming down that backfield with Pat White. And then I think it was Stedman Bailey and Tavon Austin with Geno Smith, I believe. And but both of those offenses were absolutely tremendous. Tavon Austin in the news, officially retiring from the NFL. The human highlight reel himself, played a little bit of a stint on the Cowboys too. But yeah, known for his time as a Ram. The dude just absolute cut your ankles down. You should have seen the dude. We talk about high school sports all the time here on this show, or a good bit on this show. The dude just, there was nobody that could touch him when he was playing ball up in Maryland. And then he got to the University of West Virginia and he saw what that happened. That came right on our own very land here, the 40 acres, but just an absolute stud, a sensation. Sucks to see him go because he was, when he was on his game, man, he was one of the best. I'd love to see him in the special teams era now with the new rules going down. I'd like to see what he'd be able to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, guys, we got to talk about our partnership with Passes. What is Passes, you ask? You probably know by now because we've been talking about it here for a couple of weeks. But Passes is a content creator company. They partnered with the Texas One Fund, the first ever NIL collective on the platform. It's 40 of the top UT athletes in football, basketball, baseball. We had Olympic athletes that were a part of it as well, showcasing exclusive fan offerings, behind-the-scenes access, Q&A stuff. You can actually DM with these folks. I mean, you send them a direct message, and then they're going to reply to you, and they're going to answer your question and chat with you. Memorabilia, merchandise, all kinds of really cool stuff right there. Through the avenues, fans have the opportunity to connect with them, and that's pretty interactive stuff. Passes is revolutionizing the way NIL athletes can engage with you, the fan. Pretty simple to do. All you have to do is go to passes.com, set yourself up an account. Passes is also the best place to donate and support the Longhorns. You can subscribe and donate to the Texas One Fund to get access to tailgate parties, meet and greet, signed memorabilia, VIP experiences, and athlete spotlight access as well. Sign up today if you haven't. It's passes.com.
ESPN just put out the top 100 players of college football, Rodney.
Yeah. Did you see where Quinn was?
I did not, but I guess you already know then. I was going to say, do you know how many we had in the top 100? And
I only went looking for one for something that I was going to talk about this morning. I'd say we probably had 10.
We had five. Five in the top one. That's hopefully we get to 10, but we had 5 in the top 100. Or according to ESPN's list. Where do you think Isaiah Bond went? If you had to guess.
Isaiah Bond is probably somewhere around 16.
I love where your mind's at, Mr. Optimism. Isaiah Bond was in the latter portion of the list here at 86. 86 is where Isaiah Bond comes in here. Look, now I think Hill is around, Anthony Hill, sophomore, is around 40. I got to pull it back down. No, excuse me. He made 64. I'm looking for other Longhorns as I'm scrolling down the list here. Where did you see Quinn Ewers at?
Go to the 20.
Trey Moore. Trey Moore is in here, the transfer as well. He's in here at 49.
Yeah, Quinn's 23rd. 23rd. Okay. Yeah. God, this is low. That's low, I think, for Quinn Ewers.
Well, yeah, considering that you just thought Isaiah Bond was going to be, 16 or something like that. What did you have? Quinn at 3, 2, 1?
I would say Quinn around 7 or 8. That's why I said Isaiah Bond 16, because Quinn 23rd. I'm like, come on, man. Where's Carson Beck? I didn't go that deep.
Carson Beck is 7.
7. Okay. So
one ahead of Ollie Gordon. Now they got Ollie Gordon at 8. I thought Ollie Gordon would at least be in the top 3 here, but they got Travis Hunter at 3, Mason Graham at 2, and then James Pierce Jr. at number 1 as the best college football player in all the nation here. Will Johnson, defensive back from Michigan, he's at 4. And then to round out the top 5, Luther Burden the third from Missouri, the junior wide receiver out of Missouri there. Will Campbell, offensive line. Where is Kelvin Banks? Oh, I was going to say Kelvin Banks had to be in the top 10, right? Kelvin Banks in the top 10 at number 9. The highest Longhorn apparently for the top 100 here.
We were talking this morning about some circa odds on who would lead the SEC in rushing.
Gabriel 16. Go ahead.
Circa odds on who would lead the SEC in rushing. Jaden Blue.
Okay.
Jaden Blue.
But do you got a number off the top? Do you know the number on
it? BK had it. BK had that, but it was
Jaden. I'll text him.
Yeah. Jaden Blue leading the kid from Auburn.
Are you going out there?
Where?
Are you going out to Vegas?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I am. Are you?
No.
Oh, well,
I got too much stuff to do here. We're still renovating the damn bathroom here, man.
Oh, and you guys talking about the barking yesterday? Yes, that they were here putting my gutters on. Is what it was. That I thought that I had lost my ass on. Dude comes out here and I walk out and then I'm like.
Dylan Gabriel at 16 was a weird selection for me, especially if he's touted and the odds for him to win the Heisman are so high, or he's the favorite to win a Heisman. I would think that maybe he'd be in the top 10. I'm not understanding the whole slate, but also, Quinn being outside of the top 20 is a little bit of a head scratcher for me too there. Again, we're not talking about the best quarterbacks in this list. We're talking
about
overall football players in college football. So your offensive linemen are going to be up there on the top of the list, defensive linemen, linebackers, and whatnot.
Yeah. And that's back to this whole thing with Oklahoma State, our number 18, our number 18 team, to where with that offensive line and that depth and that dude in the backfield, man, that's a good scenario.
For me, it's either down to Ollie Gordon or Dylan Gabriel. We talked about, Dylan Gabriel being the favorite to win the Heisman a couple of episodes ago. Ollie Gordon, if Ollie Gordon stays healthy and Oklahoma State has a better record than Oregon, because Oregon's in the Big Ten. Like, how far is Oregon going to go past Michigan or Ohio State? Hell, they'll probably, are they going to? My point is Oregon has to win at least the Big Ten for Dylan Gabriel to be in the talks of the Heisman Trophy candidate, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So wouldn't Ollie Gordon have the better shot if he wins the Big 12, or if Oklahoma State wins the Big 12? Wouldn't Ollie Gordon have a better shot at winning the Heisman Trophy?
He should.
That's how I feel. I mean, I don't know if that's how New York will go with it. I don't know if that's how the rest of New York will feel, but that's how I feel.
Yeah. When you were talking about Kansas, I'm curious. I know we talked about Devin Neal before. Man, that dude is a pretty special running back right there at Kansas also.
So
what's another reason we'll talk
yards,
about.
I mean, 1,500-yard running back, maybe.
I think so.
Potential to eclipse 1,500 yards. That's a lot. That's a lot of yards in a season for college football, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is. It is, but different Big 12. Different Big 12.
So you think Neal has a chance to get more yards than Ollie Gordon?
I think he might.
That's crazy, Rodney.
I think he might. I think he might. He just might. That's where this is so unpredictable. I mean, it's so unpredictable.
So Fozzie, we don't
with the Big 12 now.
We don't. If Oklahoma beats, now they got a night or a pretty crazy little stretch in the middle of the season there. But if the Cowpokes, if Oklahoma State beats Utah, and then they survive, the travel out to Kansas State against the Wildcats, they can make a run. They could run the table for the Big 12, man. I don't know where Rodney sits, but that's where I'm sitting at with Oklahoma State this year. They're strong. They're a lot stronger than people are giving them credit for.
They are. And that early season, that 3-game stint right there, I mean, if they get through that, I mean, Utah, I think we both agree they're going to lose that one. But if you pick up the other two, man, you have put yourself right back in a path. Yeah. You have put yourself on a path.
Yeah, you're right back in it. You can have one loss and still win the Big 12, man.
Yeah. Arizona versus Utah. Yeah, well, I mean, could be. I don't know. But it's all there on paper. It's all there, and that's what we're going off of right now. And it's very much like offensive line. Well, I guess the running back thing has kind of changed up a little bit for Texas. Got to go to that offensive line and those linebackers. Those linebackers are unbelievable back there.
All right, we got Thursday night football tonight, dude. We got a couple more things to get to before I guess we get out of here. We got only an hour coming up in just a few minutes. Eagles and Patriots. We kind of flirted with this in the kickoff of our show. You gonna be watching any of this?
Yeah, I'll probably watch this tonight. And if we didn't see all these injuries and rash of injuries and JJ McCarthy, all of that wasn't going on, I would say that I want to see a little bit more of Drake May. But being that Drake May is very much your blueprint for the future, you don't want to get him. You don't want to be in the situation that Minnesota's in, because I mean, you got Jacoby Brissett. He's going to be the starter, I would say, on opening day for New England. But I'd like a little more of him. But it really is at a point right now to where you're grooming to sell one of your quarterbacks, like you said. That was a great point that you had. You always have great points, but that one right there.
Tonight, Drake May passing yardage, the prop is 78.5. 78.5 for over-under on Drake May. And then also Joe Milton. So, look, you could take over on Drake May, or excuse me, you could take an under on Drake May, right? Yeah. He's probably going to get a quarter, though. That's the thing.
Yeah.
He's probably going to get a quarter. Milton might not get the quarter. Bailey, if we think that Bailey Zappi is going to get the half to showcase and get traded, then you might want to take the under for Joe Milton and under for both Drake May here. Mm-hmm. That you're putting a lot of eggs in one basket, but it could pay dividends for you.
I think I would take the under regardless, because I mean I don't think you want to be dropping that dude back. I mean you don't. I mean you can't.
My thing is I think Joe Milton. If Joe Milton gets more than a quarter, Joe Milton gets more than 78 yards.
Right? Yeah, Joe Milton will get more than
69.5.
Absolutely.
Kenny Pickett's on the docket tonight too. 96 and a half passing yards. God, does Lamar Jackson? He's on no. Excuse me, I got ahead of myself. That's for Kansas City. That's in week one. But yeah, Kenny Pickett is also on the docket right now. We got three plays on Fantasy Hub for NFL. I'm probably gonna go. hire Joe Milton, lower Drake May, and hire Kenny Pickett. What's up, Jeff? How you doing, brother?
Why are we still talking about Joe Milton?
Because it's a preseason game.
Trying to figure out who the Patriots are going to shop. Trying to figure out
does Bailey Zappi have trade value at all?
I think now with JJ McCarthy going down, Minnesota could be in the move to go get a backup quarterback. We all know Bailey Zappi's not a headliner, or not gonna not gonna lead your franchise to a Super Bowl or whatnot, but he is a good bridge or a stopgap in case something goes down.
I've slept since then. Didn't the Vikings do something with Josh Dobbs last year?
Look, they made a run with it. Dobbs didn't kind of pan out, but
I mean,
it was kind of like a honeymoon event for like three weeks.
Backup quarterbacks are usually like I bring this up a lot. Backup quarterbacks, if you don't have one, it's like the movie Argo. Like, what's the best bad idea we've got? Trade for Bailey Zappi? Yes, that's the best bad idea we have.
Yeah, that is the best bad idea we have. Now, I mean,
Joe Milton's, by the way, is the worst bad idea you have. So I don't.
That's why we were saying.
I'm pretty sure they know what they got with Bailey Zappi. They can't trade Joe Milton because they don't have or I guess they don't have the audition tape enough built up for Joe Milton yet.
If they get like a couple bags of Doritos for Joe Milton, then they should consider themselves lucky. I'm telling you, like you know what the best place for Joe Milton would be? I'm not joking, dude. Can't go to Canada playing the CFL. That's 120-yard field, dude. You can bomb it all you want.
That's actually good. That's a really good take. The CFL is a really good place for Joe Milton.
Dude, Joe Milton could be a CFL Hall of Famer for all we know, right?
It could work.
I don't think he could play arena football. I think he could play indoor football because I think he'd throw the ball too damn hard.
Yeah, he'd throw it up in the stands. Yeah, he'd throw it up in the stands every time. Maybe somebody will go get Jimmy G from the Rams. I saw Jimmy G say that, boy, the Rams, they let me be myself.
Jimmy GQ's done. Jimmy GQ's about to go pose for Playboy.
Dude,
what's the dude with dongs? What's the one with dongs? Playgirl, right?
Playgirl.
I don't know. Is that you got a subscription to that, Wags, or what?
Yeah, I'm a 50 year I'm not even 50 years old. 40-year subscriber.
Comes in foil wrapper.
I saw Burt Reynolds did one of those, and Eric Dickerson did one of those back in the day. I was watching his. If you watch Eric Dickerson's A Football Life, talks about it in there.
Did Joe Namath do that?
Did Namath do one?
He posed.
I want to say no. When Namath famously did the legs.
Legs. That's right. The legs.
I don't think Namath did the Playgirl magazine thing.
Yeah. You're right, but the Bandit did. The Bandit did it. I do know that. I do know that.
I tell you what, Rodney, me and my buddy were talking. Actually, it was me and Chris Dukes. Chris fills in here from time to time. Smokey and the Bandit, that needs a cultural revival.
But who would you do it with though? Like, who would you bring
back?
No,
I'm saying we just need to like make the young generation aware of like, hey, you need to watch this movie. It still holds up. Go ahead and watch it. Smokey and the Bandit's one of those that. There's some movies you watch from your past. We talked about this before that, like, I don't know if that would hold up today. So I kind of want to remember it as it was. No, Smoking the Bandit's one of those that I'm like, dude, there's no doubt that holds up today. No question.
Man.
Daddy, Junior, shut get that damn thing out of my face, Junior.
Knock us bouncing around.
Come from my loins.
No way you come from.
It was either this year or last year. That they did. They do those, and I did it with. I took my wife to Greece, but I think it was this year or last year. They took me because they had the Smokey and the Bandit replay at Cinemark at the Cinemark, and man, dude, it was great. It was great. Oh my God, that was like one of the best nights of my life. But yes, the youngsters, that's what you need to watch. That is never a bad movie.
What you and Jordan got going on today, Jeff? We kind of broke down a little bit of Oklahoma State today. I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Oklahoma State, the Fighting Gundies, in what regard?
In Gundy's 20th season, what do you think happens this year?
They seem to have some expectations this year, and those are typically years I don't like Oklahoma State when they've got expectations. It's usually years like last year when you're wondering, dude, how are they going to get bowl eligible? And it's like, oh, they're playing for the conference championship. Man, as long as they can keep Ollie Gordon upright, I'll give him a chance. Just because it lets them control. You can control games with your run game, dude. Alan Bowman, like, I don't know, A, how he still has eligibility, B, how he's still able to stand in the pocket. Like, he's somebody farting on him away from probably having another injury. He's brittle, he's fragile.
Yeah.
But I haven't looked at, because I've been looking at more SEC schools, so I would want to look at Oklahoma State's defensive depth chart. The thing to watch with a Gundy team, when he's got a veteran defense, that's usually when they're really good.
Yeah,
he returns 9 back. He's
got
their entire secondary back. He's got their front 4 back. He's also got the entire front. He's got the unit, the offensive line back as a unit, Jeff.
Then those are usually years when a Mike Gundy Oklahoma State team is pretty good, when they got experience. Their offensive line, they've had years where they've won 10 games and their offensive line, like, Gundy just bitched and complained about their offensive line all year when they've been a 10-win team. But usually when he's got a veteran defense, that's usually when they figure it out.
Well, that offensive line's got 216 starts. So
yeah, like I said, good or bad, for them it usually doesn't matter, And like for a guy like Ollie Gordon, you don't need to give him. I need to go look at some of his numbers, some of the advanced statistics to see how much the line actually helps him, or if he's making most of his yards. I mean,
says the reason why Ollie Gordon came back was because of his line.
We saw it last year. By the way, I would advise, if you're a draft eligible running back, like, just go. Like, don't even mess with coming back. Unless a degree means more to you than an NFL contract, just go.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I wouldn't be shocked if Ollie Gordon's draft stock is lower this year than it would have been had he come out as a junior. You guys remember Bryce Love? Bryce Love's going to be a first-round pick. He comes back, and then I don't even think Bryce Love's in the league at this point. But yeah, I would tell those guys to go out. So, but yeah, that's so. What are you talking about? Why? You talking about over-unders or money lines for win totals, or what?
We were walking down and breaking down, ESPN's AP poll top 20, and today was the 18th team we were breaking down on our top 20 list, and we think that Oklahoma State actually has a chance to make a run at the Big 12 here. I mean, they'll have a hiccup with Utah rather, and then right after Utah they got Kansas State. But if they get past Utah, Jeff, that's what Rodney and I were talking about. They actually had a chance to make a run at this thing.
K-State historically, whether it's been Snyder or Kleiman, K-State historically has been a tough game for Gundy. And I may be wrong with the win-loss, but usually those games are really close. If not, K-State's beating the brakes off of them. So that's one. Where is that game?
It's in Manhattan.
That Bill Snyder.
Okay. Yeah. So that I picked K-State to win the league. When I had to do the writers poll deal for Dave Campbell's Texas Football, I picked K-State to win the league.
All right. And I can see that, though. Now look, there's a chance too that the Cowpokes could go on, they could take Utah on the road and then go out to Manhattan and lose both games, and then hell, their shot at this Big 12 thing is absolutely up in the dust and gone. But I think this team, being that they return 9 on defense and then 10 on offense, they got a real. I mean, the main concern, the main question is that what we all have, it's the quarterback. It's the number. It's Bowman.
It's not. My question is not necessarily about Bowman. It's what's behind Bowman.
That's yeah.
That's been where they got in trouble.
You're thinking Bowman's going to go down. At some point in the season, what's going to be the supplemental package for Bowman there?
Well, they they had a couple of years ago when Spencer Sanders went down, and I forget. I know first name was Shane. I forget the kid's last name. He had a really long last name. But yeah, they had a quality backup quarterback at that point. That kid transferred out. I want to say he transferred to maybe Boise or Utah State. I don't remember which one. But when they've had a decent backup quarterback, that's also insulated them a little bit. We've seen the last couple of years, though, especially in the era of the portal, it's really, really hard to keep quality quarterback depth on your roster. So that's where,
if you don't like the position you're in, if you don't like the fact that you're not getting reps or you're not going to get the starting job, you can just take a exit stage right and go to the next program or whatever where you can.
And I'll say this about Gundy too: nobody's reinvented themselves. Maybe there's other than Nick Saban, I don't think a coach consistently reinvents themselves schematically the way Gundy has, whether it's recruiting, whether it was his approach to recruiting linebackers in a secondary where, hey, I just want to recruit speed athletes and then we'll figure out their position later. He pretty much went from a wide open space and pace offense to a couple years ago. It was like, hey, we only want to snap the ball like 50 times a game and we want to play ball control. So very, very few coaches in the country have reinvented themselves on the fly as successfully as Mike Gundy had. It's just at the point where, Gundy's kind of where Gary Patterson got to at TCU, where you're kind of stuck there.
People hit a ceiling. Yeah.
People are convinced you're not going to leave. So you're probably not getting, the job offers you were at one point. And yeah, Rodney, you got to wonder, has it peaked? Like, was 2011 kind of the peak and you're never going to get back there? But I think the interesting thing about the Big 12 is, look, you're going to get somebody into the playoff. Your conference champion is going to get into the playoff. I could see this being a deal where it's like a different team every year. And this year, Oklahoma State's in that mix. You just got to keep your fingers crossed. If something happens to Ollie Gordon or something happens to Alan Bowman, now you're in a point where, hey, we might want to snap it 50 times a game and play field position and play first to 20 wins kind of thing.
Yeah, and that's been the last couple of days what we've been talking about with the Big 12, because I find the Big 12 very interesting right now because there's not the solidified favorite. I mean, Utah's getting a lot of love. This team, like I said, looks really good on paper.
Oh, I think Kansas is intriguing this year too.
Yeah, they are. We talked about Kansas State yesterday. I mean, I like Avery Johnson as their quarterback. I mean, I think that's Will Howard's gone, but
Jay Guns, what's up, Jordan?
You got a slasher back there now, so it's going to give you options. So
they can. The other thing about K-State too, with Avery Johnson, they can kind of go more of what you would think Chris Kleiman would traditionally more like to do on offense. Like Avery Johnson doesn't have to. And like last year, it almost reminded me of like one of those early 90s Texas A&M teams. Rodney, remember that, where they had Bucky Richardson in the game at quarterback. And then if it's second and long or third and long, it's like, all right, bring Jeff Granger in. We need our throwing quarterback to come in. But Avery Johnson's more than that. But yeah, he's dynamic. Him and Jalen Daniels at Kansas probably, and I may be missing something off the top of my head, probably the two most dynamic quarterbacks in that league, unless I'm just blatantly just disregarding somebody.
Yeah, and then the combination of Neal and Daniels in that backfield for Kansas, that's what's the most intriguing thing.
I mean, you got Shedeur Sanders, but dude, I'll tell you this, Wags, is that you're a betting guy. I've never just Vegas bet on a football game. I may find one of my buddies that's going to Vegas before the start of the season, and I might give him $100 and say, hey, just straight up, just give me North Dakota State or North Dakota State over Colorado. Just give it to me straight up. That the probability of Colorado losing that game, to me, it is worth taking $100 and just lighting it on fire.
Yeah.
if Colorado
I'll be at Circa next week. I'll meet you and get that $100, and I will take care of you, my man. I will take care of you.
It is worth setting $100 on fire.
We're gonna get out of your all's hair and out of Jordan's hair.
Yeah.
I wasn't looking at it, my bad. Anyways, I gotta shave mine too. I gotta get mine all nice, crisp, and clean. Shit, Jeff, I didn't mean to say that, man. My bad, dude.
No, you're good.
I didn't mean to talk about your bald head.
Dude, trust me, bald jokes do not offend me at all.
I got you, brother. I love you, man. Hey, man, y'all, man. We're gonna get out of here and let y'all have your show.
Yes, sir. Thank you, man.
We'll see it.
All right, it's only a half hour. Jeff and Jordan today. Hey, Antoine, thank you for reminding us 16 days until kickoff. Couple old school guys. Bryant Jackson out of Sulphur Springs is on there. Tariq Milton, Michael Taft. Jordan, you have a nickname for Michael Taft, don't you?
Mookie.
No, I thought there was something else you called him. He was the greatest something popular.
Oh, yeah. The greatest youth football player I've ever seen.
There you go.
Before we get into it, I want to apologize. Slept through the alarm, so I was up till like 2 a.m. I'm writing this humongous 2027 story called 27 More and 27, and it's supposed to be 27 more kids that didn't get ranked that are eventually one day going to be talked about in that range. So, I was hitting on that and slept in a little, so apologize. But
all good.
Wanted to say, y'all started talking about mobile QBs in the Big 12. I was trying to pull up the track data for Will Hammond because I know it's somewhere online. I can't find it because he's not a mobile QB, more of a pocket passer. But when he escapes the pocket, he can get first downs pretty easily, similar to Quinn Ewers. He's athletic enough. So one day Will Hammond will be in that conversation, but I can't pull up the track data. I'm just looking at Hutto's all-time records, and I see Jeremy Curley triple jumped 48 feet in 2007 and long jump 28. So, but no, I don't know. I'm assuming, how did y'all get into the Avery Johnson talk? Do y'all see that Will Howard got announced starter?
No, that does. Hey, that's my Heisman winner, my projected Heisman winner, and I'm not ashamed to admit that.
Really?
Yeah, no, I'm not at all. Wags and Rodney are doing their countdown, and today was at Oklahoma State, and we were just talking about teams you like in the Big 12. When I did the writers poll for DCTF, I picked K-State to win the league. I think the SEC speaks for itself just in terms of it's a line of scrimmage league. You got to have big people. You got to have elite speed. You got to be tough. You got to play physical. And there's really good ball coaches in the SEC. I think pound for pound, the Big 12 and, Coach Prime is kind of adding to the downside of this. I think pound for pound, the Big 12 has the best coaches in the country. When you look at Mike Gundy, what he gets out of his team every year, Chris Kleiman, Kyle Whittingham, Matt Campbell / John Haycock, kind of how they've reinvented how to play against space and pace offense. Brent Brennan, dude, if you can win at San Jose State consistently, like I don't have worries about him doing it at Arizona. Lance Leipold, like he's turned Kansas into a team that we're talking about. Do they have a chance to go make a conference championship game? That's how we're talking about Kansas. You guys know I love me some Willie Fritz. So I just think pound for pound, the Big 12 has the best football coaches in the country of any of the 4 power leagues.
All right. So if Deion is at the bottom, who's in second place?
Well, I would put Prime at the bottom. I would put Prime 16 out of 16.
That I think that is so fair. If you have an argument with that, I think we're right here.
Yeah.
To be honest.
I would probably say Kenny Dillingham, even though that doesn't speak to his coaching prowess. I think that just speaks more to, and look, I know Brian Carrington and some of the guys over there on the Arizona State staff. I just think they almost got put in a no-win situation with the school coming off of probation and sanctions and everything. It's kind of like I think Kenny Dillingham knew what he was getting into when he took that job. In other words, it's like, hey, unfortunately, you're the guy that has to be here to clean up the mess. And hopefully you leave it in a good enough spot to where it's a really good job for whoever comes in here after you.
Yeah.
Similar to we've seen Kansas. Kansas did that with like David Beatty. They've had some hires like that. I would put Kenny Dillingham. Dude, there were actually this would be a great topic with if Kevin Flaherty was here. Did Les Miles hire? There were people, and I'm pretty sure it was David Booth was at the forefront of this. The guy whose name was on the stadium was at the forefront of hiring Les Miles. Like, hey, we got a chance to go get a championship coach. Basically, it was
they picked like the worst one.
It was kind of like the JV version, if you will, of the Jimbo A&M money grab. Like, everyone knew, like, okay, maybe, and then you realize after not very long, okay, I don't think this is gonna work.
Hey, at least he got Quay Davis. I think he was their highest high school recruit of all time. Was signed, only locked in for about a week or two, and then some images popped up on Facebook. They had to let go of him.
I like Fozzie was the only person who thinks Dion isn't 16th is Dion. That is correct. So I would put that. The better question is, who would I put one? Like that's, and we'll talk Texas, trust me. But like that is an interest. Like if you had your pick, Jordan, I don't know if you need to pull up a list of Big 12 schools, but if you had to pick one, like basically, like I'll use the Bill Simmons preference, right? The premise. I've got to take a team to go fight a bunch of aliens, go play the aliens for the fate of the world on the line. Who's my football coach? Who am I taking to coach that team?
Oh,
I think.
Never mind. Go ahead.
No, go ahead and say what you're gonna say.
No, I was saying I thought you were gonna ask me a Big 12 team to fight the aliens, and I'm like, well, Texas Tech, duh.
No,
that's how they recruit.
The city of Lubbock. How about that?
They're not surviving out there.
Man, to me, it would be. I think you've got 4. Gundy might be on the outside because Gundy's just at the point. He's a little bit more of the extreme version of where Gary Patterson got at TCU, where he's just kind of getting to do his own thing at this point. But kind of just leaves him alone. Like, yeah, we get it.
Gary Patterson wasn't admitting to drinking and driving 1,000 times ever. He was just like playing his guitar over there in the corner on weekends, like.
Yeah, I would say it's really between Leipold, Kleiman, and Whittingham. Probably would be one of those 3. And on a given day, I might give you a different answer. I just think those 3 guys, dude, Kyle Whittingham has proven it. They've got a system that works over there at Utah. I think Chris Kleiman making that jump from FCS to FBS and winning a conference title. I think he's done a hell of a job at K-State. And dude, Lance Leipold has turned Kansas into whatever the opposite of a laughingstock porta potty program is. Like they were, when you see the companies, Jordan, that cleans porta potties, the trucks, and you just kind of got, trucks of doo-doo water driving down the road. Kansas was the doo-doo water truck of the Big 12 for so long, and they're not anymore. They're not. I think Colorado's taking their place, but yeah, that's pretty much what Kansas was, and they're not that anymore.
What does that say about Texas if the doo-doo water beat Texas twice during that time?
Yeah, well, yeah. Hey, one of the coaches that lost that game got fired. The other one has since turned it around, won the league, and made the playoff. So you can go, hey, it's that you lose to Kansas. I wish BK was here to defend KU football honor. Losing to Kansas is that fork in the road. You can go one way or the other, and Charlie unfortunately took about 2 steps to the left and fell off the cliff. Unfortunately. That was all.
Deontay Foreman, you're getting 51 carries, buddy. Okay, wait. Wasn't there? Am I remembering this incorrectly? Wasn't there a game versus Kansas where Cam Dicker had to save Texas's ass and hit a walk? Okay,
2019.
I watched that game in Colorado at my sister's apartment when she was still a student at CU Boulder. But
in Texas,
Charlie Weiss.
In Texas' defense for that KU game, and I'm not trying to defend the way they played because you can't. But gosh, who was the OC at KU at the time? I can't remember. Gosh,
Kyle Shanahan.
Escaping me. No. Basically, they had just promoted a new offensive coordinator, basically installed a new offense during their bye week before they played Texas. So Texas basically had little to no film on KU's offense, and they just ran all kinds of concept. Plus, it was a Todd Orlando defense that at that point had been exploited. They had been exploited by LSU. They had been exploited by Jalen Hurts and CeeDee Lamb the week before. Like everybody knew, okay, here's how you attack a Todd Orlando defense. Like here's the blueprint. You needed Sam to throw for like 400 yards. And there was a play at the end of that game where if Sam throws a little outcut to Duvernay to get Dicker a little more room, because it ended up being like a 45, 48-yard field goal, something like that. Like it was not a chip shot. And Texas was out of timeouts, and it's like that was ballsy because, dude, Jake, it was not Dave Campo. I can assure you that. If Duvernay gets tackled in bounds on that, they lose the game because they're out of timeouts and can't stop the clock. And yeah, they had like 2 seconds left. Dicker comes on, nails the field goal, and they survive. And like the funniest part of the post game was Herman comes to the podium, and no, Dave Campo was the DC, Jake, when Charlie Weiss was there. I thought you were talking about the story I'm telling about the 2019 game. Herman goes to the podium and is like, says something to the effect of, like, yeah, everything's right for criticism. We didn't play well. That's on us coaches for not prepared right. We really need to take a look at what we're doing. And any criticism we face is fair. And the first question was Brian. If Brian's listening, he can text me and correct me. But Brian Davis has the first question, who was with the Statesman at the time. And Brian says something like, Tom, do you feel the need that maybe staff changes are coming on defense? And Tom, who just gave this big, long spiel about, hey, I'm open to questions, criticism deserved, he just goes, no, next question. Okay, I thought we were opening it up here. I thought we were gonna have a little powwow here, but no, it didn't turn out that way. But man,
maybe that's the time when he was like, all right, guys, you can ask me about Kendra Scott now. And y'all want to talk about Kansas, like,
yeah, like, hey, I'm trying to tell you about some personal. You ever seen the old Dave Chappelle bit where like people don't talk about politics, and then his buddy's trying to talk to him about getting with his wife in the bedroom. He's like, Dave, you're asking all these personal questions here. I'm trying to tell you about me and my wife. Instead of asking him who he's voting for. Jordan, let's talk a little bit of Texas. I want to ask you this. I did have one recruiting topic that we needed to touch on today, because your post last night on the site. By the way, get over to Horns 24/7. The Insider posted this morning. I think I got that thing up at like 8:15. But Chip, bang up job on that as usual. Plenty of practice notes and nuggets. But Jordan, you had a post last night about Nick Brooks committing on the 23rd, and that brought me back to the Michael Fasusi decision. You were on this earlier than I think maybe some other people covering this recruitment from other schools, but it sounds like everybody's pretty. And I wouldn't say everybody. I'd say just basically the feedback that I see from reporters on other networks, based on their whatever their version of the crystal ball is. It seems like everybody's starting to concede Michael Fasusi to OU. You get the feeling like we've talked about it potentially slipping away from Texas, but you feel like it's pretty much, you feel like it's foregone, or you think there's still some wiggle room?
Look, we have 6 days till Michael Fasusi is committing.
Okay.
Michael Fasusi is going to be a first-round draft pick in 3-4 years, whatever it is. Just telling you that guys like him go in the first round, right? Michael Fasusi isn't a kid who just chases bags, because those kids are very easy to identify in their camps. You can identify them as freshmen sometimes. That's not what Michael Fasusi is. Moved to America. He's committing on the 21st, and he's committing on that date because that's the date he moved to America 5 years ago.
That's cool. Yeah. I didn't know that.
Yeah. So really tight family, and I know he's Nigerian originally and moved in from Africa. I believe it was from Nigeria is where they moved from, but I never asked. But I know they're at least of Nigerian descent. But with Fasusi, look, he's not a bag chaser, but he's a premium left tackle, which is a premium position. When you see things like DeCorian Moore's deal, when you see things like Josh Petty committing to Georgia Tech, who's another 5-star offensive tackle, and that deal is publicly being reported, Michael Fasusi is going to see that, right?
I haven't seen the numbers for Petty. What's his NIL deal probably going to be worth?
If I remember correctly, the thing that's getting reported is that he agreed to a deal, a roster value deal, which I've kind of explained the difference in roster value and marketing money. The roster value deal with Georgia Tech is apparently going to pay Petty at least $800K per year each of the next 3 years. Yeah. And I'll be honest, the stuff I've been hearing from Michael Fasusi, I think it was already in the 7 figures per year, or close to 7 figures per year before the Petty stuff. So, and Petty is ranked ahead of Fasusi on, I think, about half or most of the sites. So, but I mean, look, like I told y'all, DeCorian got 7 figures. That's still the case. A lot of these guys, like, yes, it's very rare that non-quarterbacks will get 7-figure money QB money, you could say. But guys like Fasusi, guys like DeCore and Moore, they can get that. They're worth that. So
just for the record, looking at the composite, so 24/7, we've got Petty ranked ahead of Fasusi in the offensive tackle rankings. We've got Petty at 2, Fasusi at 5. In the composite, Fasusi's at 3, Petty's at 5.
Yeah. So I went and got lunch with good friend Colin Kennedy on Tuesday.
Well, good dude.
I hadn't seen him in a long time because he had vacation and was in Nashville and stuff. But a guy we talked a lot about is Michael Fasusi. And Michael Fasusi, again, I do think OU is in front of Texas as things currently stand, but I'm not sure how much, right? But one thing he brought up, when I asked him, I'm like, what are you thinking at this point? He's like, honestly, what we think right now doesn't matter. And I'm like, and he's like, I think with where the recruitment is at right now, and I love this analogy, in the shitty war movies, right, where they're not in battle yet, but they're about to fight, and it's like the camera's cutting, showing like all the war machines like getting ready or gearing up, loading up. That's where we're at right now with Michael Fasusi.
So this is Braveheart. This is Braveheart, and we're like staring each other down, or Game of Thrones, and we're staring each other down from one side of the battlefield to the other.
Yes, essentially.
Okay.
And it's Texas on one side and Oklahoma on the other side. And the battlefield's machines, they're getting ready, gearing up, whatever. Those are the NIL collectives and the boosters. So I think that's where we're at right now. We have 6 days till he's going to commit. Very rarely do 5-stars actually call school and commit days before. Fasusi, I don't know if Fasusi will be a kid where he doesn't tell any of the schools and they find out through his announcement. I don't think he's going to do that. I wouldn't really expect that. But I don't think he's going to make up his mind till we're at least within 24 hours of the announcement. So I saw all that to say, like, the next 6 days, whatever the number is right now for both schools, is not going to be the same 6 days from now.
I don't think he can make a wrong decision, because
no, I don't think he can either. And
option one,
no one talks about that.
The money, the NIL money, it's going to be what it's going to be. If he goes to Oklahoma, I don't want to say he's a walk-in starter, but he may be a walk-in starter. He may be for OU what Kelvin Banks was for Texas 2 years ago, where it's like he's just so good that you don't want to start a freshman left tackle, but hey, the Kelvin Bankses and Caden Proctors of the world, they're just that good. Or he comes to Texas and competes, sits and waits, and then hey, maybe in 2026 he's a starter after a redshirt year and gets developed and competes with a really deep, talented roster, which should still be a really good edge group to go against in practice. So I don't think he can make. I think both of his, either decision for him would be it. You can see the positives in both. I think Jordan, it depends on, for me, I think it ultimately depends on what is his biggest factor. If his biggest factor is playing time, then I think it's obvious it's Oklahoma. If it's kind of more about stability or trajectory of the program right now, I think it'd be Texas based on what they're doing with offensive linemen.
Yeah. Culture is a big thing. I think the family, look, I think if each school, I don't know, came with $900K. I think the family leans more towards OU with all things equal. The culture part of it. They really like the OU DNA stuff, the difference, the soul mission stuff they do. Like y'all are gonna hate to hear this, but OU they have like more at least titled programs or labeled programs for their players off the field, if that makes sense. Like they have all this different stuff where they give them like suits and the soul mission. It's just branded better than I think Texas does their stuff. And that can catch the attention of families.
Yeah.
Especially when you have a guy like Brent Venables who can still turn on the stuff Dabo Swinney still does to this day, where he's like, oh, God, Jesus Christ, and all that stuff. Because that's going to work for some families. Other families just want the money.
Yeah, but as far as some of those programs, like with the suits and stuff or different perks you get, Texas does those things. You're just saying Oklahoma advertises it a little bit better.
I believe so. Because, I mean, I never hear anyone talking about I don't even know what the name of Texas's thing is. But for Oklahoma, you hear it's like Soul Mission or OUDNA, random stuff like that. They I think do a better job of presenting it or making it easier to understand, whatever. But I mean, I don't know. I think it will be Oklahoma. I don't think it's over though. And there's 6 days left. A lot of it can change between now and then. But you know, end of July, early August, we were told from folks in Austin they feel good about Nick Brooks. And Hank and I immediately took that.
Reveal Suits is the company I was thinking of that does their stuff with Texas. Carlton Dixon, who played basketball at Texas, he's the CEO of Reveal. So that's where, you know, the when you see the guys with their, you know, jackets and ties, most of that stuff is going to come from Reveal.
Okay, nice. So again, I do think it eventually will be Oklahoma. At the end of July, early August, we were told from folks at Texas they feel good about Nick Brooks. They felt good coming out of the OV, but, you know, better than they felt then. That kind of sent Hank and I the message, okay, they're not as confident as they used to be with Fasusi. But that's not a guy you just –
that means,
yeah, that's not a guy you just throw in the towel on either. You know, they're going to keep recruiting him. But, what's convenient for Texas in all this? Fasusi's committing 2 days before Brooks is.
Yeah.
If Texas figures out a way to get Fasusi, I do not think they're getting Brooks. If Fasusi goes elsewhere, Oklahoma, Nick Brooks, I think, is going to Texas, and I feel pretty good about that. I saw other people already put in predictions. I need to see how this Fasusi stuff unfolds because I do not think Texas would be able to get both of them in any world. I think the Fasusi domino has to fall for Nick Brooks' thing to really be final. So,
yeah, you know, BK and I had a disagreement on this. I don't remember if I was on the morning show or he was here at one point, but you know, I want A&M and Oklahoma to be good when they play Texas.
Mm-hmm.
I want those games to mean something, right? And to me, yeah, would it suck losing? Does it suck losing recruiting battles to A&M and OU if you're a Texas fan? Yeah, but that's what makes those games fun. Is that like how many there is a generation of Texas fans that, you know, still get a twitch when you talk about Adrian Peterson. Why? Because Adrian Peterson said at one point in time, hey, I want to go to a place where I have a chance to win a national championship. His sophomore year at Oklahoma, Texas wins a national championship. So those recruiting battles, that's what makes those games so freaking fun. And I like the games when they're both good. I've seen entertaining Texas A&M games when one's been good and the other hasn't. And I've seen really good Texas OU games when both have been mediocre or one's been really good or one hasn't been good. Whatever the case is, I just want both those teams to be good. Like I said, those need to be national showcase games that people care about.
Yeah. And
I've never understood why Texas and Texas A&M can't be good at the same time. Like the football gods have never allowed things to line up to where they're both kind of equals, even for just like you've seen stretches in the Texas OU rivalry where they're both top 10 caliber teams playing each other for decade stretches. You've never seen that with Texas and Texas A&M. Usually is one's really good and one's either kind of middling or just flat out bad. Like I've seen Texas beat some bad Texas A&M teams and vice versa. When I was growing up when A&M was running the Southwest Conference in the early 90s, I watched A&M beat some not so very good Texas teams. But again, at the risk of repeating myself, I love it when those games, when there's stakes, man. That's like why do we watch, you know, movies or, you know, why do we watch UFC fights or big boxing fights, man? Because there's stakes. There's something on the line here. And we can talk about state pride or the Lone Star Showdown trophy or the Golden Hat or whatever. No, I want to look back at the end of this in the playoff and say those two games had an impact on who got here.
Yeah.
You want to put Jack Burton's comment up on the screen, Jordan? Because I think that'll get the Texas fans riled up a little bit. I mean, it's just when A&M's been good, Texas just hasn't. So
all right, well, Jeff, riddle me this, because I do want to. There is some more recruiting stuff I want to talk about, and some 2027 kids, because that class has some freaks. But
well, hey, since we don't have a ton of time, why don't we say that for tomorrow, and we'll do 2027, and we'll do as best we can preview the scrimmage on Saturday, because that's the big one, right? The second camp scrimmage. Pretty much after the Saturday scrimmage, camp is over for all intents and purposes. Mm-hmm. And once you get into next, like not next week's practice, but the week after that, you're prep for Colorado State. I would venture to say Sark will never tell us. He'll never say anything publicly. I would venture to say they've spent some time on Michigan already, and I wouldn't be surprised if next week is kind of the initial install for Michigan week, and you just kind of build on it.
You don't think they're spending a day in practice just prepping for Armani, the bad guy Winfield?
I don't
watch me talk about him all off season, and his ass doesn't even start for them.
Do you like
I don't even know if he's gonna play for them this year, where he's at on the depth chart.
There's two games, because Michigan is its own animal, and then I think we can agree UTSA will push Texas for a half, but it's just because they're really well coached and they've got some talent, but they're going to run out of gas at some point. I mean, they just don't have enough horses like Texas does. I think that's how that game's going to go. But there's two games, ULM and Colorado State. If you're the GA that has to crush tape on Colorado State and prepare the scouting reports, are you just why am I doing this? This is X number of hours of my life that I'm never going to get back for doing all this Colorado State prep.
Shit, let Anthony Hill go out there and call it himself. Let him start of his coaching career.
And again, I like Jay Norvell. Jay Norvell was good to me, nice to me when he was at Texas. So I like Jay Norvell, but
I don't know. Whoever is going to have to guard Torrey Horton will have the hardest job all night. So, and I'm assuming Malik Muhammad, because I don't know, they might have to put him on the bad guy.
But that's interesting though. That's something I do want to see, because you're playing an air raid team game one. Mm-hmm. So I want to see some coverage. I tried to ask Jade about coverages and his media availability, and he didn't take the bait. But I want to see. You could see them in practice. One of those practices where we were out there for a really long time. You could see them kind of tinkering with some split coverages. I want to know if they're going to be, a true field and boundary defense, or if we're going to see guys float a little bit more. So there are some things you can take from that Colorado State game and spin it forward to say, okay, how are they going to do it? I would venture a guess that against Michigan, you're probably going to be almost exclusively, you're probably going to be exclusively nickel personnel. You won't run a ton of dime against Michigan, and you might be 40 personnel with Gilbo off the field and Mo Blackwell on. Basically have Mo Blackwell out there as your Sam linebacker. Basically, he becomes your nickel linebacker for all intents and purposes. But anyway, that's diving a little too deep into X's and O's. But were you going to say something, Jordan, or were we?
Sorry, I'm trying to do math.
No, you're good.
Someone was talking about liking John Turntine more than Fasusi. I think John Turntine's really good, but I'm not ready to stamp him over for Fasusi yet. So I just pulled up all their data and stuff, and I was trying to do math in my head. But
Turntine's got those 35-inch arms or whatever, 36-inch arms.
Turntine's got 35s.
Yeah.
You know who's got 35 2.5s?
Fasusi.
Turntine's got an 81.8 wing, but you know who's got 83.3? Fasusi.
It's funny that we spent so much time talking about those three Metroplex tackles in this cycle, and if Fasusi goes to OU, none of them are going to end up going to in-state schools.
Well, I will say, whenever Fasusi commits, I think it'll be over. Ty Haywood, I really don't know. Texas isn't involved there, so I really don't care. But I think he's going to be pretty solid at Alabama. He is really good.
Jordan's got no time for your Ty Haywood questions, so file that.
No, one day I'll explain, but covering that recruitment is just I don't know how to describe it. Very interesting. With Lamont Rogers, though, that one is not over at all. Missouri is where he's currently committed to, but that could very well end up changing. Again, like Lamont Rogers is seeing is far from over. So keep that in the back of your head too. But I will say, if Texas strikes out on all three, I don't think there's any way they miss on Turntine. They would need to get him at that point. He becomes a need. So, but I don't know. I just want to answer this, Jeff. I don't know if you've been able to dive too deep into the 25 O-line class that they have committed right now, but for those on audio only, David Keith Williams said, what do you think of the 2025 O-line class? All the players have time to develop, but I don't view any of them as likely difference makers. I think John Mills might be the closest.
Well, it's tough for me to write off anybody or make kind of wholesale opinions until I see you guys. Jordan, you can vouch for me on this. I pretty much had no opinion on Nate Kibble. I mean, obviously I'd seen the highlights. I'd seen what was out there on Huddle and whatnot. But I didn't really have an opinion on Nate Kibble until I saw him in person, because I just want to eyeball guys and see, hey, how do you look standing next to dudes that I know have NFL bodies? And Nate Kibble doesn't look out of place at Texas. So he's a guard all the way. He's never going to play tackle unless he's just got crazy feet and you just decide, hey, in a pinch, we can put him out there. Nate Kibble's a guard all the way, but I think he could be a pretty good contributor for you at guard. So I want to see some of these guys in no matter who it is. I want to see them in person before we do anything. I do like, Jackson Christian. Anytime you're talking about guys, when Kyle Flood's recruiting guys, being at that 6'5", kind of lower end of the 300-pound scale, I want to see if that guy's got the potential to play center, because you can just maximize depth if he's a guy that can snap for you at all. And Jackson Christian's one of those guys, Jordan, that depending on how the athleticism plays up, if it does play up, maybe he's a guy that could be a swing guy for you. We'll see. The Coleman twins, I think it's pretty obvious kind of what the long-term plan is for both those guys. Did you say Devin or Jordan, Joe? I'm sorry. One of my college roommates is trying to call me right now, and I don't know why. Did you say Devin or Jordan has a better chance of maybe at some point flipping over and playing defense?
Oh, it'd be Devin, but I don't think that happens.
Okay. Yeah, they're both probably interior line guys at some point. Jordan, again, see how he develops. If the footwork is there, maybe you can bump him out to tackle. Maybe he's, another Cam Williams type guy. I haven't looked at his measurables, but again, I want to see what the body looks like. And then John Mills, we'll see what it looks like at tackle. Can he be a tackle? Can he be a guard? The thing, David Keith Williams, it's really hard to find. Jordan's out there more than I am now, but I've done enough all-star games and stuff and camps in the past to know this. This is why a guy like John Turntine is going to be ranked really high, not just because he's talented. It is really hard to find guys that you can very easily project to tackle at the next level. Like, forget talking about, can he be a left tackle? Guys that you're like, okay, he can play tackle at the next level. And then the guys that can play that premium position, the Turntine, Fasusi, Haywood, those type guys, Josh Petty, those are the kind of guys that end up as 5-star type guys. It's just so hard to find tackles. I've said this for years, and I still think it's the case. You've either got to recruit your top 50-ish type guys, which that's for Texas right now. That's Brandon Baker and Kelvin Banks, those type guys. Or you've got to go one of two ways. If it's not a guy that's pretty much has the ability to come into play right away. Like, we know Brandon Baker's not, but if he needed to, he probably could. You've either got to go like the Cam Williams route, the John Mills route, where, hey, this dude profiles to what we want in a tackle. Maybe not what everybody else wants, but profiles to what we want. He's just so massive, and maybe we'll slim him down and work on the feet, whatever. Or you've got to go the Connor Williams, Sam Cosmi route and take a guy who's, got a good frame, arm length checks out. You say, hey, we'll get him in our meal plan, our weight program. We'll put weight on him. We'll get him to 310, 315, and he's still going to be an athletic guy. So I think once you get past that first wave of tackles in a class, however deep it is, then you got to really figure out, okay, what best. And for some coaches, like I said, for Texas, I know like for the Tom Herman regime at Texas, they would prefer to go, which they did. They would prefer to go the Sam Cosmi route. They would like to take a guy that's got really good measurables and a good frame that can fill out and say, hey, we'll bulk him up and get him there. Kyle Flood would rather take, no, I'll take a guy who, like John Mills at 6'6", 325, and we'll trim him up and work with him and develop him into what we want in a tackle.
Yeah. I will say I really like the group of commits they have right now at O-line, those 4 guys. Yes, they're all 3 stars, but like you got to remember, 3 stars can be really damn good players too. Tavondre Sweat was a 3-star, right? Byron Murphy was a 3-star on every side except the good guys who knew what we were doing. He was an unranked 4-star for us, but Mills is the one I know least about, and he's the only one I haven't been able to see actually play in person. But the main thing I like about him, main thing that catches my intrigue is he's 6'6", 320 and plays baseball and just hits nukes. And he's just hitting dingers out there in the Bay Area. So I like him. I don't have his measurements, but I can't imagine there's any way his arms are under 34 and a half.
I just like John Mills just because of the story you told just about how he got his offer, where he just showed up to random camps and be like,
uninvited.
Yeah.
It's like, who's this 6'6", 320-pound? But Kyle Flood probably saw him and it's like, oh, did one of y'all surprise me? And they're like, no, coach, we don't know who this is. But
was Mills the one that they invited to the elite camp and he didn't come back? Or was it Mills or Jackson Christian?
No, they didn't invite him to any camp. He just showed up and got it. Jackson Christian was they had gone out to see him work out, I believe, in that spring, and then told him they liked him, they wanted him to camp, and that they invited him to the elite camp, which was June 3rd that year, because I remember it was the day KJ Lacey committed. And he told me he didn't think he was good enough because his only offers were UNT and like UTSA. So after he ditches the camp, doesn't go. Jeff Banks called him that day and was like, hey, where the F were you? Like, we invited you to camp. We wanted you to come camp today. Like, what are you doing? And he was like, I'm sorry, coach. Like, I'm sorry. And he's like, all right, we got an O-line camp next week. You need to be there. And he showed up and they offered him. And it was the same day Jordan Coleman got offered too and ended up being teammates, or will be teammates. But the Coleman brothers, Jordan Coleman is the bigger one. He's the one who could end up playing tackle. If he does play tackle, I think he's a right tackle, though, at least as of now. But I think he has enough potential. I think there's enough there that he could one day be a left tackle, maybe. Devin Coleman, on the other hand, is 1,000% an interior prospect. He's a guard. I don't think they're even going to try to have him play center. He's a guard. And he's violent as hell. Like, his tape is more violent than Jordan Coleman's. Now, he's 2 inches shorter, about 10 pounds less, but I love both of the Coleman brothers and what they bring, but my favorite of those 4 is Jackson Christian. We're talking about a kid who started at left tackle the last 2 years, 32 games, because you play 16 games if you go to state, and he played in all. Actually, no, he missed one of those games because that's another funny story. But 31 games in a row at left tackle for a team that went to state twice, and he has 1 ring. Pretty impressive. Also. The thing that intrigues me the most about Jackson Christian, I don't think the Texas O-line room like necessarily needs this. Like, whenever Landon Rink committed to A&M, it was like, okay, the A&M D-line room needs like a try-hard, like salty white kid like this. They need that because that makes everyone around them better. I don't think the Texas O-line room necessarily needs that. They don't have culture issues or character problems in there. But bringing in a guy like Jackson Christian, who comes from Southeast Texas, whose dad works in a refinery, blue collar through and through, and is just a tough kid, will do anything that's ever asked him by the coaches. That I love what that brings to the Texas O-liner. Again, I don't think they necessarily need it, but I think it's a plus because kids like that make everyone around them better, and that's a fact in my opinion. But
that's why I like Aaron Bryant in that defensive tackle room. Like, dude, I could be completely talking out of my backside, but man, nobody in that D-line room, like Aaron Bryant's going to set the bar. Like Kenny Baker, like I said, unless something's changed or whatever, my take is Kenny Baker's never going to have a problem wondering whether Aaron Bryant's going to work hard or not. You know, so he can always point to Aaron Bryant and he's setting the bar. So a guy, you know, whatever Aaron Bryant becomes at Texas, he's going to get the most out of what he's got.
Yeah, and another thing, I see some people talking about, like, people are basically saying the only way they think those 4 linemen could potentially be successful at Texas is if, you know, they're cool with sitting. Look, I can't really speak for John Mills. I haven't really been able to evaluate his mental. I've never met him or seen him in person outside of, you know, when he walks into Moncrief and you can't miss 6'6", 320.
Yeah.
But the Coleman brothers train with the same trainer as Andre Kojo, DJ Campbell, and countless other kids that play D1 Power 5 ball, but, you know, also Cam Williams and Gooseby. He trains those kids too. They knew exactly what was going on with Andre Kojo and that he was never going to play till like year 3 at the very earliest when he committed. Yeah. And the trainer did what he could to, hey, guys, like, you have to understand this is how this is going to work. The Coleman brothers are on the same wavelength. They know exactly what it was when they committed. They know they're going to have to sit. And so does Jackson Christian. Neither of the 3 in-state kids of the 4 line commits strike me as kids who will go in the portal. They know the situation they're in. So, yeah. And we have – I mean, it's just Eric by himself till 12:30, right?
12:20-ish. You know, Keenan Womack is out doing his thing. Of course, he works a day job, right, 9 to 5, and he's moving. So I didn't want to have him sacrifice, you know, some time there and kind of be able to do the moving clear. So Jeff's going to hang around for a bit. Got Leah Van will come on of Cron.com. She'll come on about 12:20-ish, and then Noah Gross will bring us home around 12:45.
The great Noah Gross.
Listen, Noah Gross, Jeff, like, as you and I both have had to come on home, you know, I don't know what year you had to come on home with the hair. I know for me, it was a choice between being in grad school at Chicago in the winter, and I didn't bring a car, so I had to walk to the bus stop, right, which was like a quarter mile, and then like get off that bus stop and walk a little bit. And I was like, I can do this in 30-degree weather, or I can just and I was good. But Noah Gross, phenomenal head of hair in Austin. Agree?
Yes. Not
I'm looking at these comments,
trying to think of who's got the best head of hair. Like, probably of all the TV folks that are normally around, Dennis De La Pena. Dennis might have the fullest head of hair.
Good call. Yeah. Dennis has a really full head of hair in a way for like you wouldn't expect. I was gonna give Baloo some love, but yeah, Dennis has got him beat. For
Bob, sure. No, Bob keeps it well cropped and well shapen. There's a lot of bald guys though now.
Yeah,
between you, me, Thomas Jones, Danny Davis.
You know, the whole crew, like everyone is pretty much. Man. I mean, Corey will be upset. Corey Mose will be upset if I don't include him in the good hair category of Austin media folks.
Corey's got the most swag though. Like there's no question. I don't even know if anybody's trying to compete with him in that realm though.
I will say this. I'm coming for him this year at the suit game. Jordan, you know,
okay.
I'm coming for him this year at the suit game.
Corey at this point.
Yeah, you pull up in a suit. I'll pull up wearing joggers or Nike Tech or some shit. Just be on the field.
Corey at this point is Larry Bird in the 3-point contest. He's just like, y'all are all playing for second.
The issue, Jeff, and I give Corey a hard time about this when we bring on Leah, is Corey can walk into any suit shop, and Jeff, you'll appreciate this, right? Guys like us with giant necks who can't just buy stuff off the rack. Mm-hmm. All Corey has to walk in and be like, yo, can I get that in medium? And we good, right? Like, and we're good to go, right? Whereas us, we can't just buy that stuff off the rack. Corey Mose can just walk in and be like, I need that in extra small and ride out.
Even when I was in my thinner days, like when I got married, like had to go get like a shirt fitting, and you hear the tailor cracking jokes about me. Man, you got a thick neck. Like, I'm well aware. Yes, I know. That's why I'm here. And I just didn't go to JCPenney and buy me a shirt. I got to pay to have this specialty shirt. So
Jeff, Jordan, go ahead.
Go ahead and roll, Jordan. Yes, sir.
Yeah, recruiting all day tomorrow. We'll see you.
And a little scrimmage preview as well. We'll go ahead, Eric.
No, I was gonna say I'm gonna bring on Leah since she's in the room a little early, which I got to give the homie credit. You know, I just busted her balls. I thought she was gonna be a little late, but she showed up on time. Leah Van, what's going on? It's like a little Texas beat reunion here.
Why are you saying I'm gonna show up late, huh? Are you referencing a specific time in my career?
You know what? I wasn't even doing that. I was gonna ask you about the Brian Kelly deal, but I wasn't even going there. Now you brought it up, right? You brought it up. So, yes.
I also was listening to this conversation of the best dressed, and I was like, I think I wore some pretty nice fits.
Well, I mean, here's the thing: you're dearly departed, so you know you can't include you. What's up, Jeff?
I know.
My fashion sense is more like I'm closer to Tim Duncan circa 2004 than anything else. So
I mean, you might see me in a press box or two this year. I think I might, fingers crossed, get to the Texas A&M game and maybe one other one. Yeah.
Leah, how's baseball treating you with the little bit Astros action?
It's been good. Yeah, obviously I don't travel with the team, so I'm like, impatiently waiting for them to get back here. I do get to travel when they go to Arlington, so that was fun.
Nice.
But yeah, they host the White Sox this weekend, which, if you're familiar, are like the worst team in baseball right now. So that should be a fun series for everybody.
Yeah, Luis Roberts just mired in the drudge that is the White Sox. But Leah's gonna hang out with Eric, but Leah got to know Paul Skeens before he blew up and was the National League starter in the All-Star game. And people forget this, Leah, and I like to remind them because Texas played Air Force a couple of times in the 22 season, and people were like, man, Paul Skeens. I'm like, dude, Paul Skeens as a catcher he hit over 300. He hit double-digit bombs. Like, he was a really, really good two-way player in an era where two-way players don't really exist. And then he got to LSU, and Jay Johnson said, yeah, you're got to pitch. Don't even worry about picking up the bat. You're going to pitch.
Well, I was watching him in fall ball, and he was still hitting. And because they hadn't made the decision yet. And so I was like, going to tell my kids that I watched him hit home runs in fall ball at LSU because he was he was the best hitter of fall ball is the funny part. I think he had the most home runs out of anybody. And, you had a team with also first round draft pick Dylan Cruz and also first round draft pick Tommy White. And so it was it was just insane team.
Yeah, that I've said this before. I'm looking as much as everybody's looking forward to SEC football matchups. I'm just as excited, if not more, to cover that league in baseball because they're just great venues. People, those SEC fan bases are knowledgeable about baseball, so I love. And I'm not just saying this because Texas is in the league now, but there's something different about SEC baseball.
Oh, 100%. And I would encourage any Texas fans to at least check out one SEC venue this spring when the schedule comes out, because it's really it's such a different experience and it's really unique. And I don't think a lot of people really realize it.
All right. I'm going to leave you guys to do it. Eric, what time did you say Noah's coming on? Bottom of the hour?
12:45. Noah Gross should be on. 12:40, 12:45-ish.
All right. Leah's good to see you again. Eric.
Good to see you.
I will, Eric, I'll text you here in a while because I do have something for you. But everybody have a great rest of the day. Jordan and I will be back tomorrow talking 2027 recruiting and a little bit of scrimmage preview for Saturday.
Appreciate it. That was It's Only an Hour. Jeff Howe, Jordan Scruggs, taking you up to a little afternoon as always. We are False Start. I have a much better looking co-host today than the usual one in Keenan Womack. She is Leah Van. She's a sports culture reporter at Cron.com. LV, your fam, it's nice to finally get you on the show. What's going on?
I know. It's great. It's great to be here, Eric. And I'm just chilling. I actually am procrastinating on writing a Texas A&M football story. So thank you for helping me procrastinate today.
Listen, any way I can help you out, it is always my honor and pleasure. Cannot thank you enough. For those wondering, Keenan Womack, as I said, he is moving. He has a 9-to-5, so didn't want to force him to have a conflict with choosing between helping his wife out in moving or coming here to do the show. So we've got Leah, who's going to hang around till 12:30, 12:35ish, and we'll have Noah Gross will come on after that. Joe Londergan will round us out at 12:50. Leah, before I get started, definitely want to talk a little horns with you, see your thoughts. Like those who may not know, Leah was actually covering the Texas Longhorns last year for another outlet. So she is very familiar with the Texas football team, but also just as a Texas X. And luckily, I know it for a fact that you are a Texas X. I'm not sure if you saw the mishap of the last time on the show by any chance. Did you hear of the mishap on the show, Leah?
I did not hear of the mishap.
Long story short, Keenan told me that he was good friends. He and his wife are good friends with Michelle Montaigne, who's an anchor at WFAA. All I knew of Michelle is that she's blonde. Keenan goes over as we're at SEC Media Days, Radio Row. I'm introing the show, and I see him out of the corner of my eye. I see him wave over a blonde. And I'm like, all right, he's got Michelle Montaigne ready to go. And I'll send you the clip. It went viral. Awful Announcing picked it up. CB, thank you for noting that it went viral. I'm like, all right, and we've got, a good friend of Keenan's, near and dear to his heart, and a Texas X, Michelle Montaigne. And the next words I hear, which is words you don't want to hear, I'm Caroline Fenton of yahoo.com. He grabbed
I know her, yeah.
He grabbed the wrong one.
Wrong person, yeah.
After claiming to know this person for like years, he grabs the wrong woman. Anyhow, our audience has heard that story enough, so I won't rehash it in full. I'll send you the clip afterwards, but I do know you are a Texas X, so you certainly are very familiar with the program. LV, I want to start with you just coming off of last season, as a Texas alum, what was just your feeling of where that Texas football program was, considering where you saw it as a student to now being in or at least coming off of last year, a Sugar Bowl appearance?
Yeah, well, I was a student during the Charlie Strong era, so it was vastly different. Even the fan support was very different. But yeah, I think Quinn Ewers, I think what was very apparent to all of us last year was how much he grew from the previous season and how he became more accurate, more comfortable in his position. I loved seeing the depth at running back. It sucked that we really only got a little bit out of Jonathan Brooks before he was injured, because I thought that he was very talented, and we had really not paid too much attention to him because of CJ Baxter. And now obviously CJ Baxter's hurt, Christian Clark's hurt, which terrible news. But I think from what we saw out of Jaden Blue, I think this running back room just reloads. I think we have a really good, that might be our strongest point of development. With you've got Tashard Choice, who's obviously knows what he's doing when it comes to coaching these guys, because I feel like they've all been, we haven't seen running backs like that. I think back to college, we had Jonathan Gray and went to my high school, but he kept getting injured. We had Malcolm Brown, who was good. We had Joe Bergeron, but we really didn't have guys that were reliable that could get, 4 to 5 yards a carry. That's what we saw a lot of last year. And I think establishing the ground game is what allowed Quinn Ewers to have more comfort as a passer and to really go to his targets. And I'm excited about this year because, you've got some transfer veteran wide receivers. You got a 5-star coming in. So I think Texas left off on a good note. Obviously, you're losing a lot of veterans on both sides of the ball, but you're still returning a good enough amount of them to make a run. And I think that hopefully they can add some depth to the secondary. I think that was kind of Texas's weakness last year.
Again, if you're just joining us, we're joined by Leah Van of Cron.com. You can find her on Twitter at @LVan_sports. She is a boot queen, a native Texan, and a sports culture writer covering the Astros. Leah, again, I won't hold you to, what you may not have seen this year, obviously not covering the team anymore, but from the players you saw last year that are still on this roster, who are you most excited to see as far as maybe their development or growth?
I don't know. I thought Anthony Hill's intriguing, right? And we didn't really get to talk to him last year, but he had these moments where he made these highlight plays on defense, and he really didn't he didn't play as much as the other guys, right? But I felt like every time he was in the game, he made some sort of impact or he made some sort of key play. So I'm excited to see what he looks like with more playing time. I think this could be like a huge breakout year for him. And I love David Benda. I think he's an awesome person. And I think he's got an awesome story. And I know that he's going to have a fantastic year. But yeah, it might be a little bit unconventional to name a linebacker, but I think that Anthony Hill might be a really exciting person to watch.
Listen, I don't think it's unconventional, especially with him making the move inside to middle linebacker, an area that also is near and dear to your heart, LSU. They can attest that when you take a great edge rusher like a Harold Perkins and move him inside, sometimes that may or may not work. So definitely a lot of Texas fans have their eyes on that for sure. Leah, going to go to the comments here. Before we talk a little bit of Astros, want to throw up David Keith Williams' comment where he says, if Paul Skeens had committed to UT rather than LSU, David Pierce would likely still be leading the UT program. I think Skeens pitching for Texas would have got the team to a super regional. I couldn't not give you an opportunity if you have any thoughts to opine on that comment.
I don't know. Yeah, I think it's likely that David Pierce would still have his job. I think the issue with Paul Skeens, and I talked to him about this, was he said he was all in on Texas was his number one choice, and then they got rid of the pitching coach, and he was like, "Well, I don't." And there seemed to be no plan ahead, and so then that's why he ended up going to LSU, who did end up hiring a pitching coach from literally a major league baseball program. So, yes, there was a real shot that Paul Skeens was going to go to Texas. And I think if he had gone to Texas, I don't know if Texas would have made the run that LSU did, because LSU also had a really good lineup that also had a first-round draft pick. And Texas's lineup has kind of been inconsistent over the years. But, especially you have a couple stars here and there, but you really need a lot on the same lineup, not just like a Ivan Melendez to really carry it. So, I think Texas would have gone further, but then again, I think Pierce also had a lot of relationship issues within the program. And that was something that was quite apparent. And I think you could even tell by the team's demeanor last year that the morale was not really there. His history of cycling through assistant coaches. I think there's a lot more that meets the eye than results. And that's exactly what I kind of felt went wrong with David Pierce.
Our guy, Jake Bayless. Jake, always appreciate you rocking with us, says that's like Mac Brown missing out on Robert Griffin III. Shout out to Cole Thompson. Of course, Cole hosts the SEC Unfiltered show, and he just dropped a GIF seeing that Leah's hosting the show. So he is pumped to be watching us. Leah, I have to also give you an opportunity. We got a lot of Astros fans who watch us despite, kind of being Austin-centered. Catch us up on the Stros. It's not my favorite team to talk about. I certainly have feelings about the Astros, but that's okay. I'm a sour Tampa Bay Rays fan. Jordan Alvarez, you think you owe us a video board out there at the Trop.
That's right.
The ballpark that God created. Okay, I will stop with the Rays propaganda. Tell us about the Astros a little bit. Mainly, I think the big thing that people are really interested in is, kind of where they stand after being first in the division and how you think the rest of the season will kind of fare for them.
Yeah, so I mean, the AL West is probably I think it's the worst division in baseball. So they have a 2.5 game lead over the Seattle Mariners. So obviously comfortably in first for now, and they're on an 8-game winning streak as of late. And Justin Verlander is making a rehab start today, so he might be back into the rotation on the pitching front. So it feels like everything's coming together at the right time after the Astros kind of had a little bit of a disastrous start. I can't remember what the record was, but it took them until about mid-June to get to 500, and people were very concerned. There was there were some pitching depth issues with 2 guys out for season, Jose Urquidy and Christian Javier, with Tommy John surgery. And then Fromber was on and off the IL. JP France ended up getting injured, getting option, and now he's kind of rehabbing too. So Astros got Kikuchi at the trade deadline, a pitcher from the Toronto Blue Jays, and he's been pitching very well despite the fact that he didn't really have a very good start with the Blue Jays this year. The Astros made some tweaks, encouraged him to use his changeup a little bit more, which has kind of been the theme of the season. The rise of Ronel Blanco has really been because of his changeup pitch, and so the starting rotation seems to be coming together. Alex Bregman is playing his best baseball right now. He homered in like 2 straight games. Altuve and Jordan are doing the things that they always do, but Jordan reached 150 home runs in 590 career games, which is best in Astros history. And it's up there as I think in the top 10 for, all time in the MLB. So he's doing very well right now, and also destroyed or allegedly, he said there's no proof, but he did, hit the Jumbotron at your ballpark there. So the Astros are poised to probably make postseason. They do have to win the division since it doesn't seem like anybody who's going to take second in the AL West will make the wild card, just because everybody's records are substantially worse than everybody else. And the Rangers are pretty much out of it. I mean, they might, if they make a massive run, they're like 7.5 games back from first. They're having pitching problems. They're having lineup problems. And the Mariners have a really strong pitching staff, but they can't seem to string together enough runs each game. So it's really going to come down to the Mariners and the Astros. And right now the Astros have the edge.
To any slander that I will take as far as my hot take about Tropicana Field being God's ballpark, I remember when Enron Field, and yes, it will always be Enron Field to me, had that massive flagpole in center field. Okay, so I don't want to hear any crap about God's ballpark. But before we get Leah out of here, we're going to play a fun game with her. Ask her just 5 random questions, sports related. But before we do, going to give a shout out to our friends at Covert Bee Cave. If you're in the market for a new vehicle, look no further than our friends at Covert Bee Cave. Especially with these temps being in the summer. Don't be like Keenan Womack, who's having some issues with his air conditioning in his car. Go get a new car. Go to Covert Bee Cave. We'll let them tell you all about it.
They treat you like family. My husband and I have bought several vehicles from the Coverts over the years, and it's always just been easy and effortless.
By the time we walk into the dealership, paperwork's ready and we're ready to buy.
I walked in, literally signed a couple of things, and I was 10 minutes in and out.
They just take care of everything.
I personally feel like people took care of me. I feel like as they're taking care of me, if they take care of other people that I know, it's just that much of a plus.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
LV, I'm gonna come out the gate hot with you here. And this is a game I like to play whenever I'm, flying solo and have some guests on. So first off, if there were a bar game, right, talking darts, skee ball, pop-a-shot, whatever bar game you kind of want to call a pool, that you would crush, like Olympic level crush, or at least beat a date in, which one would it be and why?
Does ping pong count?
Hey, that counts. That counts.
Or beer pong. Beer pong's not a bar though. That's like a frat house.
Nah, yeah. Back when we were in college, you could find a beer pong at a bar.
I was going to say, if it was college, like I'm like really good at beer pong. Like really freaking good at beer pong. I don't know. I always seem to make the redemption cup too, and or just like the final one. I always get the final shot. So, I don't know. Like if that was an option, yeah, I think beer pong. But otherwise, ping pong, I'm really good at. No good at pool. I'm actually pretty decent at darts, but yeah, probably anything that has a pong in it.
That makes me disappointed when you get a chance to run a little beer pong game when you're here in Austin.
Hey, I'll come visit.
Next question, Leah. What's the favorite game you've ever covered?
Oh, God. I mean, it's kind of a toss-up because I covered the LSU game where they beat Alabama and stormed the field on a touchdown catch by a freshman. So, or 2-point conversion, I think it was. And so that was fun for so many reasons. And trying to weave myself through thousands of college students to get to the post game was pretty interesting and quite the scene. But I also really enjoyed the College World Series game between LSU and Wake Forest. Rhett Lauder, Paul Skeens, both first-round draft pick pitchers, and it was really down to the wire until the very end. I think it was a home run by Tommy White that won it for LSU, but it was a high stakes matchup that everybody was looking forward to, and it did not disappoint.
All right. Now, you are a native of Fort Worth, so I already know where you're going to go. But for the audience, DFW, Houston, or Austin? Or how about you rank those? How about that? We'll do it that
Rank them? Yeah, I was going to say it depends. Like, it depends on the context. Like if I'm going out to the bars, I actually would say Houston. Like
Houston, okay.
I think Houston has the best bar scene. And I just I like the Heights area, and I just kind of have a nice usual rotation, and I feel safe going there, and lots of eligible men. It's a great time. Austin's bar scene has changed a lot over the years, and sometimes it gets a little bit too crowded. Houston has a lot of space, so I think, and I don't think Fort Worth or Dallas can compete with the bar scene. But overall, as far as places of living, Austin's number one for me. I love Austin. I miss it. And there's a lot to do, especially if you're a fitness girl from like me. I have a lot of good friends there. I don't want to put Houston number two because I am a Fort Worth girl. And in Fort Worth, we don't get hurricanes. So,
okay.
But I would not live in Fort Worth now as a 29-year-old who does not have a husband and family. So I would live in Dallas, though. So I'll put Dallas number two, and I'll put Houston number three, just because I don't like the fact that the grid is so unstable here.
Okay, no doubt. Listen, the 2 trips I had to TCU last year, I had fun. So I had fun in your city, Fort Worth. No doubt. Last 2, and we'll get you out of here, LV. Your favorite UT-related memory, sports or otherwise?
Oh, God. That's hard because not a lot of good things happened when I was in college. So I didn't really get to do that. But I guess, my freshman year, we did beat Oklahoma, which was great. And it was unexpected because I think Oklahoma was number 4 at the time. And I think we had either Case McCoy or David Ash at quarterback. This is a forgotten team. But yeah, I don't know. You put me on the spot there. That was really tough. I did go to, as far as things that I was physically at, I actually went to the College World Series that Texas was in. And they were playing Mississippi State, and there was a massive rain delay. So I went over to a bar next door, talked to a bunch of people, UT fans, and then went back at 1:00 in the morning to watch the final inning. And Texas ended up winning. But then they lost the next game, which meant that they were eliminated. So, but I was there for when they won, and that was a pretty good memory.
And last one for you, yes or no? Steve Sarkisian wins a national championship during his time at Texas.
Yes.
There we go. She is Leah Van of Cron.com. Cannot thank you enough, LV, for making the time. Let the folks know where they can find you at.
Yeah, so I'm at lvan_sports. That is my Twitter. And if you want to check out what I write about, go to chron.com. It's CHRON.com. We are the free digital affiliate of the Houston Chronicles, so no subscription required.
LV, appreciate it as always. Thank you, ma'am. I will catch up with you later.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right, still waiting on Noah Gross to get in the chat here. Should be on in a few, but in the meantime, we are going to run another ad. If you're in the market, again, not this time for a car, but also to watch the Longhorns, look no further than our friends at Audio Visual Consultations. We'll get you hooked up with a man cave, a woman cave, whatever it is you need to watch the Longhorns. Obviously, a big-time season on the horizon, but we will let them tell you why you should check out them.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations. Today's home electronics can be a bit daunting. My company has spent the last 36 years making sure they are not. For those of you who have not experienced our services yet, we'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. We carry all the major brands of televisions and stereo equipment at prices you can't find in stores. And we come to you. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. We believe in having some fun and dreaming big. Do you have a dream for your home entertainment? Let us know. We can make it come true. And we are always there to help after the job is done. We cultivate clients for a lifetime by treating everyone like their family. No, not those family members. I'm talking about the ones you actually like. So relax, hug your kids, make love to your wife, and smile. Then, when you have a moment, give us a call at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678. Or online at avconsultations.com.
As I mentioned, I'm supposed to be joined by Noah Gross of KXAON. Hopefully he'll be on in a few. But in the meantime, I'm going to run a bit of a solo show here. And one of the biggest things that kind of dropped here as far as news for the Longhorns, ESPN released their list of top 100 Longhorns, or top 100, college football players, not top 100 Longhorns. 5 Longhorns made that list. I'll go ahead and run through, get your thoughts here on the back end if you have any comments as far as who made the list. We'll go lowest to highest, number 86, Isaiah Bond, which is a really nice ranking for a kid like him who, you talk about someone, his career year is 48 receptions for 668 yards and 4 touchdowns, but it obviously kind of goes to show you, in my mind, I think, twofold. One, the potential you think you see in Isaiah Bond, and 2, just really how he fits in this offense. Number 64, this is the one, and the next 2 I'll say I think Texas fans should be keenly aware of. Anthony Hill Jr. only started 6 games last year out of a 14-game year, true freshman, comes in as a top 65 player. Not sure where he ranks amongst the linebackers, but again, you're talking about stats, 41 solo tackles, 65 total, 5 sacks. For a kid like him, and it's really scary, when you talk about it, right? I mean, someone who Pete Kwiatkowski said, hell of an athlete, but not that good of a football player just yet, right? Like, not that smart of a football player. Now, the fact that he managed to do that and then still be a top 65 player, I think that one is pretty impressive. Jake Bayless, I see your comment. I'm going to come to in a second. I definitely will touch on that because I definitely have thoughts about that, no doubt. To round out the list, Trey Moore at 49. To me, that's a big one, right? I mean, you get a player. And I think that goes, in one aspect, it goes to show the respect that, the people who made this list had for the group of 5, right? Because obviously dominated that league, that level for 2 years. Last year's American Athletic Conference Player of the Year, Defensive Player of the Year, back-to-back double-digit sack years. So for Texas to get that out of the portal, especially right down the road at UTSA, that in my mind is huge. The final 2, Jake Bayless, I'll throw up his comment here. He says, what do you think about Carson Beck being like 15 spots above Quinn? Jake, I have not seen the final rankings. I know that Carson Beck is ranked at least 10 spots higher. I don't know exactly where he ranks, but Quinn Ewers is ranked as the 23rd best player in college football entering this year. I'll give you my thoughts, as Noah Gross hops in. So to finish up the show, we'll bring Noah on after I run through this list, and then we'll go to Joe Londergan to preview Texas's group of 5 opponents at 12:50. But I think Quinn at 23, that's a bit of a low ranking in my mind. I mean, everyone knows I think Quinn Ewers is a better quarterback than Carson Beck. I don't think it's leaps and bounds better, but I do think it's better. And to me, you can go any way between him and Jackson Dart and Quinn Ewers. I see Noah making a face there, so I definitely will get his thoughts here in a second. And last but not least, the top Longhorn, number 9 overall player according to ESPN, Kelvin Banks Jr. But without further ado, we gave this guy a lot of props, so I got to give him a hard time for coming in here late. We were just boosting this man up ahead of time. Yeah. Noah Gross of KXAN. We said this man had the best hair out of any TV personality in Austin. And then he shows up 5 minutes later, but it's okay. No, you're still my guy. What's going on, man?
Well, first, can you hear me?
I can hear you. We got you. We got
That's
you.
progress from last time.
That is progress.
Second, just found a new barber recently, so super excited about that. Shout out my guy Greg, fellow Marylander. So big time props to him for that. So, and also thanks for the shout out. Sorry I'm late. I was locked in editing something, but that can wait. This is what we need to focus on.
No, it is all good. I appreciate you making the time again with Keenan being out moving. Always great to have a few rotating guests here of the Austin media jump on. Noah, I was with Leah Van of Cron.com earlier, and I just asked her kind of general thoughts about this Texas football team. I'll go a little more specific with you, obviously you still being on the ground here in Austin. What is your level of concern with the running back injuries? And as a second part to that question, should the running backs be in bubble wrap between now and August 31st?
Man, I feel like Sark right now with you hitting me with a two-part question. Like
that is my trademark for Sark. Hit it with the two-parter.
It is trademark, and I'll give credit to Sark. He's a pro at handling it. My level of concern, I would say, for Texas as a whole, is a bit higher, I would say, than most people. Running back room probably just kind of accentuates that with what's been going on. Not sure what you and Leah were exactly your guys' discussion about it, but my point is that when you don't have that like first and second down guy that Baxter was expected to be. Now, Wisner and Blue I'm really excited to see what they can do, but they don't seem to me like what Texas was hoping for in that first and second down back. That really limits what you can do offensively. And Texas was best when they could, I mean, every offense is, but especially Sark's offense, when the defense was kind of on their heels, wasn't sure what's coming, when it was Jonathan Brooks at his best last year and you could do a pitch outside to him. You think about those 4th and 1s. I think it was Baxter that scored on that 4th and 1 against either K-State or BYU. And then
BYU,
yeah, BYU. And then there was the option of like Worthy on a quick slant. When there's all those options, the defense is on their heels. Now it's probably going to be a lot more passing first down or at least dump offs to the running back. They'll still be involved, but it doesn't seem like you have or you're going to have as many between the tackle runs. I could be wrong, and we'll see about that. But level of concern definitely rising with depth in that room, and I do think somebody's going to have to switch positions here officially soon.
And listen, I completely agree with you. It's funny, Noah, and this sounds super weird to say out loud when talking about college football, but you got to remember there are still kids in the portal who haven't found a home yet. I mean, it's super weird. And granted, for Texas, it would need to happen like this week because obviously you got to get a kid in school, right? If you're going to bring one out of the portal, but that's also still an option as well when talking about scholarship running backs. Again, we're joined by Noah Gross of KXA. And I'll head to the comments here really quick. Our guy, David Keith Williams, talks about considering how good Harold Perkins' freshman year was, the college football world fell in love with him. Doesn't think that Perkins is nearly as good of a linebacker as Hill. Thinks Anthony Hill will be all SEC first team. UT Parking says his concern with the running back room is high. Sark will earn his check this year. Noah, with the running back injuries, who on offense in your mind has to step up the most? Who has to shoulder the most load? And that could be in whatever facet. It doesn't have to be in the run game, just in general. Who do you think has to elevate their play to another level to kind of offset some of the losses?
Well, the UT parking comment first evaded getting a ticket yesterday for parking for the volleyball availability. So I don't think UT parking is actually associated with UT parking, but thank you for that. But that comment got me thinking. We talked about my level of concern, and maybe this ties into who needs to step up. If I was a Texas fan, my biggest sigh of relief, despite all this, would be in Sark. I am like, being third season covering this team, Sark's now fourth season at the helm of Texas. I am the biggest believer in Sark's offense. I've not been the biggest believer in Quinn, especially early in his career, and maybe the Texas offense as a whole. But man, Sark's the way Sark can orchestrate things, and obviously there's assistant coaches and a lot of things that go into that. But despite a lot of adversity in years past, that offense has really started to hum, especially last season. And even Quinn's freshman year, like that game against Oklahoma, when that year as a whole was not the best for Quinn, that game kind of showed what Sark was capable of. So I would say he's going to need to take his play calling to the next level, especially early in the season, Eric. I'm sure you've talked about this a lot with the 3 new receivers. I think it was your question the other day to Sark about the chemistry with Ewers and Bond, Matthew Golden, and Bolden as well. You know, I'm sure the chemistry is coming along well, but it's still different in game action. In Colorado State, the reigning national champs in week 2, Sark's going to need to dial some things up in a major way in that week 2 game in particular, without your number 1 running back, without a depth piece at running back, and then all these new guys coming in. So a lot of Sark's knocked out of the park as Texas coach, play caller, everything like that. But this year he's going to need to step it up even more.
Noah, we are running a little short on time. Like I said, going to get to Joe Lonergan about 12:50ish to talk about the G5 opponents left on Texas's schedule. So I'm going to run to a little quick Q&A with you. I'd like to have a little fun with the guests. Did it with Leah. We'll do it here with you before we get you out of here. Noah, this was the question I asked Leah, and she went with beer pong. If there's any bar game that you would be an Olympian at, right? Darts, pool, air hockey, pop a shot, whatever you want to kind of call a bar game. What would you dominate at?
Getting drunk quick as anybody. I mean, I can take down a couple and I'm ready. I don't know if that's officially in the bar game rule book, but if it was, I would dominate.
No, in your defense, when we kicked it in Charlotte, like
that was I felt good. I felt good.
Yeah. We both felt good. You know, it wasn't a situation. We both felt good. You know, shout out to my connections, the Group of 5 with the folks in Marshall. I think that got us another drink, right? You know, for being up there.
For sure. That was a rare performance.
What is your favorite game that you've covered?
Like favorite sport?
No. I mean, like individual game that you've covered in your sports reporting career.
Either the Texas-Alabama game last year or when I was a student. Both games involved Texas. The University of Maryland versus Texas game when I was reporting as a Maryland student that any Texas fan watching did not remember fondly. The one in D.C., not the one in Texas.
I've heard legendary stories about the old FedEx Field and some of the reports getting leaked on.
Awful, a genuinely awful place. But I had fun covering that game, and that was a fun time to be associated with Terps football. Those are rare moments, I will say.
Listen, it's the Tyrese Chambers era Maryland Terps of last year. Certainly a far cry from what you would have loved. Nevertheless, before I go too deep in the Group of 5, well, no, what's your favorite thing about Austin?
I will say I just hate cliche answers. I'm editing stuff right now, and I'm just like angrily talking to myself about these coaches giving me cliche answers. So I'm trying to say something other than food. I would say the winters, actually. I hate the heat overall, but like the winters are cool, you know, as a northerner. So, I mean, the food is sick, but I'm sure everyone says that.
And here's the one I closed it out with last round, so I will pose it to you as well. And this also is like one of the things. I'm sitting here interviewing my friends in the field, and now I'm just putting them on the spot, asking them the questions that I know, like, I probably would hate to be asked, but I'm asking anyhow. Yes or no? Steve Sarkisian wins a national championship before his contract is over at the University of Texas.
I feel like most of the people would say yes. I'm going to say no, but that's not anything against Sark. I'm a huge believer in Sark. I will just say no, and I'm going to get out of here before somebody yells at me because I think you said last question.
Yeah, I think that sounded as Roger Wallace coming after you right down the hallway, right?
Flying back in from New York.
No, as always, appreciate you making the time, my man. We will chop it up soon. Of course, I'll see you probably as Jake Bayless has now sent you straight to jail in the comments for that one. I'll probably see you in the Zoom later today. No, appreciate you making a couple minutes, my guy.
See you, buddy. Sorry I was late.
Nah, no worries. Anytime. Before we bring on Joe Lonergan, we will tell you again, if you saw that the University of Michigan, they're charging $12.75, I believe it is, for a domestic beer at a game in which the Big House is going to hold over 100,000 people. That's unacceptable. Next time you're in the market for a beer, look no further than our friends at Allstat beer. If you're looking for a beer, it's the best beer you can find here in the great state of Texas. Brewed in Fredericksburg, but available all over the state. Allstat has a beer for every beer drinker out there. Tons of breweries from Kolsch, Lager, Pils. We're telling you, one sip and you will not want to go back to those other beers you've been drinking. Pick up a 6-pack wherever you buy beer. It is Allstat beer, no impurities, no regrets. As I bring on from G5 Football Daily, and also someone who is a frequent co-host on this show. Appreciate him taking Mondays while I am with Steve Sarkisian. His name is Joe Londergan. Joe, how are you doing? Is that like the light of God that is just descending upon you in the background? What's going on there?
I have been chosen, like the alien in Toy Story 1. I'm off to a better place. No, believe me, I'm not going that direction. But anyway, no, man, I'm good. How are you?
Oh man, doing all right. It's one of the rare times I get one of your pop culture references. It's usually like one every 6 months. I get one of your pop culture references and they work out there. So I appreciate you making a couple minutes here. Joe, want to dive right into it. We'll close up today's show talking about the Longhorns. And really, a reason why I want to bring you on today is the first 4 games of Texas' schedule. Again, the Michigan game is the one you feel is the most of a toss-up, but those group of 5 opponent games take on more significance. I'm sure you've heard the news, talked about it with Keenan Womack, CJ Baxter, and now Christian Clark down for the year. In essence, and even Steve Sarkisian, and he meant this worse than how the words would sound if you just read them in print, but he said that he almost looks at those non-conference games like 4 preseason games to kind of figure out from a positional aspect where guys are going to fit, an extension of camp, things of that nature. Joe, before I get directly into Louisiana Monroe and UTSA, just want to ask you, I mean, you've obviously gotten a little acclimated with this Texas football team. And do you think there will be opportunities, whether it's versus Colorado State, ULM, or UTSA, for Sark to kind of figure out, especially this running game situation, how that's going to work out with some of the other backs who will have to step up, and B, maybe get some young guys some valuable playing time?
Against ULM for sure. I think when you look at what they have, it's definitely not up to par with some of their other opponents. Obviously, the SEC schedule, and as well as their non-conference opponents. I mean, Colorado State, I think they're somewhere in the middle. I think if they can actually kind of establish, control the line of scrimmage early, I think their offensive line will match up well against what Colorado State has. There's age, but not necessarily a ton of experience there. Obviously, they lost Mo Kamara. That's a big one for them. UTSA, though, I would say the strength of their defense is the front seven. I mean, guys like Joe Evans in particular, right in the middle at defensive tackle. I mean, if you're having a bad day and can't really, create separation and get off the ball right there, that's going to be a tough day. So, but I think to some extent, I think treating non-con, regardless of who you're playing, like the preseason, is probably not the best way to say what I think he meant. Sure. Obviously, the SEC is obviously going to be tougher than anybody in their non-conference schedule. But I think if you're not having a great day against some of these defenses that they're going against, and against some of the individual talents like Joe Evans and some of the guys in that UTSA front seven who play with a lot of aggression and are fairly good at defending the run, then that could be an issue. So.
No, and I agree with you. Like I said, when I introduced the comments, I think the words in print would probably read different than if you were there at that presser, how Steve meant it, was in essence talking about getting some guys who probably wouldn't get some reps, getting them some playing time. Of course, not just against Michigan. You don't even mean that disrespectfully to the Colorado States and ULMs of the world, but I do understand what Steve was saying. Can you just, kind of quickly give us a little insight on this UTSA team? Because it's one that you and I obviously know very well, having covered the group of 5s. Now, this is not the same UTSA team that came into DKR, I believe it was 2 years ago in 2022, and pushed the Longhorns for a half. It's not the Frank Harris, Rashad Wisdom era, but still Jeff Traylor is in place. Talk about UTSA and just maybe kind of what they may present, and maybe some guys that could possibly, if this were going to be a challenge for Texas, would be the reason why it would be from the UTSA side.
Yeah, like you said, losing guys like Frank Harris, Rashad Wisdom. If it was 2 years ago that UTSA played at Texas, then they would have had Tariq Woolen, who obviously has had a fantastic start to his career in the NFL. So just replacing those guys is going to be UTSA's main priority this year. I mean, even when a lot of those guys were banged up and didn't participate fully last season, they almost got to the AAC championship game. You know, they were like 1 or 2 plays away from getting to their conference championship game for the second or third season in a row. But had the 4th best scoring offense in the AAC last season, scored 31.9 points a game. So cannot go to sleep on them in that regard, especially when they bring back some of the running backs that they have in particular. Kavorian Barnes, I believe, was their, if not their leading rusher last year. He was close, but he's a redshirt junior. He's fairly experienced. And then backing him up, they have another guy in Robert Henry, who's a pretty downhill runner, pretty dependable in that regard.
Rocco Griffin as well, right? Still there, the Arkansas transfer as well?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, that's the thing. They are very deep. If someone goes down, it's always been next man up with Coach Traylor, and that philosophy is going to continue this year for sure. At receiver, DeCorian Clark, who has had a lot of time to kind of grow behind some of the other big name receivers that they've had the last couple of years. I believe he is dealing with an injury in camp right now that doesn't appear to be hugely serious, but obviously you got to make sure that is all good to go for when the season starts. And then don't sleep on Oscar Cardenas either, the big tight end. He doesn't get a ton of touches, but like you go back and watch, some of their games from the last couple seasons, he'll finish with, 2-3 catches or something like that, but they will be like huge, like set you up to win the game type of catches. And he's one of their single digit guys. For those that don't know, UTSA does this program where they award the single digits 1 through 9 to the guys that the team votes as their most non-expendable, if that makes sense. They're most essential guys, the guys that they trust to exhibit the, values of the program on and off the field. And he's one of those guys. He's and also just a really solid blocker too. He's huge. For some of the catches that he's made, he will never pay for a drink in San Antonio. Defensively, I mentioned Joe Evans. He's another single digit guy. He's a very good run stopper in the middle there. Brandon Brown at the other defensive tackle is very, very solid. And then you look at the linebacking core too. Martavis French, Jamal Ligon. They also brought in Brevin Randall from Louisiana Tech, who I think adds some interesting depth. And seems to have learned from some of the disciplinary issues that he was dealing with at Louisiana Tech, regardless. I think if there's anything that kind of concerns me a little bit about them is the secondary, but only because they didn't really get a ton of meaningful time last season with some of these guys. But so that UTSA, I think they're a fairly balanced team, but they just need to figure out who the guys actually are. And we didn't even talk about the quarterback spot. That's going to be tough to replace, even with Eddie Lee Marburger and Owen McCown. Yeah. Sorry,
Joe, I want to sneak one more question in here, but also saw this comment come through just in the general world of sports news, Joe. I mean, you've been on the air with me, so you probably haven't seen this. ESPN got rid of Robert Griffin III and Samantha Ponder. So that's, I mean, hey, we're not in the business of making those decisions, but definitely surprised. I mean, RG3 was certainly someone who was a popular presence there at ESPN in terms of the college football coverage, and Sam Ponder obviously been there a long time. So yeah, just would note that for those who'd be interested. We're up on 1 o'clock, so we're going to go to Chip and Zay in a second here. But Joe, I want to sneak this one in with you. Trey Moore, just how much are you looking forward to seeing Trey Moore against his former mates? Obviously, Texas fans have gotten to know a lot about him. I published a piece where I talked with some opposing Conference USA and American Athletic Conference offensive line coaches talking about Trey Moore's ability. Just how much you're looking forward to seeing that matchup? And that thought popped in my head because you talk about Oscar Cardenas as a tight end who will probably have the responsibility of chipping in on Trey Moore in pass protection and otherwise, because he's the kid, Joe, who's going to more or less be a co-starter at edge. So how much are you looking forward to seeing that matchup?
I'm excited for him. One of the more technically sound guys I watched in the AAC last year. I mean, he won the league's defensive player of the year for a reason. In particular, I think I was obviously bummed to see him leave. Anytime some of these guys that move up to the Power Five from the Group of Five, it's kind of a bummer. But I mean, based on the the talent level that he exhibited at UTSA last season, I think he'll slide in there fairly well. But UTSA is a tight knit group, so I'm sure there's going to be some hugs and high fives and whatnot once the game ends, because that's, like I said, that's a brotherhood. The whole 2-1-0 thing they got going on, it's admirable the way that Traylor has created a culture in that program. As cheesy as it might sound, but it's very much true.
Well, Joe, you and I, again, we covered Group of Fives together for 5-6 seasons, so we know kind of the test for those guys who make the leap is, did they dominate at the level they were at? Trey Moore did that, and Torrey Horton has done that at Colorado State.
Yeah.
So definitely two guys to keep an eye on. Joe, we will bring you back around as those games come nearer to preview those contests for the Longhorns. Appreciate you making the time as always, as I bring on Chip Brown and Zay Collier. Chip and Zay, what's going on, fellas?
What's going on? What's up, y'all?
I can't call it, man. My co-host, Zay, he's out moving, doing the moving thing with his wife, so I appreciate my panel of friends who've come on: Joe Londergan, Leah Van, and Noah Gross of KXA. And yeah, guys, I mean, I definitely want to get your thoughts on not the ESPN thing that came through, but something I thought was super interesting. ESPN ranked their top 100 college football
players. I'm still trying to figure out what happened to Sam Ponder and RG3.
They were let go of their contracts, or they are free agents.
Sam Ponder, she's a star.
Yeah,
LHN.
Former
all the LHNites that have gone on to greatness. I mean, from Sam Ponder, Jane Slater,
Kaylee Hartung was at that.
Kaylee Hartung. I mean, she was like, I thought she was going to be the next Katie Couric for a minute. And she started right there with Zay Collier at Longhorn Network. They grew up on Longhorn Network, Eric.
Zay did? Zay and
look how excited he is about it.
I know, like Zay, were the checks not cashing, Zay? You do not look thrilled.
I'm not LHN, but that check's not cashing. Yikes!
I knew a lot of people at LHN. Absolutely.
Got you. Now, fellas, I will let you take over. I'm going to say 5 Longhorns made the top 100 college football players this year for ESPN. Quinn Ewers, notably 23. I believe Carson Beck was like 10 spots higher. So I will leave you guys that with some
look at that
fodder to chew on.
Henry just handing off topics. We are all over this.
Listen, I don't want to come in and produce the Chip and Zay show. That's a legendary show.
No, you can.
Just a suggestion.
No, we appreciate the alley-oop.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Great alley-oop. Great pass, man.
We love it.
That's why you're one of the best.
Y'all have a great show. Joe, thank you for pinch hitting. We'll be back tomorrow, 12 noon. Myself, Keenan Womack, fall start. Chip and Zay, y'all have a great show, fellas.
Great show, Eric, Joe. Appreciate y'all.
Thank you.
Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. How's everybody's Thursday going? Off the rails Thursday, we call it. I'm Chip Brown. He's Zay Collier. We call him Bucket Getter. If you're watching us on the YouTube channel, please, like really take note of these names around our faces. I mean, Centex tickets getting you into the events. 7-Eleven. You can't go by 7-Eleven and not get yourself a Slurpee. You know what I'm saying? Woods Comfort Systems, making sure you got the AC going, everything. AV Consultation, Salt Traders, Coastal Cooking, Covert Bee Cave, Allstat Brewery, 34 Wine and Spirits. Yes, that 34, Ricky Williams. Relax the back. Passes.com. Cover 3, Olipop, the Brain Vault Mouth Guard, and of course, Zay. less than a week from today. We will be here, and you should be too.
Biggest pro football contests in Vegas are back. Circa Survivor and Circa Million are now up to a record $16 million in guaranteed prizes. 2 ways to win and no rake. Circa Survivor contestants select one team each week with no point spread. Last the longest to win it all with $10 million guaranteed. In Circa Million, make 5 picks against the spread each week for your share of $6 million guaranteed through quarterly and full season payouts. Enter in Nevada. Play from anywhere. Visit circasports.com for details.
All right. So, yeah, we will be broadcasting at this time next week. Zay and I will be broadcasting to you from the Circa Resort in Las Vegas. Again, why not join us? You have to make your Circa Millions and Circa Survivor bets at the casino. Then you can bet from anywhere. But you got to make that initial bet right there at Circa. So join us. Zay, Off the Rails Thursday. How you doing, man? How you making it?
I'm making it, man. Living good, living great. How are you?
I'm doing great, man. I'm happy to get another day. Have a little fun here from 1 to 3. You know what I'm saying? Get the college football season appetite whetted. You like that? Whetted?
Yeah, is that a Michigan thing?
I don't know.
What is that? Okay.
I thought it was just a
old head thing. I don't know anybody who says that.
Thanks a lot. Okay. So we're in the business of getting y'all lathered up. That's what we're doing. And we're getting close. Getting close. We got 16 days, Zay. 16 days we'll all be gathered around Darrell K. Royal Texas Memorial Stadium watching the Longhorns take on my son's Colorado State Rams under Jay Norvell, former Texas assistant Jay Norvell.
Yeah, Jay Norvell been talking spicy in the offseason. You know, all these Power 4 schools coming after his players. What, his quarterback got offered $600,000, which, you know, him coming into DKR, I know he's not getting much love right now, the 3-name dude, but to get offered $600,000, that means he got a little bit in the tank. That means he could throw it around a little bit. So, yeah.
Who? Braden Fowler Nicolosi?
Braden Fowler Nicolosi.
From Aledo, Texas.
Yeah.
And don't forget his wide receiver, Torrey Horton, who's getting some offers.
Yeah. Yeah. So they're going to come in trying to light it up, you know, trying to shock the world. And with games like this, I know I've talked about it kind of being a warm-up game and stuff, but hey, if you're looking ahead to the following week and you're not focused on this game, it could be a tight one, kind of like what you saw with Wyoming last year, where you're tied up going into the fourth quarter. You know, the Horns made a good run in that game and ended up the score looking different than what it was. But
you're talking about Wyoming?
Yeah, Wyoming last year. Yeah.
Well, Wyoming was legit.
They were good.
Colorado State is like once a season, they're going to rise up, and it could be against Texas. I still don't think that'll be even close to enough, but they got home games after the Texas game against Northern Colorado and then the Buffs. That hated rivalry between Fort Collins and Boulder, 45 minutes apart on I-27.
Yeah.
They'll be getting after each other.
Didn't Jay Norvell and Dion get into it last year? Didn't something happen?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jay Norvell almost woulda, coulda, shoulda beaten the Buffs. That turned into a snow game. That game was nuts. And so Jay Norvell's like, why is Dion getting all this attention? You know, he's on big noon kickoff every week, and he's starting off the 2024 season with his first 3 games televised.
As they should be.
Yeah, CBS has the Colorado State game. So, yeah, Jay Norvell, don't ever forget he was a Sooner before he was a Longhorn. And I don't know. Everyone's going to be helping everybody to beat Texas this year. You're going to have Jeff Lebby, who is the head coach at Mississippi State, playing Texas before OU. We know Jeff Lebby and Brent Venables were coaching together last year. You don't think they're going to share some notes? You don't think Jeff Lebby's going to be like, hey, let me tell you, Texas did this. Let me tell you about this guy. You're not even going to have to watch the video. I'm just going to tell you, this guy's for real. This guy's not for real. Attack this guy, throw it here, catch it there. I mean, you look at who's got ties, who knows each other, who's hell-bent to get over. I mean, Jeff Lebby's probably calling Jay Norvell. Levy's probably like, hey, I took a look at Texas already. Here's a few things our staff seen, blah, 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 blah. You know?
Yeah, I expect once y'all got that tape on them, I expect to get that tape right back because we got to play them later on in the season. So, yeah, that's how it goes. I remember my pops back in the day. You know, I come downstairs. My mom's be in the living room. I'm like, yo, where Pop's at? I'm like, oh, he's meeting some San Antonio coach in San Marcos to trade film. That was like 90s, 2000s before everything became, you know, so much technology and social media and stuff where you just transfer it via email and whatnot. But
so your mom gave birth to you while your dad was trading film?
Oh, he was there. Come on, Cece wasn't no deadbeat. What's wrong with you? Come
No,
on. He was there. I was just saying. I said in the living room, I was alive.
Oh, it's delivery room. I'm thinking someone's having babies.
No one said anything about the delivery room. I said living room.
Oh, living room.
Yeah, the mic's right here today. Man, that janky computer. It's time. It's time to put it in the grave. It's time because the sound's going out of that. I don't know what's going on.
Man, you're rough. You're rough with me today. You're rough. You fired my
UT parking on my side too. What are you talking about? The word that you used earlier, like I don't know what's going on.
We're whetting appetites. Is your appetite whetted? That means, do you have an appetite?
Okay.
It's French, I think. I don't know. Maybe I'm
okay.
Been watching too much Paris Olympics. Okay. Sorry, UT parking. Sorry, everybody. I will never use that word wetted again.
Well, I mean, now we know what it means.
Well, now some people are going to be like, you're talking about wetting yourself? So we'll just refrain. $12 for a beer. Hey, man, sometimes you'll pay $12 for a beer. Like if you're out in that heat and you've been dying, you'd probably pay $20 for a beer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You don't drink beer, do you?
Nope, not a beer guy. I don't really drink at all when I'm on vacation.
It's hard liquor when you're on vacation.
Not the hard stuff, the light stuff. Like I'm pretty dainty when it comes to my drinking.
Like a
seltzer? I'm a cocktail guy.
What?
I'm a cocktail guy.
Okay, what's your cocktail?
I don't have I don't have one. I couldn't tell you one. I have
so
to go
anyone
look at the menu.
Someone will put a drink in. Hey, gin and tonic. Hey, vodka soda. Hey, bourbon. Hey, old fashioned.
Yeah,
you don't care what it is. You're like a trash can punch.
See, probably not any of those, man. You know what was my go-to back in the day when just like the Jungle Juice house party stuff. That's my go-to.
Wait, what?
You don't know, man. That might be a little, ahead of your time.
If I say that, am I getting fired?
No, not at all. I just might be a little ahead of your time. Like, come on, the stuff that Kid and Play were.
Anything called Jungle Juice, I need some of that. I need that.
Yeah, you got Everclear, you got the fruit.
Oh yeah,
trash anything's
punch,
in it,
baby.
Yeah.
Jungle Juice.
That's the good stuff, man.
That's what
the house party drink.
Trash can punch. I love it.
Yeah, that's the house party drink.
Hey, y'all got any Jungle Juice?
I'll be on that Jungle Juice in Vegas next week.
Okay. I'm gonna order the first place I go. I'm ordering Jungle Juice, and I want to see what they come up with.
Yeah, let's see what the bartender says. They are not gonna have that.
They're not gonna have that?
No, you might have to go to the projects or something to get that.
Well, what? I need some scissor or something?
No, I'm not saying scissor, but That's where we're gonna be is kind
When
of
we say jungle juice, they'll probably just make us Long Island iced tea and say, "Hey, here you go."
True, but we're gonna be in a legit establishment.
You're basically telling me I'm gonna get punched in the face if I order that.
No, absolutely not. No. So how can anyone punch that face? Come on now. I'm saying we're gonna be in a very fancy, nice establishment, circa. I don't think they got that. You know what I'm saying? That's no offense. Everybody who likes their jungle juice, no offense to you, but that is a little bottom of the barrel. But
okay,
you know, sometimes you gotta get back to them roots, man.
Yeah,
so,
man.
Sometimes you gotta get back to what got you here in the first place.
Right.
You know, where you're able to buy a $12 beer and think nothing of it.
Right.
Think that's okay for some reason.
It's never
Michigan, y'all wildin'. I hope we break the brakes off them, man. Just for that. Just for some petty stuff, man. Like, where do you think they're gonna sit, Texas fans? Where do they normally sit?
For
I
which
don't wanna
game?
jump the gun. Michigan, big house.
They used to be right behind in the end zone on the north end of the stadium.
Okay. That's all right.
Right down there and in that corner.
Okay.
Kind of the opposite corner, the exact opposite corner from the student section of Michigan.
Okay.
So, and they're doing a maze out, which if you actually look at the color maize, it's kind of like a dingy yellow. And Michigan's got all this bright yellow. It used to be more maize, but it's just gotten brighter and brighter as the years go on because that's what sells in the sporting goods stores.
Yeah, I think the maize that you see on the football uniform is different than what you see when the basketball team rocks it. Like, you know, when they rock the all maize yellow jerseys with the blue lettering that says Michigan and stuff, Fab Five Classics, all those. It looked a little darker than what you see on the field.
Yeah.
I don't know. But Texas had that problem too. It drives me nuts.
Right.
Like, I remember the court at the Irvin Center used to be completely different than what was on the jerseys, and it was a weird look. And then on the football field, the color on the football field would be a lot different than the color on the jerseys. Not a lot different, but different enough where you could tell. They used to drive me nuts. CDC's cleaned it up a lot, but yeah, it's interesting how those things work.
I'm trying to remember what Pantone it is. If it's burnt orange is like Pantone. Nah, it was like Pantone 15 or 16, but I don't think that's right.
Yeah. The court at the Moon, perfect. That's a perfect court. I love that court.
They got that right.
They got that right. It's simple, but it's sharp. You know, it's simple, but it's sharp. It represents Texas well. Not too much, not too flashy. I know some of y'all folks out there want the black jerseys. Ever since JJ Redick lit up the horns, no more black jerseys for no one. maybe volleyball. I don't know if they have a black jersey or not. Maybe. I don't know.
It's enough to get Texas into those gray uniforms that they have. We haven't seen
basketball.
Yeah. We don't see those very often, but the black jerseys after the massacre at East Rutherford, we have not. Maybe one time or no?
So there was that Phil Knight Invitational up in Portland. You know,
they wore them for that too.
I think they made a very specific jersey, just like they did for the rest of those Nike teams that were there. So if Duke was there, they got a jersey. You know, Oregon was there, they got a jersey, etc. And I think they wore black then. But yeah, other than that, this dude JJ Redick ruined the black jerseys for everybody.
JJ.
Yo, JJ, man, Bron's my guy, but if y'all don't win the game, that's karma, man. what you did to the Horns back in 06.
What you did.
Hey, remember when we were talking about Carmelo Anthony lighting up the Horns 03 and how they always show it social media? That video came up again. Saw it going through my feed. Carmelo Anthony torching Texas, Final Four, 33 points.
What
Like,
is it?
bro, what is what?
Why is it always popping up on your feed?
I don't know. Well, because Texas stuff always pops up on my feed. So anything Texas, good or bad, I'm gonna see. So it always comes up in that very first play. Unforgivable. Royal Ivy getting rocked. Man. But shout out to Royal Ivy, man. That head coaching job, it's coming. It's coming. Because what he did with them African brothers of South Sudan, getting them in, almost beating Team USA, talking smack to Durant, that's good stuff there. Like Royal Ivy, which I was one of the ones to cast my invisible vote for Royal Ivy when the Texas job was available during the whole Chris Beard fiasco.
It was nice of you to cast your invisible vote.
I know, right? I'm just looking out. You know, Coach Shay was in the vote too. I'm just saying, you know, Royal Ivy came up also. But, you know, it worked out. And
no, you told us who your vote was with.
Yeah.
It was with Royal Ivy. It was not with Rodney Terry.
Come on, man. You get a couple votes. It was like SEC Media
that's
Day.
What you just said.
It was like SEC Media Day, you know, where you can vote multiple people. Like Rodney Terry was a vote. He was up there. I'm just saying, Royal Ivy. Huh?
Not by you?
Yeah, by me.
Like me some Royal Ivy, okay?
I do love Royal Ivy. He was so tough, man.
You would rather have Royal Ivy as the coach at Texas right now?
I don't know.
That hesitation
it's 50-50.
Yes.
It's 50-50.
That
RT 50, Royal 50.
Is a yes.
Look, love my man Rodney Terry.
Love him right
He's
up until
family.
you cut their throat.
He's family. Love the guy.
Love him.
Incredible man.
Family. But I ain't voting with him. I'm voting with Royal Ivy.
He looks like my man Gus from Breaking Bad, my favorite show of all time.
It's a great show.
Great show. Terrific show. He was also terrific in Better Call Saul. Terrific.
Oh, yeah, great show.
Oh, Gus.
Don't get off the subject.
But again, Royal Ivy, the
Next time
African brothers.
Next time I see RT, I'm going to be like, hey, man, you know, Zay is all about Royal Ivy. And you're no Royal Ivy in Zay's mind.
Wow, man. That's some rat stuff.
Is that? That's terrible.
That's horrible. That's some snitch stuff.
That's
how you gonna snitch on me like that?
I'm not doing that to you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
First of all, I would never remember to do it. But secondly, you know, I wouldn't do that
Thank
to you.
I really appreciate that. And yeah, Melo's a part of those superstars to get 0 rings, man.
I just want to know why the Melo highlights keep coming up on your Instagram.
It's Twitter. It comes up on Twitter. It comes up on both. Because everybody, that's his best game. I think that's his best game in the Syracuse uniform. He didn't play many. He was only there 1 year. So when you have to have those
on Melo's feed.
Yeah, like it's on my basketball feed. It's probably more of my feed since I follow a whole bunch of
have a bunch of college basketball feeds.
Yeah, it's probably comes up on that, but I love Melo, man. You knew when you saw that game because that Texas team was good. That Texas team could have won a national championship. And I think if it was a best out of 7 series, I'd take Texas. I'm dead honest. If it was the best out of 7 series, that Texas team versus that Syracuse team, I'd take Texas in 7. But that's not how March Madness works. It's that one game.
Wow, you're probably the only one who would do that.
I mean, it was Melo.
It was such a bad matchup for Texas. Because
one game.
Royale is 6'4" and TJ's 5'10", 5'11". Melo's 6'8".
Oh,
you got Melo at the top of that zone. You got Akeem Warwick at the bottom of that zone. James Thomas. Come on, man. Brad Buck.
Figure out that zone.
I love Buck. Buck actually needs to be the zone buster. He needs to bust it from inside. You got to get the ball in quick. Oh, no, man. Not on Hakeem Warwick's side. We got to go to the other side. I don't know who was on the baseline, but we got to go there.
That's a Brian Bonaker series. We're talking best of 7. Brian Bonaker could stretch the floor.
He'll bang on some guys.
Yeah, but he could shoot that thing. He had range. He could shoot it as a stretch 4, which, again, this is 03. Stretch 4s were pretty irrelevant back then. It was still old school power forward. They were rare. Yeah, so Rick Barnes is thinking this old mentality of, we got to have 2 posts flashing and banging on the inside. No, you're in a zone. You have to have as many shooters as possible, and good playmakers and good ball movement. And that team was so reliant on TJ Ford breaking everybody down. You could focus on him. Royale's shot wasn't the best. He could knock down some, and so could Brandon Mouton. But, that's best of 1 series, bad matchup. If it was a best of 7, I'm telling you, you can figure things out. Game planning, figuring out that zone. Jim Boeheim's so overrated. Murderer. Murder Boeheim, killed the guy, driving crazy. He should have retired then.
That was his wife, wasn't it?
No, it was not. Come on, man. What is this? All women can't drive? What is this, man? No, that was Jim. That was Jim's Larry David looking ass. That was Jim. Yes. Now
you're going to make me slam on my keyboard to find out.
Oh, yeah. Go check it out. Straight up just killed the guy.
Killed him.
What I'm saying? Like, what are we doing? How dark is that? Then just went back to coaching like it was nothing. We're kind of like, are you a sociopath? What is that? That's at least take a leave of absence. Show me you have a heart. You know what I'm saying? Like, show me, like, who are you, Tony Soprano? Like, show me you have a heart. He just goes back to the wife and kids, goes back to laughing and joking in the Carrier Dome and stuff. Like, what is this? Like, that's what you take a leave of absence, 2 months. Therapy, something has to go on. You need to get a huge look in the mirror because that ain't right to kill a guy, accident, purpose, no matter what. The whole Aaron Hernandez biopic, saw the trailer for it. It looks nuts, Chip. It looks nuts.
Jim Boeheim killed Jorge Jimenez.
See?
51 years old.
Killed across the street.
11:22 at night on Interstate 690. Well, you shouldn't be trying to walk across an interstate. Come on, Jorge. You can't be walking across no interstates at 11:22 at night.
Oh, man. Your head's got to be on. How fast are you going, Joe? Come on. You're too old to be going that fast. Head on the swivel. That's what how old was he when that happened, Jim Boeheim? How old was he?
Jim Boeheim.
When was that?
74. He was 74.
He was 74 when he killed the dude?
Yeah, 74 when he killed that guy.
Yeah, once you hit 70, it should be mandatory in the world. You have to take the driver's test over again.
Every year.
70 years old. You got to take it. We got to make sure things are functioning. Or you can end up like good old Jim.
Here are the dogs coming after me today. Good old Chip blaming computers and women for murder.
Yeah, exactly.
What the hell is that?
I thought that was his wife.
Was she in the car or something? I don't know.
No. She was at home, which I think Jim remarried. I think his new wife. I think his new wife is.
He traded Trophy.
Jim, man.
No, I'm not blaming. That was bad,
Yeah. Just went back to everyday coaching. Again, who does that? Like, I need him to take some time off for everybody's sake.
I am not a fan of Jim Boeheim. That guy he's bitter beer face, and he thinks he's above everything. Remember when he was fixing grades for Felipe, whatever?
Yeah.
I mean, he's like going into the computer. He's like demanding grade changes and stuff. It's like, dude, just sit down.
Yeah.
You think you own Syracuse. And that's the problem. I call it legacy prison. These coaches who think they're bigger than the university, and Bob Knight, Jim Boeheim. I mean, the list goes on, but they think they're the university, not some president, not some faculty, not all the people who came before them to make that a great university. No. I'm the winning coach. I'm winning national championships. I sell out the Carrier Dome. I'm the boss. Change the grade now.
Yo, that's wild. Changing grades is wild, man. That's some wild stuff, but
he was something else, man.
Oh man.
Pearl Washington.
Cold.
Derek Coleman.
Yeah. That's some players.
Oh, he had some players. He had some other guards that were just insane. But yeah, Melo at the top of that zone. Come on, man. That ain't fair. All right. Let's get into some Texas football. Lance Taylor's going to be joining us here momentarily. I think he's moving his daughter in. Is his daughter going to college?
Man, boy, does the time fly.
I mean, so he said it might be 140, but Texas football kids, all kinds of Texas.
Yeah. Let me ask you, Quinn Ewers at the presser the other day, how did he look to you? Because he mentioned how he didn't like his
performance in the scrimmage.
Yeah, in the scrimmage.
Could have been better.
Yeah, it could be better. We found out he threw a pick to Andrew Makuba. And like you want to hear that. Like you want him to not be okay with those things. But now that his role has changed a bit with CJ Baxter not being available, I don't want Quinn Ewers to press it or feel like he has to. And that's up to Sark and AJ Millie to keep him level-headed so those things don't happen.
And I don't think, I mean, Ewers does whatever Sark wants. So if Sark, this is where Sark's genius needs to come in. He needs to run, this is why they have fall camp. They doing all these plays, and then they figure out what the team does best. What plays does the quarterback like best? And coaches always have that conversation as they're putting the script of plays together. Okay, what do you like best? I like this. Okay, we're going to run that. And what do you like best on third and short? Blah, blah. So they have that dialogue going. I'm expecting them to be totally in unison because they know each other now. They know each other's habits. They can probably finish each other's sentences. Sarkisian, blah, blah. Ewers is like, I know what you're going to say. Or Ewers saying, I know what you're saying. Like they should be at that level now. They should be like a young married couple. They should know each other's every vibe. And I'm expecting that. And I'm expecting the play calls to reflect that. I'm expecting Quinn Ewers to his confidence in those plays to be reflected, and they go humming down the field. He did seem tired to me, but again, it's dog days of fall camp. That doesn't mean anything to me because that guy's so self-aware. And the fact that he even, hey, how'd this scrimmage go? Could have been better, but that's why I'm out there practicing. He said, raise my level and raise those around me. Loved that. He knows he's got to lift up those receivers. He knows he's got to keep that running back room going, keep the whole offense going, and console CJ Baxter and Christian Clark and tell them, hey, man, your time is coming. Your time is coming. Don't worry, blah, blah, blah. And I think he does that. I think he gets it. I'm really going to be surprised if we don't see another big step, production-wise, everything.
Yeah, I agree. And I want to see him be more vocal this year. I get it. He's the laid back guy. That's okay. I always say when we look at the standard of how a quarterback is supposed to, represent themselves, we look at Tom Brady. Tom Brady, pretty fiery. He'll jump your stuff if he needs to. He would argue with his coaches and assistants and getting the players face mask and stuff. That's just the way Tom Brady was. Doesn't mean that Quinn Ewers has to be that way, but talking to guys more on the sideline, being engaged, keeping those young backs like Jared Gibson engaged and motivated, and especially with those receivers, like you lose your top 5 production when it comes to putting the ball in the air of last season. Even though you have all that talent, it's still going to be a work in progress at times because you're still playing some really good competition out here. So I want to see that from Quinn. Again, I don't need that corny Jameis Winston, hype everyone up, I eat the dubs type stuff, but just more vocal Quinn Ewers, just to let everybody know that it's his team.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's go.
Let's go, man.
Let's bring in our SEC insider and prognosticator, the one and only Lance Taylor. What's up, LT?
Hey, fellas. I feel like if y'all were my employers, y'all would dock me because I'm never on time and there's always something going on. But literally, not to bore your viewers and listeners, but my daughter just moved into her new condo downtown. She's a junior in college, and so I had to go meet her, take her lunch, that kind of stuff. So a little off. I apologize, but I'm here for you now.
Man,
appreciate it.
We love the carpool karaoke. I'm just gonna say it's Lance Taylor of nextroundlive.com and lanceslock.com, our SEC insider.
Yeah. And if you have any Rams fans out there, it's gonna be a slow build, but we are Ramley.
We are Ramily. That's right.
Yep. YouTube channel, got Twitter out there. Got interview with Vince Ferragamo. I think I might have told you guys that.
Yeah.
And
let's start there, Lance, because you are a weirdly just crazy Rams, Dodgers, USC fan in the freaking middle of Alabama. But that's okay because we love you. But the Rams, Jordan Whittington. Is he the next? Cooper Kupp, third round pick.
I don't know.
Nakua, fifth round pick.
The funny thing is,
sixth round pick.
Yeah, I brought you up, Chip, on the show because we were talking about Whittington, and that was a guy that I don't want to say he was underutilized at Texas because there were so many weapons.
Totally underutilized at Texas. He had a connection rate of 74.5.
Well, look,
targets to reception, 74.5%. He caught the target.
Well, I will say this: Stetson Bennett did not look good. Incredible
Terrible.
last pass, great last drive.
Still won with 4 picks.
The report was that Whittington would be battling for that 5th receiver spot
with Drake.
I don't know. Demarcus Robinson again. Yeah, Drake Stoops. So we know 1 and 2 Puka and Cooper Kupp, but then the 3 was supposed to be Demarcus Robinson. Tutu Atwell is in the mix. But I think Whittington definitely makes this team. I think he's in rotation, and I think he could be one of the more undervalued kind of hidden gem guys that general manager Les Snead was able to go out and scoop up. I don't think he's going to be Puka Nacua, but hell, who knows?
No, he's not going to be Puka Nacua, but he's going to be a move that sticks guy. Here's the thing about Jordan Whittington. That guy, they showed him mic'd up against the Cowboys, and he's getting all this feedback from Cooper Kupp. Cooper Kupp's like, hey, man, if you run this route as a slant, you're going to force the DB to blah, 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 blah. And Jordan Whittington's like, oh, yeah. And then a second later, he's off talking to somebody and says, I ain't never been in a receiver room like this. Everybody cares. Everybody gets along. Everybody cares. And I'm sitting there thinking of his time with Xavier Worthy getting target after target after target after target, and Whittington's wide open every time. And when he catches the ball, he makes plays.
Well, I hope he's a big time contributor. He is with a great organization. I'm a little biased, but I did
He's with a great organization.
No, but I'm literally, before there was a national, I'll just tell you, it was Colin Cowherd. For whatever reason, it was on my station just jumping by. And he was talking about, you can tell great businesses, whether it's a restaurant or, I don't know about you guys. Whenever I go to Chick-fil-A, it is streamlined. Like, everything is so efficient when it comes to Chick-fil-A. And it's such a consistent product. But he was talking about, there are some organizations in sports that are run like that. The Jets aren't one of them, but the Rams are one of them. From the general manager to the head coach to the ownership, they put money into it, and it's quality product, and everybody kind of picks everybody up. And, so I think he did go to a really good situation. I know it's going to be hard to be in that rotation consistently, but it is a good landing spot for him. Hell, but Xavier Worthy's in maybe the best landing spot.
Yeah. Don't screw it up, Xavier.
Right.
Go ahead, Zay.
Yeah. Lance, Tuscaloosa, what's going on? How's training camp been? Kalen DeBoer, we know everything that he has going on this season, the expectations. How is this Alabama 2024 team looking right now?
Really good, Zay. I think people are super excited about it. I think the only negative, don't you hate when you try to let somebody in and they don't go?
Right.
Or even worse, they don't wave. It's so easy.
Yeah.
It's like
wave.
Yeah. Just give me a little head nod.
Yeah. I've told my kids, and again, this is not going to resonate well with you guys, but I've told my kids very important lessons in life. Don't be late, because you're wasting somebody else's time. You guys were talking, so you're fine if I'm a few minutes late. But don't be late. And like common courtesy, when somebody opens a door for you or somebody lets you out in traffic, it's thank you. It's very important. Anyway, back to it, Zay. Alabama, the back end of the defense and an edge rusher and receivers. Those are the three question marks. I'm not really worried about the receivers as much. I think there's a lot of talent there. DeBoer is such an offensive guy. I think Milroe is becoming what should be this season a more polished product. Not close to being finished, but more polished. The offensive line is going to be tremendous. 2 All-Americans, maybe ultimately 3 All-Americans on that offensive line. But yeah, I think it's the back end of the defense. The good news is Alabama, knock on wood for Alabama fans, relatively healthy in camp, unlike Texas, unlike the Minnesota Vikings. But yeah, all reports are good. They've got a few weeks to break everything in. Western Kentucky, South Florida. And then kind of a test with Tyler Van Dyke in Wisconsin in year 2 under Luke Fickell. But, I think when it gets down to it, that Alabama-Georgia game, it's going to be one of the best regular season games, one of the most anticipated regular season games. And I can't wait to see, how good this Alabama team actually is.
Well, I wanted to ask you, what is the perception of Texas coming into the SEC? You're in the headquarters of the league. Is Texas perceived as this, arrogant cowboy coming into the SEC?
Yes, and yes. So I did I just actually put it out on Twitter and YouTube channels, Lance's Lock, and also at the Lance Taylor. I did the 10 games in the regular season that will shake the foundation of the 12-team playoff. And I tell you the reasons that Notre Dame, Florida State, Ole Miss, and Texas will not make the college football playoff this year.
Oh, hell. Say that again.
Florida State, Notre Dame, Ole Miss, and Texas not reaching the college football playoff because of a couple of key games. So it's only 14, 15 minutes of your life, but I go through 10 games, Big 12, ACC, 1 Group 5, a lot of SEC. And I will tell you this, my journey begins in College Station, August 31st.
Notre Dame.
In College Station on November 30th.
Okay. I see where you're going. And if A&M beats Notre Dame, which I think they will.
I think they will too, yes.
Then watch out.
Yeah, it's shaping up to be my favorite game. And just a couple of little factoids on that. You guys probably were watching at least some point in the game when Duke was 4-0, hosting Notre Dame. Notre Dame had 4th and forever.
Yeah, they should have won. Duke should have won right then and there.
If the defense doesn't give up that 4th down, they're taking a knee. And instead of that, the ripple effect, Notre Dame scores, then Riley Leonard's got to go back out there. He gets hurt on that final possession, and it completely unraveled Duke's season. But before that happened, I think a lot of people forget Mike Elko's defense held Notre Dame to 2 of 15 on 3rd downs. Now Mike Elko's got that home field advantage. He's got more talent, not even close to what he had last year, and he's going against his former quarterback in Riley Leonard. He knows the ins and outs of this quarterback. I think Riley Leonard is going to see some exotic stuff. I think he's going to be baffled, and I like Riley Leonard, but I think you're getting a still right now, basically a pick at Texas A&M -2.5. I'm all there with you, Chip. I think Texas A&M's a better team. I think Notre Dame, I think they're going to be good, maybe a little overvalued, though.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. You think Connor?
What Lance is telling you is go to lanceslock.com to read about the 10 games that are going to shape the college football playoff.
Yeah. The YouTube channel, win at lanceslock.com. Again, we've got a special NFL preseason package. If we don't win this NFL preseason, now, if you haven't jumped on board, you're a little bit behind because we are 6-1. We are 6-1 in this NFL preseason. We do have a play up tonight, Patriots, Eagles. Jump on board, win with us, but we have a preseason package. If we don't win this preseason, we give you the first month of the NFL season absolutely on us. This will be year 11. In the 10 previous years, we had 8 winning years. So well documented. Get a free play every single day. It's great value. We would appreciate the support at lanceslog.com and the YouTube channel, win at lanceslog.com, where we will tell you what is going to cost Texas, which game that you can circle. And boy, Texas fans aren't going to like it. And again, this is just jumping into a prediction. This is if all parties stay healthy, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, Lance, we've been hearing a lot on Connor Weigman, and I think he's just like a lot of these teams in the nation that rely on a quarterback is what makes A&M a 10-plus win team and what makes A&M a team that might only get 7 games or so, especially with him being available due to health. But do you think if he has a good year, he could be a first-round pick?
Ooh, I don't know. You know, it's kind of amazing because we will see, say, 1 or 2 guys that we know the names, and they'll kind of come out of nowhere and they'll get reevaluated and they'll be first-round guys. Like I said this the other day, the worst thing and the best thing that ever happened to Bo Nix, the worst thing was him going to Auburn and playing for Gus Malzahn. The best thing that ever happened was transferring out and playing in Will Stein's offense in Oregon. If you would have told me a guy that didn't get the start against LSU in 2021 was going to be a first-round pick and more than likely a rookie starter for Sean Payton and the Denver Broncos, I would have told you you're insane. And then you saw the production the last couple of years, and it just all came together. So, you know, the same with Joe Burrow. If you go back and you look at Burrow's 2018 numbers, like, you know, it's like Burrow's serviceable quarterback, kind of a Connor Weigman maybe, and then it just completely blew up. Now, Burrow had, and I'm not taking anything away from Burrow, he's still, to me, second, third best quarterback in the NFL, but he had just an excess of riches there. But I think Weigman has got a ton of potential, and I hate that he lost a guy like Evan Stewart, but they've still got a lot around him.
Yeah, I was at LSU, Mississippi State in 2018. I watched Joe Burrow be pedestrian, and he still had those weapons. That was terrible play calling. It's amazing. Joe Brady comes in, and even LSU fans are like, what the hell's going on around here? We don't ever see this kind of offense. You know, we usually have a good back, a little play action, but we don't have 60 touchdown throwing going on.
Well,
they couldn't believe it, Lance.
That was just, I mean, you can make an argument, maybe the greatest team in college football history. But, you know, going back to Connor Weigman and Texas A&M, it was painful for me to watch A&M games under Jimbo Fisher. That was one of the worst offenses to watch.
Didn't it look like the quarterback was wearing handcuffs?
Yeah, and it looked like everybody, like even with that tremendous speed, it looked like people had like cement boots on. It was such a weird offense to watch. And
Evan
now,
Achan,
yeah,
you saw him.
Yeah, and what he's doing in Miami right now. I mean, Mike McDaniel loves that guy. I mean, just nothing but speed.
Jimbo didn't play him.
Yeah, it made no sense. But with that said, I think there's a better opportunity now. I don't know if A&M fans realize the type of coach they've got right now in Mike Elko. Like, I think he's going to be tremendous. Now, the problem is you're going to a conference, or you're in a conference now that has two newcomers in Oklahoma and Texas that traditionally have been much better than you. You still got to deal with Georgia and Alabama and LSU, and even on that next tier, Tennessee and Auburn. I mean, it's just, I don't know, man. It is the closest thing we've ever seen that rivals the NFL is the SEC. And it's just brutal week in and week out. I was looking at the Oklahoma schedule, and somebody had them today the 17th most difficult schedule in college football. And I'm like, I don't know how that's possible. If you guys pull that schedule, the 8 conference games outside of South Carolina, there's a good chance all 7 of those teams, well, I think 6 are going to be in the top 15. Auburn being the 7th could end up being a top 20 team when it's all said and done.
Okay.
Yeah.
Zay?
Oh, yeah, Lance, you think about Quinn Ewers, man, and his load, has he gotten even much higher, and what he's going to have to bring to the table with CJ Baxter going out. And I know with Sark, you're kind of on the iffy side with Sark because he only had one 10-win year. But now with the headset and the play calling and being able to talk to Quinn Ewers with the technology, it does make a lot of sense for Quinn Ewers to be in New York fighting for the Heisman. If he's not, in a way, that would be a disappointment.
I mean, I don't disagree. I think playing Alabama the last couple of years, this sounds like I'm an SEC snob, but I think what he was able to do in Tuscaloosa last year, like nothing's going to faze that kid. And then playing in the college football playoff. And then when we had an opportunity to sit down with him at SEC Media Days in Dallas, I was blown away. Like, that's just one of those kids you want to pull for. I think when he first came into college at Ohio State, had the mullet and, sleeveless and all that kind of stuff. I did so much dumb shit until I was, 40. I can't really.
40?
Oh,
50.
Yeah, well, you're right. 50. Yeah, 50 is probably right, Chip. I'm starting to
diet Flobama. Like,
hey, I'll show you guys this. I just got it. Hold on, bear with me.
There's Birmingham traffic.
I just got an IV bag because we've got our kickoff party tonight. So I got to get hydrated before I roll in there. But I had them come slap an IV on me during the show today. But anyway, so I don't make the best.
What do you mean kickoff party? Is this your fantasy league or what?
We do it for the next round for our show, for our company, Disrupt Media. And we do it at a local walk-ons, and we invite people out, our listeners and clients. And it's pretty big to do. This will be so we go into year 4, August 16th tomorrow. And this will be our 4th kickoff party. So anyway, wanted to get hydrated for that, but I still make bad decisions. Quinn Ewers looks like a kid that really has his priorities all in line. And we had Chip on yesterday or the day before, and he's kind of sold me that Sark, the way he's recruited, the way he coaches skill, that you can lose a lot and you're still going to be highly productive. And I think as long as you've got that offensive line and you've got Quinn Ewers, I think the offense is going to be just fine. Now, it's going to be a test week in, week out. I will tell you, I've got Arkansas keeping a team out of the college football playoff in that 10-game preview because I think the SEC is that difficult. Like, going to Fayetteville is not like going to East Piscataway, or give me a better example in the Big 12.
Baylor.
Yeah, so Waco. Fayetteville and Waco aren't the same. Arkansas, they have got some dudes, and Arkansas
and TCU are not the same.
Right. Yeah. Look, it's just, literally, and Texas fans will see this firsthand. When they go on some of these road trips, it's just a different beast altogether because, the venues, the tailgating, it all comes together. And then when you look at, and Texas has already got these offensive and defensive lines. That's where it starts. Like, there was, I think maybe ESPN did their All-American team today. I think 5 across, it was all SEC up front.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Zay and I were talking about this. We've never been through an SEC season, but this is where all the best athletes are. Like it's harder to find a soft spot on an SEC defense or an SEC offense than it is to find a soft spot on a Big 12 offense or a Big 12 defense. You can probably find a couple guys you can go after and, try to game plan against. In the SEC, it's harder to find that.
Yeah, like, I talk about Alabama's secondary, and I think it is the biggest question mark, but ESPN also did their top 100 players. Malachi Moore, safety for Alabama, is in that top 100. He's part of that defensive backfield. Keon Saab is a guy that, played at Michigan, played in the national championship game. He's going to be a factor. Damani Jackson started all year at USC last year at corner. He is going to mix in, probably going to be one of the starting corners. So you've got guys coming in from other major programs, and it's still one of the biggest question marks. And it just shows you, Kirby Smart commented on this the other day. I think Sark followed it up. I think we had some sound on Sark that, 1 through 22 is still going to be great with these programs. When you get you go 44 deep, it gets a little more difficult. And I don't think anybody's going to have the depth they had like 3 deep now at 66. It's just the way of the world. These guys don't want to sit. They're going to transfer out. They're going to play somewhere else before they wait their time. So depth is going to be a problem, but it's going to be more of a problem for the other conferences.
Who do you have in the SEC championship game?
I am back and forth. Like, I've got Georgia there. And, the funny thing is if Georgia would have gone through a coaching change, and let's just say Kirby would have left and Kalen DeBoer came in, and I think we all agree that Kalen DeBoer, based on just the small sample size that we've seen at this level,
he's money.
He looks like an outstanding coach. With that said, though, if he would have taken over for Kirby Smart, they've got 3 road games against top 6 teams, Texas, Tuscaloosa, and Oxford, Mississippi against Ole Miss. I don't think there would be nearly the expectation for Georgia if Kirby wasn't there. So I think a lot of people are actually sleeping on Kalen DeBoer. That's my point. And I think there's so many potential wild cards in the SEC. Like Texas is going to be really good, but Ole Miss with that schedule, Missouri with their schedule, Oklahoma's got a ton of talent. You guys know that. It's just a brutal schedule. So they're probably going to cost somebody a trip to the college football playoff. Auburn and Tennessee, LSU. I mean, I think there's going to be one of these teams that we're not talking about that ultimately gets to a college football playoff. I think the SEC gets 4 in, and we've talked about this before, guys. Like, I think it might be better to be 10-2 and to be watching that game at home. But if you put gun to head, I would go Georgia, and it's either Texas or Alabama. The Texas injuries bother me worse than they bother you guys. And Alabama has stayed healthy this camp, knock on wood for Alabama fans. So I don't know, man. Alabama's schedule's tough too. I've said Georgia, Texas the majority of the summer. So I'll go Georgia, Texas, but Alabama's really close.
Yeah. Okay. And you think the 4 who get in from the SEC, Georgia, Bama?
I mean, based on my podcast I put out, I don't have Texas there, but Texas is going to be in the mix. I would say Georgia, Bama, LSU, A&M, Texas. Those are the 5 that I feel the best about.
Yeah, Lance, I'm trying
not Tennessee. LSU over Tennessee.
I don't know. I like Tennessee. I just haven't. Well, I haven't seen Garrett Nussmeier. Like, I don't know. I think Garrett Nussmeier is going to be good. I think Nico's going to be good. I question with Baker taking over this LSU defense, they're going to be much better. Tennessee, James Pierce, and you guys probably saw this. They had him the number 1 player in all of college football. And look, obviously subjective, but I think you can make that argument. But I think the back end of Tennessee's defense is going to be shaky. So I just don't know if they're going to be able to hold up. I see this Tennessee being much like Josh Heupel's second year when they went 11-2 or 10-2 in the regular season, 11-2 overall. I think it's going to be a really good offense, and I think they're going to be questionable on defense.
Okay.
Yeah, Lance, I'm trying to brace Texas fans that, there's 4 games on the schedule where this team could be 8-4 by the end of the season, and one of them is in week 2 with Michigan. A lot of Texas fans are chalking that up as a win, and I'm like, all right, guys, I get it. Jim Harbaugh's down there in LA, and they got a new coach, a new quarterback and stuff, but this is still Michigan. That defense is still going to be feisty, and you're still going to the big house.
Yeah, if they win that game, it's going to be on the defense. I saw today there's a projection that has 3 current Michigan defenders going in the first round next May.
Mason Graham, Kenneth Grant.
And we know how good that defense was last year. Alex Orr, Graham's a stud. We know that. And that defense was generational last year. I don't know how good Alex Orji's going to be. He's not going to be J.J. McCarthy. And J.J. McCarthy, the defense was so good, and Blake Corum running the football, that was so good. He didn't really have to do anything. Donovan Edwards, obviously, a lot of talent behind Blake Corum last year. He'll be the one this year. They've got a great tight end. I think Michigan's going to be good. And I think Michigan's one of these teams that might not be as good at the end of the year, just based on the fact that I still think they're playing with confidence that they're the national champions. And playing Texas early, like if I'm Texas, I almost want that game like in late October, November, after Michigan's got a loss or 2. Like I think Texas or Michigan's going to come into that game. They're going to be so confident, and Texas, they're not going to be looking ahead, but they still got that whole SEC schedule. And just imagine if Texas was to drop that game, then you've got one more mistake you can make, and that is it.
Yeah, no, it's a high stakes opportunity.
Yeah,
like
and
the 05 team.
We had
Ohio State won.
We had Reese Davis on the show yesterday, and he was talking about the regular season games. And like, I don't think like we're losing a little bit because when you obviously go from 4 to 12, then it gives other teams opportunities. But still, like talking about that, like out of the gate, LSU or USC is going to have a loss. Texas A&M or Notre Dame's going to, you just go through it. And Texas and Michigan, somebody's going to have a loss in week 2. Then you're behind the 8 ball immediately. Then you get one more mistake in great conferences like the Big Ten and the SEC. And so to me, that's where it becomes every game is that important. So I don't think the regular season, it doesn't lose any luster for me.
All right. This is good stuff, man. All right. Lance'sLock.com. Tell the folks.
We got 5-unit play tonight on Eagles Patriots. We are 6-1 in the NFL preseason.
5 units. That means you feel good about it.
You get a free play. It's a good.
Oh no!
I go as high as 10, but 5 is a good solid play. Go to Lance'sLock.com, brand new website. We just got it rolled out 2 weeks ago. We've also got the YouTube channel. Win at Lance'sLock.com. Texas fans, you can find out the game that will cost you a spot in the 12-team playoff. But jump on board, like, subscribe, share. We would appreciate that.
You got it, Lance. Let's do it again next week.
Look forward to. Hey, so I'll be in the car. I'm just going on a pre-warn, heading to the coast to do our show from the Floribama. And if your listeners and viewers have never heard of the Floribama, Google it. It is the best bar in the world.
All right.
You'll be there next Thursday. Uh-oh. We just lose Lance. Okay.
Yeah,
all right. We appreciate. There he is, LT. So next Thursday, you'll be at Floribama.
Yeah, we are heading down after the show. We'll do the show there Friday. And there has been some incredible stuff that has happened in the Floribama, including a meetup between Kenny Stabler and Reba McEntire back in the day.
Hey, now.
Yeah.
Isn't that also where you punched a guy?
What's that?
Isn't that also where you punched a guy?
I punched a guy or Kenny Stabler?
No, you. No, you punched the guy at Auburn.
No, the guy punched me in Auburn.
Oh, he punched you.
Now, I got thrown out of the Floribama not once but twice, which is really embarrassing, but I was in my 20s both times. And one was I accidentally bought somebody's wife a shot. She didn't seem to mind. He apparently did. It became a big melee. And then another time I decided to have my shirt off because it's a beach bar.
It's a beach bar.
They told me to put my shirt on. I thought they were kidding. I kept walking around without it, and I got run.
That's so good. I mean, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sure that was. You're probably hitting on some young feline.
In my 20s. Try not to make.
All right, buddy. Listen, we appreciate you. Go to lanceslock.com. Have all kinds of fun, kids. And we'll talk to you next week. Of course, next week we will be in Vegas. That's right, kids. We'll be at the Circa Resort. Make sure you get in on the Circa Millions and the Circa Survivor game by joining us in Vegas. You got to make that initial bet at Circa, and then you can bet the rest of the season from the comfort of your own home. But let's get a couple mentions in here, like Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. How about some scallops? I'm starving. I could go for some Salt Traders Coastal Cooking scallops, or the snapper, or the salmon. This is the seafood restaurant of our man Jack Gilmore, who also gives you Jack Allen's Kitchen. So you know the food is unbelievable. And happy hour 3:30 to 6:30 every day. $1 raw oysters. That's right. Best selection of oysters in Austin, Texas. $1 raw oysters during happy hour. Enough said. Salt Traders. Got the Zilker location at Mopac and Rollingwood, or up north at Old Settlers Trail. Brain Vault Mouth Guard. Folks, if you got a competitor in your house, get ready for the school year. Say they're a basketball player. Get that mouth guard now. Get ahead of the curve. Go to brainvault.com. This is the mouth guard that is proven patented to reduce the effects of concussion. You got an athlete playing lacrosse, football, soccer, cheerleading. Go to brainvault.com and set up that fitting right now. And to get that big screen that you've always wanted, the surround sound, the media room, there's only one call to make in Austin, Texas, and that is to our man Tom McKay and Audiovisual Consultations, avconsultations.com. And all you got to do, from the free consultation to installation, to get that going, just call 255-8678. Let Tom and his crew bring everything to you. You're busy. You don't need to be lugging TVs, punching holes in your drywall. Let Tom and his crew do it. And passes.com. I think this is the coolest way for Texas fans to interact with their favorite student athletes at Texas, including Quinn Ewers, Ryan Wingo, across all the sports. And you're interacting with them. They're doing Q&As with you. You can have them call a friend and wish them a happy birthday. You can buy some of their memorabilia directly from them. And Texas One Fund is an account on passes.com, and you can help build the NIL at Texas by buying things from Texas One Fund, like a chance to be in a exclusive VIP tailgate, signed memorabilia, meet and greets. It's just a cool way to interact with your favorite athletes. Passes.com, and look for the Texas Sports Unfiltered account on passes.com. Zay, I thought that was interesting, the conversation with Lance Taylor. He was talking some nonsense about Texas not making the playoff, but I think he was just laying out the scenario, and you kind of chimed in because you're right, because there are difficult games on the schedule. You have to be elite to get through this schedule with one, or I think even two losses. Nick Saban proved he was elite every year. Kirby Smart is proving he's elite. These guys have done it. Georgia went undefeated through its regular season last year, lost to Bama in the SEC championship game, and still didn't make the playoff. This year, they would have been the 5 seed.
Yeah.
Maybe Florida State, but either way, they would be.
And Lance, let the folks know, again, that Michigan game.
Oh, yeah.
That's not a dub. Longhorn fans think that's just an easy dub. They lost Jim Harbaugh. They lost AJ McCarthy. No, not at all. And Lance made a good point. They are still riding that high of being the national champions, like that swagger, your chest style. Oh, they coming into our house. Ain't nobody gonna be able to touch us. So, yeah, Texas, even though they're the favorite at the moment, That's going to be a tough one. And I like how he doubled down on our comments about going to Fayetteville and playing Arkansas. Shows Cuba Gooding Jr. playing radio could be at quarterback, and that's still going to be a dogfight because it's Arkansas. You know what I'm saying? It's just that type of game. Radio. That's a classic. Radio, man.
Radio could be playing quarterback.
So let's keep things in perspective.
Damn, radio got that?
Yo, radio can sling it a little bit if you give him some
Radio
time.
can sling it.
Yeah, if you give him some time. But that's just what I'm saying. Like, we don't even know who's playing quarterback there, and it's still going to be a tough game because that atmosphere is bonkers.
You know what game it reminds me of?
Game.
You know what this Michigan game reminds me of? When Ohio State came to Austin in 2006. Texas was the team, just won the national championship. They got a tangle with Ohio State. Colt McCoy's a redshirt freshman trying to make his second start. And Jim Laurinaitis and that Ohio State team rolled up in here and smacked Texas around. So I kind of see Texas playing the role of Ohio State in this little scenario we've set up.
Yeah.
Look, third-year Quinn Ewers against that Michigan defense is a great marquee college football matchup. That could be a draw. Then it's going to come down to, can the Texas defense win against Michigan's offense? Can they turn them over? Can they score? Can they set up a score? Can they stone them to where Texas can win a 17-13 game? I mean, I've said take the under, because the only way that thing's going to hit the over is if Michigan's quarterback is getting demolished and Michigan's turning the ball over. I still think Michigan's defense could hold Texas to field goals in certain situations, even in that scenario. Let's hope Texas's red zone offense is worlds better than what we saw last year when it was ranked 116th of 130. Come on.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't have that. You know, it's, again, that offensive line last year was really good. You would think they'd be able to punch it in more, but when the field gets tighter, Quinn Ewers, some of those passes were thrown out of bounds, overthrown. Like, those is where you have to really put it in those tight windows when you get in the red zone. And now going to the SEC with all those corners.
Let me throw this at you, because my man Eric Henry proposed this in his 4 Downs column yesterday at horns247.com. He proposed Juan Davis as a Wildcat quarterback in the red zone, because Juan Davis played a little quarterback in high school and he was a dual threat guy. Obviously he can run. We know he's got speed. Now he's got size. We know he's physical. I was like, okay, Eric Henry, I see you, you know.
Yeah, great idea. That's what E. Henry does. I like it. I thought the Red Cat last year with Savion Red got a little dated. You know, it worked for a while, and then once that film got out there, you didn't see much of it. I feel like Savion Red completed a pass. I don't know, but then there was one game where it didn't work.
Gunnar Helm.
Yeah. So then, like, there was one play where it didn't work, and then we never saw it again. We never saw Savion Red again after that.
It was like you're betting black at the roulette table, and it just keeps coming up black, and then it finally comes up red, and you're like, screw it, we're never playing this again.
So,
you know?
Yeah, Juan Davis, throw him back there, see what happens. Maybe Juan Davis could put it in the air a little bit and let it fly so he could keep the defense on their toes. But yeah, they tried to get creative last year. I mean, the Trevondre Sweat, Byron Murphy.
Too much.
It did work at times, though.
Sarkisian said, maybe I was trying to do too much.
But it did work, though, sometimes. Both of those guys scored touchdowns.
Yeah, but who did who did Big B Murph get his touchdown off of? It was some cupcake.
Yeah.
Was it
Rice? Something like that. It wasn't.
Or was it Wyoming? Maybe it was Wyoming.
I don't remember.
But
Tafraje Sweat, that was in what? Big 12 championship?
That was sweet.
Yeah.
That play was sweet.
Yeah.
That play was sweet.
Yes, Sark.
I mean,
figure it out.
How about Sark in that game? His play calling was out of this world. The double pass to Jatavian Sanders. You felt like you were watching a highlight reel in the first half of that Big 12 championship game, because it was the double pass to JT Sanders on 3rd and medium and Sark had it. Like he said, if we get 3rd and medium between the 30 and the 20, we're throwing this double pass to JT Sanders. It'll be open. And bam. And then the T-Sweat little play action pass. He throws up his big man Heisman pose. I mean, it was amazing. And that was a beatdown. I mean, and if not for Sark icing his own kicker in that game, Bert Auburn would have finished with 21 straight field goals.
What do you mean icing your own kicker?
You should have called timeout. They were rushing. It was like, okay, yeah, we're going to kick the field goal. And Auburn's like having to run out there, and it's like they're hurrying the snap. I mean, call the timeout. Let the kid set up.
Make the kick, Bert Auburn. Make the kick, man. Yes, there's going to be moments like that. That's not bad. There's going to be moments like that. You practice that.
Oh, remember our boy Sonny Dykes rushing on the field against Baylor?
Oh, yeah. See?
No time left.
No time left. There's going to be moments where it gets hectic. You got to be able to stay calm.
That was insane.
You know? Keep that
Sonny Dykes is like, oh, yeah, we practiced that. You're like, dude, you're the luckiest coach ever. Y'all totally screwed that up and ended up winning.
No, you practice those things, man.
Oh, yeah. We practice that. It's called our fire. It's called our fire field goal unit. Fire. Get out there.
Yeah, you never know. Like one time when you're practicing it, I go whisper in, one of the players' ears that's on the special teams, like, hey, on this one, just go run into our kicker and knock him down and see what he does. Go knock his ass down. You still got to get up. That'll probably get you a little bit frantic and stuff. Like, oh God, got knocked down. Oh, I got to make the kick and stuff. Now you got to lock back in. You just busted your ass in front of over 80,000. It's embarrassing. People laughing and stuff. Can you calm down in the moment, settle down that heartbeat, and knock in the field goal? Nah, man. If I was Sark, I wouldn't even taken responsibility.
You're the dog. Look what you've done, Zay.
What do you mean?
You got people all fired up now.
Make the damn kick, Bert. That's what I'm saying.
You always are coming down on my man, Bert. Burn Orange.
I love him.
Burn Orange.
He's my guy. I'm gonna call him out when he wears
always
his khaki
say
suit.
You love him, but you
I
don't.
do.
You're like, make the damn kick, you sideshow.
Yo, Michael Jordan's worn some of the worst jeans you've ever seen in the history of fashion. Some of the worst jeans you've ever seen. Horrible.
Michael Jordan?
Michael Jordan, yes. The Michael Jordan jeans. Let me find a picture.
He can't dress himself?
Oh, I feel like his new boo, young thing, I think she's helped, change his swag up a little bit.
He's freaking what? 6'8", 6'7"?
6'6". Yeah, 6'6" is what?
Got that long, lean look. And he dresses himself in like potato sacks.
Yo, there was one run mid 2000s where Mike was out here wilding. Mike was out here tripping.
He was wearing clown clothes.
There you go. The jeans with the sports jacket.
Oh no.
Crazy.
Oh no. He looks like the opposite of Chris Farley. It's like he looks like Beetlejuice in there.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
He's like Beetlejuice. His clothes are so big, it makes his head look tiny.
When it came to the basketball court, MJ was fly. There wasn't anybody cooler than Michael Jordan. That aura is unmatched. But off the court, Lord have mercy. Yeah.
Off the court, he just wanted to find a dice game he could go win.
Yeah, go gamble somewhere.
Go gamble. Let me get some action.
Oh my gosh,
I
that's
got this
hilarious.
Nike shoe deal. It's going to pay me $400 million a year. So let me just gamble as much as I want.
Speaking of Mike, there's a viral photo of his son sniffing a little something. Looks like that cocaine. I don't want to assume
the booger sugar,
huh?
The
Look
booger
like
sugar?
it. Look like that booger sugar. Look like something.
Where's this photo? What was he doing? Maybe.
Hey, people listening, y'all know what I'm talking about. It went viral.
I gotta watch you, man. I gotta watch
What do you mean
You
watch
trying to
me
get
like I'm just lying out
You're trying
here?
to get
to the
yourself
people.
into some trouble, baby.
Wahoo! MJ haven't sent me no J's before.
They're gonna aggregate this audio. They're coming after you, baby.
Please, no.
Hey,
I
listen
get
to
it.
this. Listen to this. Listen to this. Boone Pickens used to have an alert whenever anyone was talking about Boone Pickens. He would get a text. And Boone Pickens, we would just say Boone Pickens like 3 times. And then his guy would text me and say, "What are y'all talking about, Boone?" So they're the high and mighty. They know when people are talking about him. Doesn't matter where, when, how, they will aggregate you and come after you.
All right.
So I'm just telling you.
Hey, I'm right here. What Denzel say in Training Day? King Kong ain't got nothing on me. Bring it on. Look at this dude. Look at Michael Jeffrey Jordan's son. OG style, putting it on the key.
Who's eating?
What do you mean? The
Who is
brother
that?
with his shirt off? That's Michael Jordan's son, the one that was with Larsa, Pippen's wife. That's him. Yeah, it's gone viral. It was going viral a week ago or so.
That's terrible. Good God. What's he got? But he's got a cigar in his hand.
My gosh.
It looked like he's about to put his finger on his nose for a second. But that's a cigar.
I don't even know.
Because typically, if you've got a little booger sugar on a tiny spoon like that, you're going to close one nostril. You can say,
I've never done it, so I wouldn't know. It terrifies me. Hell, I hate putting Afrin up my nose. They tell you that's bad for you. After 3 or 4 days, Afrin nasal spray, they said get off that. So cocaine, no ma'am.
That's a bad angle too. How do we really know that's Michael B. Jordan?
Oh, that's him, not Michael B. Jordan.
And who's the other? Michael's son, the one that's dating Larsa Pippen.
I don't think they're dating anymore.
Michael Jordan Jr., right?
I don't think it's Jordan Jr. Marcus Jordan.
Does it begin with a B?
Marcus Jordan.
Marcus.
Yeah. Yeah, he having a good time too. He's chilling with the ladies and stuff. Like, yeah, it's just he's partying.
Hey.
In the 80s, this is just a normal Thursday night.
Okay.
Thursday afternoon.
Is that Larsa?
No, that ain't her. I don't know who that is.
Oh.
I don't know. Speaking of pictures of somebody chilling with the ladies, but that's some huge chip coming out.
Hey, let me tell you something real quick. Let me tell you something here, the dog. That booger sugar was everywhere in the 80s, and I never did it because I was afraid I would love it. And I didn't want to be one of those statistics of that old, washed up, washed out. He could have been something, but he got on that booger sugar, and now he's got nothing.
Yeah, if you've been like that Chip Brown, he had all the hope in the world. Just knows his stuff. Great journalist. Always got the inside scoop. The white girl got him. But hey, look at our guy, Texas alum, out here on vacation now that the Olympics is over. Kevin Durant with the baddies.
Hello.
With the ladies.
Well, hello.
KD.
They about to go get on some boat
Looks like it. Looks like it, man. KD enjoying himself. That's a person,
Who's he
KD's always
with?
been single. I don't know who them women are. I know that he was with Devin Booker yesterday or the day before, but he's been on the boat ever since the Olympics finished. And yeah, he got the ladies with him. Good for KD, man. I need that. This is still Kevin Durant. It's still all about hoops. He's still that guy in the club.
KD, he's
working
so
on his
good.
shot.
He's so smart. He had ways to make sure that no girl was ever going to trap him.
How? What were those ways?
I'm not gonna go into it, but
no, you can't do that. You
No,
can't
no.
pump fake us.
No, because
Come on, man. Who are you, Serge Rice?
Let me just
Out
tell you
here
something.
pump faking?
AD was never gonna have no little baby. Some woman saying, "This is your baby." Never, ever, ever. Let me just put it that way.
I mean, it's all about ball, man.
I love KD for this. Like he's so smart.
Yeah.
Okay, so I was trying to see who the other brother was in that picture.
Oh yeah, I don't know who that was. Must have been
his like
KD's homies,
part of his team.
Kinfolk. Yeah.
Let's go, KD. Not bad for a guy who used to live with his mother as a rookie.
I was still around. I saw Mama Durant in Paris.
I just go home and play video games with my mom. That's what he said in an interview his rookie year with the Seattle Supersonics.
Yeah, he was still a college
What do you do with your
kid.
free time, KD? Oh, I just go home and play video games with my mother.
Yeah.
And everyone's like, you what? But Wanda moved up there to Seattle with him, made sure her boy knew how to cook a meal, knew what was up. And that's a great relationship. Wanda and KD. Love Wanda.
The real MVP.
The real MVP, man. She used to make him. He would go to the Seat County Rec Center in Maryland, and he would, she worked at the post office in DC, and she wouldn't get home until late sometimes. And he would go from school over to the Seat Pleasant Rec Center, where this guy named Taurus Stink Brown would work with KD. And he said, you can never play pickup basketball. If I ever catch you in a pickup basketball game, you're going to be doing bear crawls. And one day, KD thought Taurus was like off doing something, so he got into a pickup game. And Stink saw him in the pickup game, and he's like, Kevin, get your ass over here. And he made him do bear crawls until his mom came and picked him up. KD said his arms were just like snapping. He was so tired. And then when his mom came, it was raining. And she was like, how is Kevin? He's like, oh, he got into a pickup game. And she's like, what? And she made him run this hill in the rain 3 times after he did all those bear crawls. And KD said, after that, I only did the drills that Stink Brown told me to do. I was off on, my own basket, doing the drills, running the, little cuts and all that stuff. We'll call them gassers. He just always had stuff laid out for him. And KD said, that's part of the reason why my technique doesn't break down, because instead of just going up and down the court, doing it by feel, he was having me build structure into my shot, build, repetition, consistency. And it's just amazing, because the other kid who was in that Seat Pleasant Rec Center went to K-State. He bounced around in the NBA. Michael
Beasley.
Michael Beasley. So Michael Beasley was a little older than KD, was always at that Seat Pleasant Rec Center, and Stink Brown told me I couldn't get Beasley to listen. He's like, he was so technical. He's like, I told him, don't get in those pickup games. Work over here. Work with KD, blah, blah, blah. And he said, I couldn't get Beasley to.
I think Beasley was a little younger, maybe a year, because he was that year after Durant.
Oh, he was?
Yeah, because I remember like what KD was 25 and 11. I think Beasley was like 26 and 12 that next season at Kansas State.
Yeah, they were there at the same time, though.
Yeah, they're tight. They're close.
And I'll just never forget Stink Brown saying, "Yeah, I couldn't get Beasley to listen like KD would listen." So,
yeah, it's interesting. Both of those careers were different.
Yeah, and KD gives credit to Stink Brown for developing his fundamentals at the Seat Pleasant Rec Center, where Kevin had to go after school to wait for his mom to come pick him up. And rather than just running up and down, running full court, he had him working on drills.
Well, that's ironic about it because KD looks like he plays pickup all the time. Like just how fluid he is and how he makes everything look so easy and how he has just so many counters and he's able to get to the spots. So you have to have that balance. Yeah, you have to have that balance of playing pickup and working on your game. And obviously started playing pickup as you grew older and stuff because I would see him at Northwest Rec Center off of Mopac. He would go play in the Saturday runs there. It'd be a packed gym. Your boy would never be on the court. It was like 6-7 games deep. And by that time, you're 2 hours in and you get one game in and you're playing against all these former pros and collegiate guys and the game's to 12 and they hit 5 threes in a row and you're off the court in 3 minutes. So I stopped going to Northwest after a while because your boy wasn't getting any bump. But yeah, KD, other than Jordan, I think he's the smoothest scorer of all time. Like even Kobe wasn't that smooth. Kobe would get a bucket in any way possible, but Durant, man, it's just so smooth. The crossover, it's just everything looks too easy. And the fundamentals, going back to the OG that brought him up, as you were referring to, that's how you're able to miss few games and not play with guys that you're not used to playing with in the Olympics, and then coming in your first game and go 8 for 8. Like that's ridiculous. Those aren't normal things. Like we just look, it's KD. He's probably the only one that could do something like that.
Oh, like when he went up to Fog Allen Fieldhouse and opened like 7 of 7 and had 24 at halftime and the gym was totally silent. Like you could hear the coaches yelling. You never hear the coaches yelling at Fog Allen Fieldhouse. But they were in stunned amazement because Durant was hitting everything. And he was like, that was so fun.
Yeah.
To go up there and just that environment and just silence the crowd. Yeah. It just, when you see him get on those runs, man, I'll never forget. They were down 20 to Baylor in the Big 12 tournament, and KD couldn't hit anything. And then he finally hit a 3, and then he hit like 7 in a row, and Texas came back and won the game.
Yeah.
And it was like the most insane. You're like, oh God, he doesn't have it. He doesn't have it. He doesn't have it. He does not have it. And then he hits it. And it's like, oh, it's on. It's like that Jamal Charles fourth quarter against Nebraska in whatever, 20, I don't know, 2007, 2000, I don't know. Or Colt was still there. Colt went out for one play. And they brought in John Childs and they ran zone read. And Jamal went for 25 yards. And then they ran zone read like 13 more times. And he finished with 215 yards rushing in the fourth quarter and 280 for the game.
Yeah.
Because Greg Davis finally remembered, you know what? Zone read's a good play for Jamal Charles. His speed.
Hey, all he needs is that one play to get elite player going.
Yeah. And they were like thinking about benching Jamal Charles that year. And
I don't even know what that means.
It's still the dumbest thing I've ever heard Mac Brown ever say. Literally. He's like, we're thinking about giving Vondrell McGee a chance. What? Jamal Charles? Like the Jamal Charles who helped you win a national championship, spin moves, cuts in space like Gale Sayers? That Jamal Charles? You're thinking about giving Vondrell McGee a chance?
Maybe that was a coaching tactic to light that fire for Jamal.
How about
This is
running
gonna
zone
piss him
read?
off.
How about running a play that Jamal Charles absolutely loved running?
But now you got a motivated Jamal Charles that's now trying to prove himself. You know, I wouldn't have went that way about it, but I know coaches that think like that.
And as soon as Jamal got to the end of that 07 season, Matt couldn't believe it. Jamal's like, I'm out. I'm leaving early.
Yeah.
So did Jermichael Finley. They were both like, Jermichael.
He only had a cup of coffee at UT. He was barely there.
Who?
Jermichael Finley.
He was there 3 years. They never used him.
He was a redshirt sophomore.
Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't use him, but yeah, he only played 2 years.
Right.
Like, yeah, he barely
He was sitting there in practice every damn day. You only like Earl Thomas. Yeah, let's redshirt him. Okay. That means you get 2 seasons out of him. Like Mac thought everybody was going to stay. He just thought, oh, they love me and Sally. They're going to stay.
Yeah.
Our players come back.
Didn't Sally make a mean brownie? Couldn't she bake?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Sally did everything right. Like Sally was the god, father, and mother.
Yeah.
She was the one making it all happen.
Yeah. Not trying to get messy. It's been a while since we found out that Sark and his former wife L'Oreal aren't together anymore. Have you heard anything about like how he's handling that? They're obviously still tight. I see him commenting on her post and stuff, and seems like they have a great respect for one another. It didn't end sour or nasty or anything, but also now Sark is in a new part of his life, coming into a lot of expectation. I just gotta make sure he's right. Gotta make sure he's okay. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'm not hanging out with him at night, but he seems locked in whenever we're around him.
Okay.
So hopefully everything's going good for both of them, because I would not wish divorce on anybody. Nobody. Not one.
Yeah. What's your school called?
My marriage boot camp.
Marriage boot camp. That's it. Just drop them off on the island.
Oh,
no
yeah.
phones.
No,
no
not on the island. You're going to West Texas. You're gonna go dig. You're gonna go dig some wells in the oil patch.
Yeah, I don't know.
We're gonna see.
As
if you
efficient
really
as you think that is, I don't know. Like, come on.
We got to see if you like each other.
You're not gonna like anything.
Hey,
digging
it's like a
holes.
non-sexy, crappy, amazing race. You're getting dropped off in the middle of nowhere, and you got to figure some stuff out without your creature comforts, without your phone, without your.
How long you got?
3 days. It's not
3 days. Okay.
It's not terrible, but it should illuminate. And if we got some issues, it might be 5 days. Could be a week.
Okay.
We got to see. People are busy. I want them to pay for the course, so it's 3 days. But we do have elevated coursework. If you need a little extra help, 5 days. And then if you need a lot of help, 7 days.
Yeah, West Texas is crazy. That's
you're going to
setting them up to fail.
You're going to be uncomfortable.
Yeah,
I want you to get comfortable being uncomfortable.
Yeah, dropping them off in Amarillo.
Because that's what marriage is. Getting comfortable in the uncomfortable.
Okay.
I mean, the odds are against two people being together forever. But when you marry Elbel, you just marry her, because like that's a win.
Yeah.
If you get lucky like I did, then
okay.
You jump
there
in.
You go. Yeah, smooth. Real smooth.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, look at that
But
level.
for a lot of people out there, they need my help.
Okay. All
Just
right.
go to chipbrown247 on social media, or you can email me at chipbrown210@gmail.com. All right, let's get a little love in here for cover 3. Because when was the last time you had the Chop House burger at cover 3? This is the burger that Texas Monthly said is one of the best burgers in the state of Texas. Are you kidding me? The burgers at cover 3 are worth the trip in themselves. So get your butt. You love a good burger? How about a great burger? Then go to cover 3. Go to cover 3 Anderson, cover 3 in Round Rock at Old Settlers, or cover 2 at 183 in Lake Creek. And get one of those frozen margaritas. Like if you want to get the party started, have one of those. Don't have a second one. You picking me up? You picking up what I'm putting down? All right, cover 3. They got you covered. All right, Zay. Let's get into the chip shot today. The chip shot. I've been thinking about this. And this leadership on this Texas football team. How Steve Sarkisian said, we got 20 leaders. We got leaders coming out of our leaders. And on defense, Baron Sorrell and David Benda, Michael Taft, Malik Muhammad, Jade Barron. Okay, if you got all these guys who are leaders, then when you hit adversity, you should be fine. You got Quinn Ewers, you got Kelvin Banks, you got Jake Majors, you got Jaden Blue. People have said Jaden Blue. He's made a complete 180. Needed to mature when he was a freshman. Needed to mature. He did, according to Tashard Choice, called it a 180. And now he's a confident young man. He said, you need that confidence. You need guys like that with the swag. That's how VY was. VY walked out on the field every time. We're going to tell these guys what play we're running, and then we're going to run it. You got to have those dudes. So this is a team that has leadership across the board. I'll be surprised if this team gets upside down at Michigan, and it could. Michigan could be up 14-0. Michigan, that atmosphere should not phase the leadership group on this Texas team. If the big house is coming apart because the Wolverines are up 2 scores on Texas, it should not phase these veteran, experienced leaders on this Texas team. The roof was kind of coming off the Sugar Bowl. I mean, Washington was looking to stretch that thing open. They're up 34-21 when Jaden Blue fumbled after that 21-yard run to the Washington 22, or catch and run, and then fumble. So, and they still got back. I don't know how. Still to this day, I do not know how Texas ended up having a throw into the end zone from the 12 with a few seconds left. Like, there was that thing. You needed 10 things to go right for Texas to be in that spot, and 10 things went right. Like a penalty here for Washington, a injury timeout. I mean, everything worked for Texas. But I'm just saying, look, you can have a lot of bad stuff happen. This team, I think, has the leadership to dig out of some holes. And I'm looking forward to seeing it. Looking forward to seeing that resilience in action.
Yeah, for sure. The best teams get hit with adversity and they come back and dominate it and don't let it phase them. So is this Texas team, do they have the moxie and mental toughness to do those things? I think so. But, Lance, he had an interesting comment. If this team lost to Michigan and, they were to lose another one, then that season's basically over. I don't necessarily agree with that. I think that certain three-loss team.
Okay, let me play a scenario for you. Let me play a scenario for you, Zay.
Go ahead.
Let's say Texas loses to Michigan, and then they're like, oh me, oh my. And they come home and they lose to UTSA.
Good grief.
But they win out. They're in.
They're in. Yeah.
They're in. Okay,
Yeah.
let's say they lose. Let's say they lose to OU. But they beat Georgia and they win out. They're 9-3. They beat Georgia. They lost to Michigan, UTSA, and OU, but they beat Georgia. And Georgia is a one-loss team, and the only loss is to Texas. And Georgia wins the SEC, and Texas is sitting over there 9-3. They beat Georgia. They beat Arkansas and A&M and Florida. Vanderbilt and Mississippi State. Would they get in?
I don't know if they get in on that one. I could see them 13, 14. If they lose to UTSA,
Jeff Traylor's always 9, 10, 11 wins.
Yeah, if UTSA wins, if UTSA is that G5 team that makes it, they're in.
They might.
If UTSA is that G5 team that makes it, they're in. If they're not, then it depends on what A&M's record looks like and Arkansas and all those other teams that they beat. But yeah, 3-loss team to UTSA seems like a 13th or 14th seed that barely gets out.
But let's say Michigan and UTSA are both playoff teams.
Then yeah, they're in. That's the case, they're in. Because that means Oklahoma would probably be a playoff team too if they beat Texas. They beat Texas?
No. Remember?
Come on.
No, this always happens, Zay. When Texas beats OU, OU still wins conference championships.
Yeah.
When Texas loses to OU, they never rally and win. Although they did last year. So I take it back. They did it last year. Yeah. They lost OU and they went on to win the championship. That is another thing that Steve Sarkisian has done that Mac Brown could never do.
Oh, Mac.
OU would beat Texas. Or Texas would beat OU, and OU would still find a way to win the Big 12 when Mac Brown was the coach.
Yep.
Remember that? I shouldn't even bring this up.
Bring it up. Go ahead.
The 2013 game where they got beat 55-17. I was like, there's no way these days are still happening. We're not going back to the early 2000s where your teams are so non-physical and non-mentally strong. It wasn't 2013 because that was when Mac surprised Stoops. So I think it was like 2011 or 2012. It was 55-17. That is so bad. Anyway, let's get to the right call.
Let's get it. Before that, though, some of y'all out here need a new vehicle. Some of y'all out here need to change it up. Well, go to Covert BK. They will hook you up. They provide you with a high-quality selection of new and pre-owned vehicles. Like I tell you every day, they're not trying to meet that quota. They're not that lazy car salesman that's out here that would just try to sell anything to anybody. It doesn't matter. No, it matters over at Covert BK. They want you to be satisfied. They want you to go home happy, and they want you to go home happy to where they only have to see you for maybe oil changes and stuff, but they're not going to have to see you because the car is mucked up. That's not how they roll. 7 terrific brands to choose from: Ram, Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, Cadillac, GMC, and Buick. Go to covertbcave.com for all your latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip. Well, here's an ignorant story for the folks. I always try to make the right call, somehow sports related. And even though this is as far out as sports related as it can be, it ends up being sports related at the end. So, Chip, everybody, bear with me now. Vera Liddell works in the Illinois school district. Has been in the game for a long time. She is 68 years old. Well, Vera might spend the rest of her life locked up in the pen because she was a part of a $1.5 million chicken wing fraud incident in the Chicago school district, and she is set to get 9 years in prison.
Chicken wing fraud.
Chicken wing fraud. Yeah. It's not a good look. It's not a good look. Here's Vera. She looks like she steals. I'm not gonna lie. This isn't a stereotype thing. That's a rough throw. That's a rough throw she's got. She looks like
what was she doing?
Queen pin.
Chicken wings, putting fentanyl in there?
I don't know, man. I think she was just slinging them. I mean, again, chicken wings after inflation.
She's just slinging them.
She's slinging them in the back of the truck. What do you mean? OG style, selling plates.
Oh, she was selling the school food?
I feel like she was. Or she was putting them in the freezer and keeping them for herself. I mean, I wouldn't knock that either. Chicken wings are delicious. But I feel like she looks like a hustler. That lady looks like a queen pin. I think she was slanging lemon pepper, honey barbecue, some buffalo. She was slanging them around the Chicago streets, and she got caught up. You know what I'm saying? But 9 years, 9 years is a lot. Yeah, 9 years is a lot. It says that she stole more than 11,000 cases of chicken wings. And in between 2020 and 2022. So it was a 2-year operation where everybody was at home dealing with the pandemic. She was out here giving the people what they wanted. I can't knock it.
How many cases?
11,000.
Oh, she had her own chicken wing operation going.
Oh, yeah. She's doing her thing. Now, how is this sports related, you asked?
How is this sports related, Zay?
Here we go. All-pro defensive tackle and Super Bowl champ Chris Jones went on Twitter yesterday and said he will buy the 1.5, or he'll pay that back, the 1.5 million that was stolen, to get her out of jail too. So the first part makes sense, Chris. You're paying it back to Chicago school district. They lost a lot of money. We know the funding in these schools probably not the best, especially in inner city Chicago. So salute you, Chris, for that. On another note, why are we trying? She's still a felon. she's still
going to throw those chicken wings out anyway. School was canceled. Kids were going from home. There was no one at school to eat the chicken wings.
No.
Everybody
she needs to do a little bit of time.
Homeschooled.
She needs to do a little bit of time.
Going in classrooms on Zoom. They weren't going to the school to eat the chicken wings. The chicken wings were going to get tossed.
9 years is
Glenda was just trying to, make some use of the wings before they got thrown in the dumpster.
I'm not trying to hear it.
Now the poor girl's going to the pokey for 9 long years. You think she's going to survive in there 9 years? Hell no. Look at her. That girl's going to get jumped, and she's going to get, those are my chicken wings, woman. Whack.
I mean, she looks rough. I think she can handle herself. 9 years is steep. 9 years is a little excessive. I give her 5. Again, 1.5 million. That's a lot. That's a lot of chicken wings. So I'm thinking of that come up. She looked like she could cook too. She looks like she could throw down. It's not like she's selling any old.
Those are some good ass wings.
Those some good ass wings. Them the wings that you get at the strip club.
Yeah, those are. Hey, man,
those wings. That's a woman that could burn. That's a woman that she's had ancestors down the line that have been in the kitchen.
Those wings melt in your mouth.
Yeah, look at that.
Look at those wings. Oh, Those things are cooked to perfection. What's her name?
Vera Liddell.
Vera can, man, you just let her cook. She
Yeah.
got you covered.
Yeah,
Those
so
wings.
Chris
Yeah,
Jones, pay the money back. I don't think you should get Vera out of jail. You know, like I
No,
just
she cooked some wings. She wasn't killing nobody.
She stole from the kids.
Did you hear about the friends of Matthew Perry who were shooting him up with ketamine? Killed the man. So
Matthew
ketamine
Perry
makes
of Friends?
Yes. Everyone thought he drowned in his hot tub. He drowned in his hot tub because his friend shot him up with ketamine and then sat him in his hot tub until his body went numb, and then he just drowned. We got people getting ready to go to prison for that. Those people need to be in prison, not my girl Vera. She's just cooking some wings.
Oh man.
How much was she shelling those wings for?
That's the thing. We don't know. We
'Cause,
don't
I mean,
know. And she probably came out with a $3 million profit. She was probably selling them.
How many
double the
cases?
price, 11,000, 1.5 million's worth of chicken wings. And that was during the drought too. When the pandemic hit, there was a crazy drought on chicken wings. And a lot of these chicken wing places, like a Pluckers, they were selling chicken thighs because there was a chicken wing drought. So she's out here. So she was really making a profit because everybody's like, man, we can't buy chicken wings for the low. Vera's out here like, yo, I got you. I got you. I got a plug. I got
Can we agree? I mean, my man AT Patson 25 is all over me, but weren't the wings just gonna get tossed anyway? We weren't doing lunches anymore in the pandemic. Vera was just like, hey, these are going in the dumpster. I'm just gonna take them.
From January 2020 to February 2022.
Dude, she must have had a hell of a freezer.
Yeah.
11,000 cases. She needed a warehouse.
This was an operation. There's more people than Vera. I think Vera's just taking the bullet, going Kevin Costner.
Yeah, she was the front woman.
Yeah, there's somebody else behind, like an old slick hustler.
Like the mob.
Yeah.
It's Chicago.
It's Chicago, exactly.
I mean, Vera was doing work for the mob, and they were like, hey, Vera, sorry, you got caught. You got to go.
Yeah.
We ain't going. You're going.
Yeah. Man.
I think Vera got caught in a bad situation. She was just the front person for this underground buffalo chicken.
You're really trying to stick up for Vera. This lady looks like a criminal. This isn't like a woman that looks like Megan Good or
you are so bad at judging. You're so bad at judging people by the cover.
Look at this woman.
You're terrible at it.
Look at that fro. Look at that.
You are just hammering Vera over her fro.
Yes. She looks like a criminal.
Forget about her raccoon eyes and the fact that she looks like she's been doing drugs since she was 5 years old. Looks like she's been shooting heroin since she was able to walk.
Yeah, and I'm the bad person.
And you're just fixated on her fro.
That fro, man.
Like her eyes are swollen shut from all the drugs she's done. But you're like, look at the fro. The fro's the giveaway. She's a criminal. Look at her. Look at that fro. I mean, I'm like, what the hell? That poor girl. She hadn't had a haircut since she was like 12.
Yo.
And you're like, she's a criminal. Look at that fro.
Stealing from the kids, man. I can't get with that. That's foul work, man. During the pandemic, nonetheless. That's foul work.
Okay.
And Chris Jones, you better not be trying to get her out either.
Hey, can I tell you why RG3 got let go from ESPN?
The croissant picture?
Because of the Pokemon dolls he had behind when he was on those bobbleheads and Pokemon cards. Did you ever see him when he was on location at his house?
Yeah, but I never paid attention to the
his whole background was Pokemon dolls.
What's wrong with that? Are we judging him for that?
Is that weird?
No, he's just a brother that likes anime. There's a lot of brothers like that. A lot of people that like anime stuff.
That's great, but you're gonna make it your backdrop when you're on ESPN?
I mean, I feel like the croissant picture did it for him.
You got that one?
That was an interesting photo.
You got that one queued up? I don't think I've seen that one.
This one with the wife.
Oh God. Okay.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. And again, he's enjoying time with his wife. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't. They look in love. He's in Paris for the Olympics. It's just, you know.
Oh boy.
Okay. Yeah. What did my man call RG3? He was so out of pocket. What was my man's name? He called him a cornball brother. He got fired from ESPN. Who was that?
Oh God. Who was that?
Who was that, man?
All right. I'm gonna have to hammer on my keyboard to look it up. So everybody just sit tight.
Somebody, Rob Parker. Rob Parker's crazy ass. He called RG3 cornball brother and got kicked off the 4-letter network because I was insensitive, which, you know, it is, but
Rob Parker. I love that dude.
Yeah, he's
called
just
RG3 a cornball.
He's just different. That's all. He doesn't do anything.
What?
He's just RG3. He's just different. He's just different. That's all. Gosh, man. We got to bring Mike and Chris on SEC Unfiltered. We're going over wilding. Showing that croissant picture. Fellas.
What's up?
What's up?
Just got the green. Is it St. Patrick's Day?
No,
Mike's
it's
got
not.
the green
No,
background, and Chris has the
dude.
Greenville
This is
Community
actually no. It's not a community college. Let's set that straight. This is Greenville Country Club.
Oh,
excuse you. Excuse you, damn it. Thinking I'm gonna wear a community college dry fit. How dare you? How dare you?
Tell the chef back there this is low-grade dog food.
You damn right. You damn right. Nah, I played golf yesterday at Greenville Country Club, and I saw this in the pro shop and was like, I'm about to channel my inner country club dad vibe when I'm out and about, maybe on the show. So you know what? Yeah, I definitely feel distinguished today in this.
Look at me
now.
Community college. How
community college?
Are you going to be self-conscious now when you wear that shirt outside of the state that people are going to think that's Greenville Community College?
Dude, it's got like I mean, I guess you'd have to look closer, but there's like the logo for the course. It's got like 1895 on it.
So the golf team.
This is the most like distinguished community college in the United States. So
that's right.
How'd you shoot?
Shot 81. No, 80. Shot 80. Yeah. Had 3 birdies on the day. Yeah. But
what's your handicap?
So I'll tell you this. I was a 5 handicap this spring. Went and got lessons, completely wrecked my game. Dropped me down to a 7 handicap. So I'm like, I'm just now starting to kind of get back. So I mean, I'm a 7 right now, but like I can play to a 5. But dude, I took 3 lessons, and bro, the guy just wrecked my game. I've never played so bad. I mean, for 2 months, I could not hit a shank. Like,
remember that happened to Tiger Woods. Same thing happened.
Well, I had a little different path, but yeah. Little different path to getting there, but no, it's
community college.
Dude, I've been playing since I was like 3 years old. Man, my dad played college golf. I played competitive till I was 16.
Wow.
So I love it. And dude, the Greenville Country Club is, I mean, super, super private, pristine. A guy that actually works for us, his family's member, so he got me out there. So it was had a fun day yesterday.
That's awesome.
So that's why I was dressed in the golf getup yesterday. I'd come straight from the course.
There you go.
So
I shot 85 this morning. I was
nice.
Oh, that's solid.
I was pretty happy.
I shot 85 this morning.
I shot 85.
Where's your country club dry fit, Chip? Come on now.
And we never bet at Bushwood.
Oh, God.
See you guys, man. Y'all have a good show.
Hey, have a great show, fellas.
Y'all be good, guys. Appreciate it. Mike, the lid looks good, man. How about you? How about you, man? Appreciate you rocking it.
I don't know where I got this, but I found it somewhere. Yeah, well, SEC. You know what?
Dude.
My wife loves the T-shirt, and then I haven't tried the T-shirt on yet, but it's coming tomorrow.
Nice.
Yeah, man.
Nice.
Good stuff.
I appreciate that, man.
Thank you. Yeah, I wasn't gonna go all out. Like I think Cole got like 30 items and then like a hoodie.
Dude, no, it wasn't. I'll tell you this funny story. Cole only got like 2 or 3 things, and that's like when I sent the stuff. I was like, yeah, just grab like a hat, a t-shirt, maybe a hoodie, whatever.
Yeah,
bro. Lucas put in an order for like 7 things. Like the total was like the total was like $300. And so the way the store works is it comes through via Shopify, and then you like approve the order essentially.
Yeah.
So it didn't like charge me off the rip for it, but like I was like, Lucas, like, let's condense this down to a couple of things.
Yeah.
Like I have to pay for this. Like, I'm like, I
yeah.
have no problem paying, but like, this is a lot.
Yeah.
So let's at least space this out over time a little bit. Like,
yeah. So backstory for people who don't know, Chris sends us a text, the group text, all these guys that are, do this hour from 4 to 5 every day. Great group of guys. But he sends us all a text and he's like, yeah, like feel free to pick out, what you want from the SEC Unfiltered store. And we're like, all right, great. So, a couple t-shirts and a hat. And most of us, I feel like, kept it under wraps. But yeah, man, no, super grateful. It's awesome, man. Love it. Love it.
I appreciate you rocking it, man. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Again, of course, we are SEC Unfiltered right here live Monday through Friday, 4 to 5 p.m. Eastern, 3 to 4 Central, 2 to 3 Mountain Time. This is actually my final show of the week. Tomorrow, you're going to have Cole and Dave taking you in the weekend. Yours truly going to be hitting the road, going down to Savannah for the weekend. Going down to Savannah. Going to hang not for work purposes. Going to hang out with some buddies. Again, we're kind of maximizing the weekends, the final weekends before kickoff. Yep. So gonna have a good time. Maybe go out on the boat. Maybe consume some beverages. You never know, but no, it'll be a lot of fun. We're gonna have a good group of guys down there. Again, got buddies that live down in Savannah, so we're gonna have a good time today. Mike, how's everything been, man? I don't know if you saw, by the way, our good friend Neil in allkindsofweather.com. He just dropped his state of the program video, and yours truly was on that. About a 2-hour video, by the way. So,
I saw that. I saw the 2 hours, and I was like, man, I hope you get paid by the minute. Man, that was a lot of states, a lot of a state of a union.
It was fun though. It was fun. I'll tell you this, Mike.
Four different voices too, so of course.
Yeah, and Allie Peak, who I never met before, she does a great job. Apparently, her husband punted at Florida.
Eric Wilbur, baby. Yeah.
So she's very, very smart. I mean, obviously was sharp as a tack when it came to talking Florida. But what was so funny, Mike, and if y'all haven't checked it out, you just want to, for whatever reason, consume some SEC stuff in all kinds of weather. It really, really cool video. If you want an idea of like, I'll tell you this, if you want an idea of how Florida fans feel about their program and Florida fans' expectations, and then truly an unbiased party in me being on that panel, which is why they brought me on.
Yeah.
It's a good video. But that's my point though, Mike. It was so funny because as we're talking about this thing and we're talking about Billy Napier, like what he's got to do to be back. And like, I've told you many times where I'm like, as we get closer to kickoff, I think Billy's going to be back, like barring a disaster. Bro, they're legitimately like, no, they have to go 7-5 or he should be fired.
See,
I'm like, damn. Like, not all of them, but I'm pretty sure Neil and Chris
6-6 or 7.
Maybe I don't remember exactly. You'd have to go back and listen, but I remember sitting there thinking, and I was like, oh damn, I'm the villain of this show.
No. And you know what's funny, man? So I heard that, and I'm thinking to myself, I think there's a disconnect between fans and the administration, which there should be. But I think you and I are a little bit more realistic about it. And I'm not saying that they're just fans, but I do think that we have a pretty good sense of what that administration is feeling. And I mean, look, we all know that Florida doesn't want to make a change. We all know that it's going to cost a ton of money for Florida to make another change. We all know that DJ Lagway is probably going to transfer if Billy Napier is fired, right? Like, it could wreck the program for another at least 5 years. That schedule, I think you made the best point of them all. That schedule was just, like everybody talks about the schedule. You know, like, oh my God, Chris, like a couple people this week on Twitter, you know, like all of a sudden just randomly posting the schedule and being like, I've never seen a schedule like this. It's like, dude, where have you been the entire summer? Like, this has been a thing for like months now. Anyway, I digress. It's just, to me, you flip the schedule for next year. That was one of the main points that you made, which I thought was a great point. You know, it doesn't get any easier next year. You might as well ride it out. Now, you and I agree, if they go if Florida goes 0-3 against the Florida schools, Miami, UCF, Florida State, that's it, you know, because you're just not meeting the benchmark there. You know, losing to Florida State, that's hard enough, especially because I think Billy Napier is 1-7 against rivals. You know, but if you get a win over Miami, win over UCF, you know, I kind of like his chances. And you and I agree on this too, man. It's how it looks. You know, I know we keep saying that, but I think that is the most honest statement I think you and I can make. It really is how it looks. You know, if they're losing games by 3 points, but, you know, they didn't have a special teams gaffe at the end, you know, to lose the game against Georgia, right? Like if they were in it the entire time and they look competitive and they look buttoned up, I think it's a whole lot different. But yeah, I thought that was really interesting, Chris, that all three of them said, you know, it's got to be a winning record, or a 6-6 season plus a bowl win. I kind of had to chuckle to myself, man. I was like, I don't know. I just, again, this could be a great team that finishes 5-7.
Yeah, Neil, I think about threw up when I said that you could have 7 good losses. That really bothered him when I said that. I didn't know how else to phrase it. Yeah, because to your point of how it looks, but no, that moment was just really funny to me. I don't know if you saw that when, you know, we're going around and it's like, what does Napier have to do to be back next year? And it's like 7-5, 7-5. Neil goes on record, says, I think 6-6 gets him fired. And then it gets to me and I'm like, I mean, damn. I was like, I picked 5-7 and I said he'd be back. I mean, I feel kind of crazy. Like, I mean, there's definitely, I think what's tough, Mike, is it's easy when you're removed from the situation to be honest about the times and where the program is. And I don't know if you heard me say it. I'm like, you know, because Neil made the point, how much of it is the schedule's hard, but how much of it is, well, you're Florida, you're supposed to win. Well, this isn't 2004.
Yeah.
Like, you just being Florida doesn't mean what it used to. And I hate to say that.
Yeah.
But it's like, it's the same wing with Texas. Like, you know, when you were in the midst of the dog days or what, it's like that we're Texas thing, that was, I mean, that's great for your brand and everything, but like that no longer holds the weight it did on the football field.
Right.
It just doesn't until shown otherwise. So it's like, you have to give more credit to the schedule. Like, because if you, I don't know, man, like if you have this mentality, like, well, we're Florida, to hell with the schedule, where you're going to fire Billy Napier and the next guy's going to come in and he's going to go 5-7. You're going to say, well, we're Florida, to hell with the schedule, no excuse. You're just going to keep going. So,
and then you wind up to be Tennessee.
Right. It's just, I understand why that's hard though, Mike, because every Florida fan, like Neil and them said it, they're like, Florida's an elite program. And they are to a degree. But Florida's not amongst the elites anymore. They're just not. They're not. They're not. They're not amongst the elites in the most important aspect, which is winning games and is on the field. And they haven't been that way for a while. Like the last national title was a long time ago. Like it just was, man. Like the last significant success.
Yeah.
And I mean, Florida's had some sprinkled in, obviously, like Mullen, his first year, whatever, wins the East. I mean, there's been moments, but like, so I'm even kind of torn in it, Mike, because I love the high standards. I love, like, we are Florida, like, to hell with the schedule. We are not supposed to be hoping for 6-6.
Sure.
At the same time, times be a changing, Mike, and this is just not, it is not the 90s.
No.
It is not the early 2000s. It is not it is not the late 2000s. It's 2024, man. And it's just like you kind of at times have to be realistic about the realities. I just, I mean, they're going around. I'm like, shit. I mean, if I'll tell you that, I'm like, if the minimum expectation is 7-5, you might as well go ahead and get ready to fire his ass. I mean, just straight up. I'm sorry, but like, you might as well go ahead and get ready. Like, and then when I don't know if you stuck around long enough to see like the percentages on the win loss and like their thoughts on it. And like, again, respect the hell out of them. Ali Peak, we're going to get on Ali Peak Wilbur, excuse me. We're going to get on the show. We've had Neil, we've had Chris, but for Ali to say that Florida's more talented than Ole Miss, I damn near fell out of my damn chair, bro. I was like, you got to be shitting me.
Yeah.
Like, what are we talking about? No. Like, no. I was like, I think she gave that a 60% chance to beat Ole Miss. I'm like, y'all, I'm the bad guy. I was like, I give it a 10% chance. Like, Ole Miss is loaded.
They
loaded.
Are. The only thing that I'll say is the last time, and this is true, the last time a better Ole Miss team came to the Swamp, Florida absolutely blew them out. I think sometimes it's a line of scrimmage game, and in that game, Florida had the advantage. But guess what? Florida's best defensive lineman entered the transfer portal, and guess where he plays now? Plays at Ole Miss, right? I mean, you got a guy named Juice Wells who's faster than 99% of humans on Earth. And he's faster than 99% of people on Earth that going and wearing street clothes too, and not playing.
And he's going to be their third option, Mike.
That's crazy. Yeah, I mean,
third option.
Right. It's nuts. I mean, they're loaded. They have a better head coach right now. Until Billy Napier does something different, you can't.
I mean, yeah, Mike. Come on. Is there even a debate that Lane Kiffin's a better head coach than Billy Napier? Come on. I don't dislike Billy, but to your point, like, you got to do something on the field. I mean, you have to.
Absolutely, for sure. Like, Billy hasn't earned a damn thing. I mean, I would put it more at. Honestly, man, I think it's 60-40 Ole Miss. And I'm that's being generous to Florida because that game is in the Swamp. And we'll see. It's in November. It's a noon kick. By that point, there may not be many people in the stands. I mean, who knows, dude? Mm-hmm. So yeah, I mean, look, it's obviously the schedule is loaded. I'm going to go on record and say that I think 5-7 gets him back because of all the pieces that he's about to bring back for 2025, including DJ Lagway. But you know what, man? It's crazy to think that a 19-year-old quarterback could save a head football coach. Mm-hmm. And is that a smart decision?
Well, I mean, what, Mike? The only thing I'd say to that, because I've never been one to believe. I remember when South Carolina, when they fired Muschamp, people complained about you lost Gunnar Stockton. And it's like, bro, who cares? If you got the wrong coach, to hell with it. And if you go somewhere else, to hell with it, and you're starting over, okay. Like, it was the right move. We all agree it was the right move.
But
I will say, though, that was pre-NIL. In the NIL era, when it's like, not only are we losing DJ Lagway, we just lost that entire investment we made. Like, so we're not only losing the player, now we spent all that money to get him here, and we have nothing to show for it. And we had to sign a check to get Billy out.
Correct. And you're still paying Mullen.
You're still paying. Are they paying Muschamp still? I mean, I don't know. Like, is that still happening?
Just a couple years ago, got through all of those payments. But, and no offense to Gunnar Stockton, but DJ Lagway is
different player,
different stratosphere,
right?
Than Gunnar Stockton. Mm-hmm. I mean, DJ Lagway is being compared to Cam Newton.
Yeah,
like, I mean, that's how talented that man is. Mm-hmm. And you look at how much one great quarterback can change, your entire team. Well, I mean, go back to Cam Newton. Like, if Auburn didn't get Cam, they would have never won a national title. I'm not saying that it's that easy. And I think there's certainly a lot more parity now than there was even 10 years ago in college football. But you know, I think it's a smart decision to try to stay even and level through 2025. Now, again, something that you guys brought up in the state of the program, right? It's that Miami game, you know, because there's never been, it seems this way, you know, so often in Florida's history. I feel like I've said this 10 different times now, but I don't think there's ever been really a more important first game, maybe in my lifetime as a Florida grad. Because I think it sets the standard for the rest of the year in the most difficult year that you're ever going to face.
And you know what? You know what's crazy, Mike? I've got Miami in my playoff. I also think they could lose to Florida. I think Miami.
Sure.
And I maybe have started drinking some Miami Kool-Aid because I've been tuning into some of my buddies that they're really high. They got Cam Moore winning the Heisman, right? Like,
whoa.
Yeah. I mean, bold pick, but I mean, you know, could it happen? I mean, we've seen crazier things. Anyways, Miami's loaded. They got a lot of talent. Now, is Cam Ward going to be ready to walk into the, you know, and I know I'm not going to be disappointed by the Swamp. I'm excited. I'm very excited. I have to, because I imagine the environment I'm going to be walking into on August 31st is desperate. Like, that's going to be a hungry, desperate, antsy, on edge Florida fan, and that's going to make for a madhouse because they're going to be doing everything they can.
Yes.
To scratch and claw win. I mean, everything. So,
yeah, your ears. I don't know how many games you've been to where your ears ring for like 2 to 3 days, but every Florida game, every massive Florida game I've ever been to, I couldn't hear shit for 3 days after. And that's the way it's going to be. I mean, it's going to be loud. It's going to be obnoxious. It's going to be hot.
Yeah, that to your point, that opener, Mike, is it's everything for Billy. I mean, especially too, like, you get the win. It goes without saying, the positivity, the early momentum. But if you go out there and lose, Mike, and God forbid, I mean, we saw it against Utah in the opener last year, and I know Florida wasn't expected to win, but God forbid, Mike, you lose to Miami and you do something stupid,
right?
That costs you.
Right.
Oh my gosh. I mean, there would be few fan bases you've ever seen who had the wrath Florida fans will have.
Well,
I mean, really, truly, like,
and it's for so many reasons, Chris, right? Like, obviously, Florida Miami is a huge rivalry game, right? You and I have discussed this, you know, for the Texas fans that don't know, if you're a college football fan, you probably know, but Florida and Miami don't play every year. It's not like Florida State. This only happens maybe once on average every 10 years, maybe a little less than that. So it's, or twice every 10 years, I should say, because it's always a home and home. You know, but we only get one of these, you know, twice every decade, maybe. And so you kind of have to cherish it. And then it's two programs in a, you know, football thirsty state, two very proud programs at one point that are mirror images of each other right now, really trying to scratch and claw their way back to the top. And it has not been easy for either one of those programs. Neither one has been to the college football playoff, right? Like, you think about the history, like when you walk into the Swamp, dude, I mean, championships are everywhere. Like, you almost forget about some. You're like, oh yeah, they won the East that year. That's crazy. Jim McElwain won the East twice. Oh yeah. Like, I forgot about that. He shouldn't have, but they did, you know, like, there's seriously, like, you know, you got All-Americans plastered all over it. Same thing with Miami, multiple national titles. Like this is one of the proudest programs in college football history. And yet both have really stalled out in the last 15 years. And, you know, this is a benchmark for both of these programs and both of these head coaches who are, I believe, both are entering their third year. Is that right? Yeah, I think.
Yes.
Yeah. So Cristobal at Miami, third year. Napier at Florida, third year.
The loser of that game is going to have some really, really hard questions to answer.
Well, and it's
no matter what, no matter who loses.
And I hate to say it. This is not a hot take or anything, but it's going to be worse for Florida. It's going to be worse for Florida for a lot of reasons. Number one, you know, I think Florida is set to be honest, I think Florida would be set to fire Billy Napier faster than Miami is willing to fire Mario Cristobal. I just get that sense.
Well, I think, Mike, Miami can lose to Florida and still have a good year.
See,
if Florida loses to Miami, it's going to be really hard to dig out of that. But the point, it was funny, the point I presented to Neil and them was get through the first 5 at 4-1.
Sure.
Even if you lose to Miami,
sure.
If you win the next 4 and you're 4-1 through 5, but I could even sense with them, it was like this, I guess, like, like that Miami game's that big where it's like, I mean, I guess, but like lose a different one. That's kind of how they felt. It's like, just lose to A&M, just go for, if you're going to go for one, lose to A&M. Like,
it's so tough, man, because like if you lose to A&M, right? Like then
you lost to a first-year head coach.
You're that, and then you're really, I mean, let's just say it, you're really not in the running anymore for the SEC title game. Because, that's in the first, 4 weeks, first 4 weeks. And, you still haven't gotten to the gauntlet of November. So your chances of winning the SEC title or making the SEC title game, just drastically decreases. But then on the other hand, right, like Miami's a huge rival. It's a home game. It's the opener, So, that's tough. I mean, I'll say this. It would be very on brand for Billy Napier to beat Miami and then lose to Mississippi State on the road, because we've seen it every year under Billy. Like, think about it. We saw it against Vanderbilt. They never should have lost to Vanderbilt. How the hell is that even possible? Like, I mean, seriously, man, like my neighborhood kids could beat Vanderbilt. That should never happen. They lost to a Kentucky team that I think was better, but still in Florida's eyes, right? Like in Florida's eyes, you should always beat Kentucky. Kentucky's not a better football.
I mean, Billy's 0 against Kentucky, and they've lost 3 in a row. So,
right,
and that's why I picked it as a loss. I mean, Mark Stoops has run circles around Billy Napier,
and like Arkansas, the end of last year, you just have these just ridiculous losses during his time. And I would pose that question too. Like, what if it's 4-1, but it's not the 4-1 that anybody is thinking? Like, what if it's a loss to Mississippi State, which is a garbage football team? They don't return anybody. It's like, what, 2 people? I think they return 2 starters on offense, maybe. You're talking
about Mississippi State?
Yeah.
Zero.
Oh, 0. Is it 2 on defense?
2 on defense, 0 on offense.
Yeah. I mean, like, yeah. So, but I wouldn't be surprised, right? Like, I don't think any Florida fan would be surprised by that at this point. But yeah, man, I don't think that there has been a bigger first game with more consequences than this one for the state of Florida. It goes a long way in recruiting, whoever wins that game, just like Florida State does. And it really sets the tone for the rest of the year. Now, I will say, thank God for an expanded playoff, because both of those teams, I mean, look, that's what Billy would say. And that's what Cristobal would say, right? Like, hey guys, we're 0-1. It's fine. Like the 12 best teams still get into the playoff. Like we still got a chance. But I think everybody, in their heart of hearts would know, like, it's probably not happening. Miami's got a better chance, to your point. And I think they've got the roster to go through the ACC and win it, along with Clemson. But I mean, Florida, it's a tough hike, man. For the rest of the year, that is a very, very tough uphill hike.
Mike, Jake Bayless comments about how many years would you say the cleat yeet set Florida back?
Oh my God.
Marco Wilson.
I mean,
Dan Mullen might still be at Florida.
I never thought that they should have fired Dan Mullen anyway. I will say this though, Mike. I remember watching that Florida team come to Williams-Brice Stadium in 2021, and they were a mess. Well, I remember the late great Brad Lawing, rest in peace. I remember him telling me that, I forget who it was he talked to. I mean, Brad just knew everybody, right? He coached at Florida. He coached at Florida. Yeah.
He told me that he was told that, I mean, it was a mess behind closed doors. Yeah, I knew South Carolina was going to beat Florida. I mean, they were in disarray that week.
Yeah,
coming into the game. So.
Yeah, it was. I mean, look, I say that because I don't think Billy Napier was the upgrade at the time, right?
Yeah.
I've always firmly believed that if you're going to fire a head football coach, you've got to have a better guy in place, and you have to know that. You know, we've talked about, you know, ad nauseum, you know, on this show that Florida was behind for so long in the facilities game. I do think that Dan Mullen was, you know, trying to recruit and play with one hand tied behind his back, but he also didn't give a shit about the program. You know, he also let guys do whatever the hell they wanted to do. You know, he was trying to use Florida as a springboard to the NFL. And, you know, like, he didn't care. I thought, you know, at the time I was thinking to myself, the buyout is a little too much still. Give it one more year. You're 1 year removed from going to the SEC title game and nearly beating Alabama. Or was it 2 years? Maybe it was 2. I think it was 2. But still, it just felt like, you know, he could still get this thing back on track. And there aren't many coaches that I say that about, but I think just Dan is kind of a genius. And I felt like, you know, kind of like Lane Kiffin has done at Ole Miss. I mean, he's overperformed with the talent that he's had, right? In my opinion. And I think this year they're loaded and they should win at least 10 games. But I thought Dan Mullen would be in that same boat where, you know, he could still win just based off of how much of an offensive genius he is. But yeah, it was a mess. And, you know, he was also very cocky and arrogant, and he didn't listen to anybody inside the building. And, but listen, man, that Florida South Carolina game, you also have to remember that, you know, half the team had the damn flu. I mean, their quarterbacks, dude, I got a text from a buddy of mine at the UAA down there. And he texted me 30 minutes before kickoff that night. And he was like, he sent me a picture, and it was Anthony Richardson and whatever the hell that kid's name is. Oh, what was his name? The Florida quarterback at the time.
Did Anthony Richardson play in that game?
No, because I believe the night before he hurt himself. I believe he was jumping up and down on a bed or something, and then he hurt himself, so he couldn't play. Yeah, but like 30 minutes before kickoff, dude, they're getting an IV treatment because they've got the flu. Like, so I just, you know, there are a ton of examples of why it didn't work out for Dan Mullen. It wasn't just, you know, the flu game, you know, against South Carolina. But, you know, again, I just felt like when they hired Billy Napier, I'm thinking to myself, you know, I don't know. I mean, you know, Louisiana, if you know anything about that state, right? Like, guys don't leave the state. They don't like to leave the state of Louisiana, right? So I think maybe it was a little easier for him to get better talent. But again, Chris, like, it was all the stuff that he was able to build, you know, at Louisiana, taking the blueprints from Clemson and Alabama, the facilities and whatnot. And, you know, that I think was one of the main reasons he got the job. But yeah, I mean, to your point, man, like, if you do fire Billy, then you're back, you know, doing this thing all over again. And you're also spending a whole lot more money than what you want to spend, you know? And oh, by the way, the guys that have to write that check, right? Guess who's also calling them for money? Florida's collective, you know? And guess what? That's not going to go over very well because they're about to write a buyout check for, what is it, $20 million or whatever the hell it is. So, you know, it's just going to set everything back.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you're smart, I think you just leave it be. You let it roll through 2025. If it's not going well mid-season 2025, you make the move, you get a jump, and then you hire the guy that you really want.
Yeah, I just found it, you know, it's always interesting, Mike, again, when you do those. I mean, it'd be fun to sit in on a state of the program for every fan base and every school, because I just think it's really hard for diehard fans to be, you know, to be 100% honest and objective. And I think that's one of the reasons why I butted heads in my last venture so much, because it's one thing to be objective, but most, even when they're trying to be objective, there's a slant to it. When you cover one team, I'm saying, like, there's a slant to it.
Sure.
Right? And to each their own. But with me and my previous venture, it was 100% objectivity, honesty, hard truth, ugly truth.
Yeah.
And so it was interesting sitting in with them talking Florida. I think the thing you got to keep in mind too, the comment I made earlier, Mike, about this isn't 2004 anymore. You have to understand, when you say like our program's still an elite, we're this, we're that, to you. But what about the 17-year-old recruits? Like, they weren't even born. Like that. I think that's what you really have to think about. You're fighting a new battle. You're just essentially fighting a new battle, because the kids today, I'm saying the kids today, like I'm 100, but like, you get what I'm saying, Mike? Like the kids today, when we think of Florida football, we think of titles, Tebow, Urban Meyer, Fun and Gun, Spurrier. When the kids in high school right now think of Florida, they don't think of like, what do they think of? They know who they think of Tim Tebow on SEC Network.
Right.
They think of the old guy, Steve Spurrier, that coached 100 years ago. Right. They might think of Ohio State Urban Meyer. They're like, oh, he coached at Florida? I didn't know that.
Right.
That's the reality.
Yeah.
Like they think of the shark picture. That's what they think of.
Yeah. Yeah. 2009 was a long time ago. I mean, to put it in perspective,
kids that are freshmen were born in 2009. Think about that.
Isn't that crazy? So, it's like, look, I always made the joke that if your program is showing highlights in 4x3, right, in SD, you're probably not elite anymore.
Right.
And Florida has had to show a lot of highlights in SD. And that pains me, man. It really does. And
that's not to say like it is a positive, no doubt, to have that history and tradition. I mean, I think Tennessee's a great example, because it shows what it can be done.
Absolutely.
You feel like it's what's supposed to be done. There's a standard of excellence here, even though we've slipped. Like it's a huge boost. But I'm just saying, like, you have to be really painfully honest about where you currently are. And so, when I went on there, and I respect it, I really do. I respect it. But like, when I'm hearing them say, if he goes 6-6, he's fired, I'm like, whoa.
Yeah, I don't
know, bro.
Yeah, I just don't. Well, and I also,
and it has to look a certain way. That's the key.
Yeah,
it has to look a certain way.
Well, it does. And I also think that it really matters who those losses are to, right?
I mean, that's why I said, Mike, and maybe in retrospect, it was kind of silly to say, but I was like, if you go 5-7, you have 7 like really strong losses, and like, you have a losing record.
But not stupid, because that's true, dude. You can have like half of their schedule is ranked.
Yeah,
more than half.
Half their schedule's in the top 20.
9 out of 12 are ranked. Yeah. That's freaking crazy.
I will say though, looking at my predictions, Mike, I've got 5-7. The one that I think would really sting of my predictions is that Kentucky loss at home. Like, I think that's the one you probably need to flip. Like, because I'll say this. I actually even changed because of what I heard them say. I was like, they were like, what do you think it's going to take to get Billy back? 100% he's back. Because at first I was like 5-7. I think he'll still be back. Based off what they said, I think he's back at 5-7. I don't think it's 100%, because if that's how the fan base feels, Mike, which I'm sure it's a lot does, he ain't 100% back at 5-7.
No.
Now, if Florida fired him for going 6-6, I think that'd be crazy. I with that schedule,
yes.
Unless you're just egregiously blowing games and you're making these crazy mistakes, and you're like, bro, we went 6-6, but we let 3 games get away. Like, unless it's that, then maybe. And I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this, Mike. I mentioned this, I think, on that show. I'm under the assumption I predict like a strong, again, I sound silly, a strong 5-7. eliminating the self-inflicted wounds, eliminating 2 guys wearing the same number, eliminating 8 guys on field goal block. I'm not even factoring those things in. I will say, Mike, if it's another season of that, if you got another Arkansas situation, penalty backs you up, you miss the field goal, special teams is costing you.
Yep.
You fool me once, right? You are who you are. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
Yeah.
You can't get fooled a third time. Like you just if it happens again, this is the program. This is who he is. There's something, there's some attention to detail not happening but it's just not happening. It's not gonna happen. If it's taking you 3 years to address something, then that's too long. Where is our sense of urgency?
Sure.
So
look, the sad reality is that Florida is not the same program that it was 20 years ago. But the sadder reality is that you have fans that are so blinded by all of the championships of years past that they can't see that, right? Like we always say, the first step to recovery is admitting you have a problem, right? I think it's time for Florida to admit they may have an expectation problem. And that pains me because I love Florida.
Hey, I mean, Mike, can we agree it's why Spurrier left? One of the reasons the expectations were so out of control.
I think I think Spurrier left Florida for a couple reasons. I think the expectations got a little too much for sure. I also think that Spurrier was so confident and really wanted to show that he could do it at the next level. And, I think it got stale for him too. And don't forget this. This is a very important thing. Had there not been a terrorist attack on 9/11, that Florida team probably would have played in the national title game. The problem was that they moved that Tennessee game that was supposed to be the Saturday after 9/11 to the end of the season after the Florida State game. And their star running back, Ernest Graham, got injured in that Florida State game. So all of a sudden, you don't have your starting running back anymore. And it just changed the entire season. And I think by the time Spurrier got done, that was one of the most talented teams he's ever had, that 01 team. And I think by the time he got done with that, he was like, what the hell is it going to take for me to just even get back to the national championship? And it got very frustrating for him. But yeah, I mean, the expectations, and look, I'm not saying that Florida shouldn't have high expectations. What I am saying, though, is that these expectations should not be so emotional, and it shouldn't, it shouldn't affect your decision making. Like, you've got to think about these things logically, and the emotions is what's ran through coaches left and right at Tennessee, for instance, right? Florida is also in a unique situation that, the 3 coaches that were fired really were for all different reasons. And I can't think of maybe another program that sort of went through that. Muschamp, it was the wins and losses, right? Jim McElwain, it was just the most ridiculous thing in the world where, he said that his players were getting death threats and then he tried to walk it back. And I mean, Florida wasn't having any of that. Dan Mullen, it just got to the point where there was no care for the program. At least Will Muschamp cared. At least Will Muschamp never stopped caring about Florida. Like, he put his all into trying to win games. And I think Dan Mullen, it just didn't matter to him at the end. And I think Florida saw that, right? So, yeah, 3 different reasons to fire 3 different head coaches. But at the end of the day, the fact of the matter is you're starting to become a program that can't keep people, and if you're a really good head coach out there like Lane Kiffin, do you want to take that chance? And I don't know. I mean, I think that Lane would probably leave Ole Miss in a heartbeat for Florida. But I'm sure that it would give him a lot of pause, looking back that, hey, Florida just fired their 4th head coach since 2014. In 10 years, 4 head coaches in 10 years. Yeah, man, I think that it's time for us. You've said it time and time again, right? Like, to be a elite program, a dynasty, right? You've got to be elite for 10 years. All right. Well, when 2014 hit and we had the playoff, that was a new era of college football. Florida has not been relevant in this new era of college football. Yeah, there was an Orange Bowl win, dandy. Yeah, they got to the SEC title game, but you and I are old enough to remember when, losing to Alabama wasn't acceptable for Florida, and we got to the point now where we say, okay, well, that was great. We only lost to Alabama by 7 points. That's like, that's so, there's got to be a temperature check. And it does pain me, man. It pains the hell out of me because I'm a Florida guy, born and bred, but it's just, we have to stop making decisions so emotionally and erratically. I'm off my soapbox now.
No, I'm just, I agree with everything you're saying. It's interesting times in Gainesville for sure. Mike, on the note of Florida football, by the way, something I know you don't want to talk about, but it came out today about 3 hours ago. This coming from Pete Nakos at On 3. Jaden Rashada alleges Billy Napier violated Florida contract in amended complaint. So there are new developments in this lawsuit.
Yeah.
It says in an amended complaint filed by Jaden Rashada this week, the Georgia quarterback alleges Florida coach Billy Napier violated his employment contract and Florida's NIL statute. The lawsuit centers around the 4-year, $13.85 million contract, played a crucial role in Rashada flipping from Miami to Florida. Filed back in May, blah, blah, blah. Lawsuit alleges Gators ultimately reneged on the unprecedented NIL collective agreement, leaving the quarterback without a school and out millions of dollars. Suit alleges Napier vouched that Rashada would get $1 million if he signed on National Signing Day. Quote, Napier's promised financial inducement violated Florida's NIL statute, NCAA regulations, and on information and belief, the terms of Napier's employment contract, Rashada's attorney alleged in the amended complaint. So obviously this suit involves Napier, Marcus Castro Walker, and Florida booster Hugh Hathcock. All have previously filed motions to dismiss, which have been denied because the amended complaint was filed on time. Updated responses are due by August 27th. Represented by the Bedell firm, Napier's motion stated the complaint did not provide evidence the coach knew about the contract between Rashada, his NIL agents, and the NIL collective. Napier didn't know about the contract? That seems kind of like a long shot.
It does.
I don't know. I don't know. In case you forgot, Napier at SEC spring meeting says, I'm comfortable with my actions. I'm thankful for the university's support. We're going to keep it at that. Let the process take its course.
Yeah.
Let's see. In the amended complaint filed, Rashada also alleges that he and his family met with Castro Walker in June 2022 in a conference room at UF's athletic facility. Upon entering the meeting room, Castro Walker informed Jaden's father, Harlan, that one of the UF's biggest boosters was there that day and that he wanted to speak with Jaden. Castro Walker explained that Hathcock was there to drop off his Lamborghini for a photo shoot, but, quote, you didn't see him, end quote, acknowledging the forbidden yet undeniable affiliation between Hathcock and Florida's football program.
Right.
The complaint says Hathcock then entered the back door and allegedly later told Castro Walker that, quote, Hathcock would make it happen, end quote, whatever was needed from an NIL standpoint. According to the complaint, Hathcock also suggested that he could secure employment for Rashada's father. Quote, later that summer, Hathcock offered Jaden an approximately $11 million UF affiliate NIL deal. This offer was to be funded partially through defendant Velocity Automotive and partially through Gator Guard. The new filing allegedly describes how Florida flipped him and promised a $13.85 million deal for 4 years. Blah, blah, blah. Let's see. A lot of he said, she said. Quote, given his close relationship with Coach Napier and the UF football program, it is implausible that Hathcock would agree to pay Jaden among the 28 other similarly ranked quarterbacks in the 2023 recruiting class without being instructed by Napier to do so, end quote. There you go. Yeah. What a situation going on. Dude, let me ask you this though.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any way that if Florida goes 3-9 this year, that they try to pin this on him for cause and fire him without having to pay the buyout? Is there any way that is that even possible? I mean,
I think that you have to let this play out and
it has to play out. Okay.
And see what the evidence is.
Okay.
My main question this whole time is, where's the evidence? If there's a recording,
right?
Well, then that's not great. Now, I haven't worked in Florida for a long time, so I can't remember what the those recording laws are. If it's a one-party consent, or if it's two. I think it's two. So that might not even be admissible, right? Like, because if you record somebody, you have to have that other person's permission, I believe, in the state of Florida. Now, I could be wrong on that. I'll have to look. But so in that case, it's not even permissible. But I just want to know what the evidence is. Like, there really hasn't been that much from the Rashada camp that proves any wrongdoing. I mean, now look, there's a lot of smoke. Like, and it doesn't look great for Billy on the outside. I think everybody in Gainesville is like, what did he do? But everybody else is like, well, this is pretty clear. He probably did this. But again, like, where's the evidence? And if they don't have any, if it's just he said, she said, I don't even know if they'll settle. Like, Florida might think that they have the strongest case and say no. And here's the other thing, Chris. I will say Florida gave Rashada plenty of time. They got out of the contract before it was signed, right? Like, this wasn't like he got on, campus, signed the deal, was playing football, and then they yanked it from him. Like, that never happened. Never happened. Florida didn't allow it to happen. Now, is it ethical? I think that's the question that you have to ask.
I just can't believe. I can't believe somebody would promise $13 million to a high school kid. I can't believe that. That's.
It is insane.
But apparently, what I was told, I think we actually had Neil back on this when this first broke, and I talked to like Nick De La Torre, those Florida guys. I mean, essentially, what this came down to was Hugh Hathcock in Florida wanted to stick it so bad to Miami, and what's that guy's name down there? What is the head honcho, the guy that's just bankrolling it all?
Diaz?
Is it John Ruiz?
Oh, John Ruiz. Sorry.
Is that who it is?
It's John.
They wanted to stick it to John Ruiz so bad they were willing to do anything, say anything, just to stick it to Miami.
Sure.
So this is another layer to the rivalry.
Oh, 100%. I mean, and guess what, man? Like, Hugh Hathcock lives in South Florida.
Yeah.
Right? So he's got to be around all of these people all the time. So I guarantee you it got to the point where he's like, you know what? We need to start spending money wisely. We need to start investing in this. He wanted to set the standard, which good for him. But, again, and Florida's NIL is it's light years ahead of where it used to be, right? Like, I think they do a phenomenal job there now. But it took a minute. And again, it was like 3 years ago. This was so much. You think it's bad now. Like, it was terrible then. Like, it's just a complete mess, shit show. And, I'm surprised that more people didn't get involved and say, for a 4-star quarterback who's good, but he's not great, $13 million, that's like paying $750,000 for a Honda Civic. Like, what are you doing? And you bought the warranty. It's like, nah. So, I mean, look, where's the evidence? That's going to be the interesting part of this. I think the other thing that Rashada was trying to claim was that Florida was attempting to, not give him the option to play anywhere else. which I think is kind of ridiculous. I mean, I think that is the most ridiculous part of all of this, because why would Florida do that? That makes zero sense. You know, unless Billy had a massive personal vendetta against Jaden Rashada. But it never sounded like that, you know, and I just don't get the feeling that Hugh Hathcock and Billy Napier would set up a scheme like that. You know, I really think that we take it for face value and we say, you know what, there was a kid named DJ Lagway who was much better, and they wanted to go with DJ Lagway. And so they pulled out of the deal, and they gave Jaden Rashada time to figure it out. And it may have, you know, caught them off guard. But you know what, Chris? When I got fired back in March, that caught me off guard too. Like, you can't, like, sometimes life just doesn't work out the way you want it to, you know, and you just have to have a backup plan. Yeah.
Well,
I mean, and not very interesting, but to your a very interesting question, dude. You know, like, if they're 3-9 or 4-8, you know, does Florida try to pin it for cause? And you just gotta wait and see. You know, wait and see what the court says.
A messy situation could get even messier.
Yeah, for sure. No,
yeah, Florida really needs a winning season. They really do.
Yes.
I mean, it could just, I mean, it's winning cures all, you know. It'd be funny how this Rashada thing kind of just fades in the background if you go 7-5 or 8-4, you know.
Well, and thank God Jaden Rashada isn't good enough to be Georgia's starting quarterback right now.
Oh gosh.
Because think about that for a second. If Jaden Rashada and Trevor Etienne just destroyed the SEC, Florida would look even worse than they already do. And thank God for my Florida brethren that Jaden Rashada is not that good right now. Yeah. But guess who is? DJ Lagway.
Yeah. I mean, I think Florida, I mean, obviously they won from the standpoint of didn't have to pay a guy $13 million and got the better player, but
100%.
Yeah, I'm honestly, Mike, I'm surprised there's not more of that. I'm surprised there's not more lawsuits. Like I'm really like but you know, just with the whole NIL madness, no rules, I'm surprised there's not more of it. Like,
listen, man, it's going to be crazy. I mean, this is kind of what I'm doing now. As you know, I'm working with a lot of collectives, and you know, they're scared. They are scared of lawsuits and liability. And you know, over the next couple of years, we're going to have to see how this plays out. But you know, you've got this new deal in place, right, where they've got to take some of that media money, that 22% in a rev share, and give it to the athletes. And, you know, what most schools are going to do is take like 90% of it and give it to football and then divvy the rest out from there. But guess what? That's opening yourself up for a lot of Title IX lawsuits. So, you know, some schools are going to keep that money and dish it out to the players. Some schools are going to give it to the collective, make a donation, a $22 million donation to the collective, right? Give it to the collective for the collectives to put out there. But why would they do that? To save themselves from impending lawsuits. It's a great time to be a lawyer. It is a great time to be a lawyer, man. The billable hours, like when I talk to all of these guys at different collectives across the country, like they all say the same thing. It's like their lawyers get paid so well because there's so much to go through. And I mean, but it changes every year, right? And you know, who knows what 2025 will look like. And hell, like what Billy Napier did could be legal by 2025. I mean, who knows? Like that's how quick things are changing.
Yeah. Mike, it's been a lot of fun. Last thing before we get out of here, just really quickly on a random note, RG3 fired from ESPN. Thoughts?
7-figure contract. I mean, I felt like he was a star. Sam Ponder, not so much.
Do you think it's because of social media? No?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so. I think that they're trying to offload expensive talent. And a couple years ago, they entered into that agreement, 7 figures, and I just think it's too much.
Yeah.
You know, and they're trying to clear the books. Hell, they're trying to get rid of ABC.
He's going to be able to start a hell of a podcast.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it sucks for him. The first thing I thought of was, damn, it's the middle of August.
Yeah.
I mean,
Right
football
before
season.
kickoff. Yeah.
Dude, that sucks so bad for him because you had so many networks a couple years ago that were after RG3. Fox, one of them, one of the main ones. And, you know, we'll see what this looks like, whether he has to sit out a year. I have no idea. You know, and a lot of those contracts, sometimes you have to sit out. If you want to still get paid by ESPN, you have to sit out for a year. But, you know, hopefully he winds up on Fox because I've always enjoyed him, man. I think he's great. But yeah, I mean, the social media stuff, I don't know, man. Like, I didn't think the Paris pick was that big of a deal. Like, I mean, it's a croissant.
It was silly, but it shouldn't be a fireable offense.
No, God, no, absolutely not. Like, I've seen worse.
Yeah.
You know, and people still have their jobs. So, yeah.
Fair enough. Mike, appreciate you taking the time, my friend. Always a pleasure. Guys, thank you so much for tuning in again. We're live right here Monday through Friday, 4 to 5 p.m. Eastern, 3 to 4 Central, 2 to 3 Mountain as well. And stay tuned to Texas Sports Unfiltered and SEC Unfiltered social media, YouTube, podcast, wherever you get your content, you can find us there. For Mike Gillespie, I'm Chris Phillips. Guys, appreciate each and every single one of you tuning in. Have a great rest of your Thursday. We will talk to you all tomorrow.